Section 14 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Third Interlude. The girls now turned their attention to their neglected apples, varying this more serious business with comments on the story that had just been related. Jessica. I should be glad to know, Jane, what you make of this matter.
Jane.
Indeed, Jessica, it is difficult to make anything at all of matter so bewildering. For who could have divined reality to be the illusion, and dreams the truth? So that by the light of their dreams, the lovers in this tale mistook each other for that which they were not.
Martin.
Who indeed, Mistress Jane, save students of human nature like yourselves, who have doubtless long ago observed how men and women begin by filling a dim dream with a golden thing, such as youth, and end by putting a shining dream into a grey thing, such as age. And in the end it is all one, and lovers will see to the last in each other that which they loved at the first, since things are only what we dream them to be, as you have of course also observed.
Jocelyn.
We have observed nothing of the sort, and if we dreamed at all, we would dream of things exactly as they are, and would never dream of mistaking age for youth. But we do not dream. Women are not given to dreams.
Martin. They are the fortunate sex. Men are such incurable dreamers that they even dream women to be worse praise of the delusive habit than themselves. But I trust you found my story sufficiently wide awake to keep you so.
Jocelyn.
It did not make me yawn. Is this mill still to be found on the Sidlesham marshes?
Martin. It is where it was. But what sort of gold it grinds now, whether corn or dreams or nothing, I cannot say. Yet such is the power of what has been, that I think, were the stones set in motion, any right listener might hear what Helen and Peter once heard, and even more, for they would hear the tale of those lovers' journeys over the changing waters, and their return, time and again, to the unchanging plot of earth that kept their secrets, until in the end they were together delivered up to the millstones which thresh the immortal grain from its mortal husk. But this was after long years of gladness, and a life kept young by the child which each was always rediscovering in the other's heart.
Jennifer.
Oh, I am glad they were glad. Do you know, I had begun to think they would not be.
Jessica.
It was exactly so with me, for suppose Peter had never returned, or when he did, she had found him dead in the tree.
Jane.
And even after he returned and recovered, how nearly they were removed from ever understanding each other.
Joan.
Oh, no, Jane. Once they came together, there could be no doubt of the understanding. As soon as Peter came back, I felt sure it would be all right.
Joyce.
And I, too, all along, was convinced the tale must end happily.
Martin.
Strange. So was I. For love, in his daily labours, is as swift in averting the nature of perils as he is deft in diverting the causes of misunderstanding.
I know, in fact, of but one thing that would have foiled him. 4 of the milkmaids.
What then?
Martin. Had Helen not been given to dreams. Not a word was said in the apple orchard.
Jocelyn.
It would have done her no harm had she not been singer, nor would your story have suffered, being, like all stories, a thing as important as thistledown. In either event, though Peter had perished or misunderstood her forever, it would not have concerned me a whit, or even in both events.
Jessica.
Nor me.
Jane.
Nor me.
Martin. Then farewell my story. A thing as important as thistledown is as unimportantly dismissed, and yonder in heaven the moon sulks at us through a cloud with a quarter of her eye, reproaching us for our peace-destroying chatter. It destroys our own no less than hers. To dream is forbidden, but at least let us sleep." One by one the milkmaids settled in the grass and covered their faces with their hands and went to sleep. But Jennifer remained where she was. She sat with downcast eyes, softly drawing the grass blade through and through her fingers, and the swing swayed a little like a branch moving in an imperceptible wind, and her breast heaved a little as though stirred with inaudible sighs. She sat so long like this that Martin knew she had forgotten he was beside her, and he quietly put out his hand to draw the grass blade from hers. But before he had even touched it, he felt something fall upon his palm that was not rain or dew. "Dear Mistress Jennifer," said Martin gently, "why do you weep?" She shook her head, since there are times when the voice plays a girl false and will not serve her. "Is it," said Martin, "because the grass is not green enough?" She nodded. "Pray, let me judge," entreated Martin, and took the grass blade from her fingers. Whereupon she put her face into her two hands, whispering, Master Pippin, oh, Master Pippin." "Let me judge," said Martin again, but in a whisper too. Then Jennifer took her hands from her wet face, and looked at him with her wet eyes, and said with great braveness and much faltering, "I will be 19 in November." At this Martin looked very grave, and he got down from the tree, and walked to the end of the orchard full of thought. But when he turned there, he found that she had stolen after him, and was standing near him hanging her head, yet watching him with deep anxiety. Jennifer.
"It is too old, isn't it?"
Martin. Too old for what? Jennifer.
"I don't know."
Martin. It is, of course, extremely old. There are things you will never be able to do again, because you are so old. Jennifer sobbed. Martin. You are too old to be rocked in a cradle. You are too old to write pothooks and hangers, and too old, alas, to steal pickles and jam when the house is abed. Yet there are still a few things you might do, if— Jennifer.
"Oh, if?"
Martin. If you could find a friend as old as yourself, or even a little older, to help you. Jennifer.
But think how old the friend, would have to be.
Martin. What would that matter? For all grass is green enough, if it is not near grass that looks greener. Jennifer.
Oh, is this true?
Martin. It is indeed. And I believe, too, that were your friend's hair red enough, and your friend's freckled nose snub enough, since youth resides long in these qualities, you might even, with such a companion, begin once more to steal pickles and jam by night, to learn your pothooks and hangers, and even in time to be rocked asleep by a cradle. Jennifer.
Dear Master Pippin.
Martin. They look quite green, don't they? And he laid the two blades side by side on her palm, and Jennifer, whose voice once more would not serve her, nodded and put the two blades in her pocket. Then Martin took out his handkerchief, and very carefully dried her eyes and cheeks, saying as he did so, "Now that I have explained this to your satisfaction, won't you, please, explain something to mine?" Jennifer.
I will if I can.
Martin.
Then explain what it is you have against men.
Jennifer.
I don't know how to tell you. It is so terrible.
Martin. I will try to bear it. Jennifer.
They say women cannot.
Martin. Cannot? Jennifer.
Keep secrets.
Martin.
Men say so?
Jennifer.
Yes.
Martin.
Men say so? Jennifer. They do, they do.
Martin.
Men! Oh, Jupiter! If this were true! But it is not. These men would be blabbing the greatest of secrets in saying so. If I had a secret, but I have not, do you think I would trust it to a man? Not I. What does a man do with a secret? Forgets it, throws it behind him into some empty chamber of his brain, and lets the cobwebs smother it. Buries it in some deserted corner of his heart, and lets the weeds grow over it. Is this keeping a secret? Would you keep a garden or a baby so? I will 1,000 times sooner give my secret to a woman. She will tend it and cherish it, laugh and cry with it, dress it in a new dress every day, and dandle it in the world's eye for joy and pride in it. Nay, she will bid the whole world come into her nursery to admire the pretty secret she keeps so well. And under her charge, a little secret will grow into a big one, with 100 charms and additions it had not when I confided it to her, so that I shall hardly know it again when I ask for it. So beautiful, so important, so mysterious will it have become in the woman's care. Oh, believe me, Mistress Jennifer, it is women who keep secrets, and men who neglect them.
Jennifer.
If I had only thought of these things to say, but I am not clever at argument like men.
Martin.
I suspect these clever arguers. They can always find the right thing to say, even if they are in the wrong. Women are not to be blamed for washing their hands of them forever.
Jennifer.
I know, yet I cannot help wondering who bakes them gingerbread for Sunday.
Martin.
Let them go without. They do not deserve gingerbread.
Jennifer.
I know, but they like it so much, and it is nice making it too.
Martin.
Then I suppose it will have to be made till the last of Sundays. What a bother it all is.
Jennifer.
I know. Good night, dear Master Pippin.
Martin.
Dear milkmaid, good night. There lie your fellows, careless of the color of the grass they lie on, and of the years that lie on them. They have forsworn the baking of cakes, the eating of which begets dreams, to which women are not given. Go lie with them, and be, if you can, as careless and dreamless as they are.
And then, seeing the tears refilling her eyes, he hastily pulled out his handkerchief again, and wiped them as they fell, saying,
But if you cannot, don't cry so fast. If you cannot, then give me your key. Dear Jennifer, please dry up. To Jillian's well-house, because you are glad that my tale ended gladly, and also because all lovers, no matter of what age, are green enough, and chiefly because my handkerchief's sopping.
Then Jennifer caught his hands in hers, and whispered,
Oh, Martin, are they? All lovers? Are they green enough?
God help them, yes, said Martin Pippin.
She dropped his hands, leaving her key in them, and looked up at him with wet lashes, but happiness behind them. So he stooped and kissed the last tears from her eyes, since his handkerchief had become quite useless for the purpose. And she stole back to her place, and he lay down in his, and Jennifer dreamed that she was baking gingerbread, and Martin that he was eating it.
Maids, maids, maids! It was old Gilman on the heels of dawn.
Pest on him and all farmers, groaned Martin, who would harvest men's slumbers as soon as they're sown.
Get into hiding, commanded Jocelyn.
I will not budge, said Martin. I am going to sleep again, for at that moment I had a lion in one hand and a unicorn in the other.
Will you conceal yourself?
Whispered Jocelyn, with as much fury as a whisper can compass. And the lion had comfits in his crown, and the unicorn a gilded horn, and both were so sticky and spicy and sweet.
Jocelyn flung herself upon her knees before him, spreading her yellow skirts which barely concealed him, as old Gilman thrust his head through the hawthorn gap. "Good morrow, maids," he grunted. "That I knew not, dear Mistress Jocelyn," murmured Martin, "which to bite first."
"Good morrow, master,"
cried the milkmaids loudly, and they fluttered their petticoats like sunshine between the man at the hedge and the man in the grass. "Is my daughter any merrier this morning?"
"No, master," said Jennifer, "yet I think I see smiles on their way."
"If they lag much longer," muttered the farmer, "they'll be on the wrong side of her mouth when they do come. For what sort of a home will she return to? A pothouse! And what sort of a father? A drunkard! And the fault's hers that deprives him of the drink he loved in his sober days. Gillian!" he exclaimed, "when will ye give up this child's whim to learn by experience, and take an old man's word for it?" But Gillian was as deaf to him as to the cock crowing in the barnyard. "Come, fetch your portion," said old Gilman to the milkmaids, "since there's no help for it. And good day to ye, and a better morrow."
"Wait a bit, master," entreated Jennifer, "and tell me if Daisy, my Lincoln Red, lacks for anything."
"For nothing that Tom can help her to, maid. But she lacks you, and lacking you, her milk, so that, being a cow, she may be said to lack everything. And so do I, and the men, and the farm. Ruin's our portion, nothing but wrack and ruin." Saying which, he departed. "To breakfast," said Martin cheerfully.
"Suppose you'd been seen,"
scolded Jocelyn. "Then our tales would have been at an end," said Martin. "Would this have distressed you?"
"The sooner they're ended the better," said Jocelyn, "if you can do nothing but babble of sticky unicorns."
"It was fresh from the oven," explained Martin meekly. "I wish we could have gingerbread for breakfast instead of bread."
"Do not be sure," said Jocelyn severely, "that you will get even bread."
"I am in your hands," said Martin, "but please be kinder to the ducks." Jocelyn, all of a fluster, then put new bread in the place of Gillian's old. But her annoyance was turned to pleasure when she discovered that the little round top of yesterday's loaf had entirely disappeared.
"Upon my word," cried she, "the cure is taking effect."
"I believe you are right," said Martin. "How sorry the ducks will be." They quickly fed the ducks, and then themselves, and Martin received his usual share, Jocelyn having so far relented that she even advised him as to the best tree for apples in the whole orchard. After breakfast, Martin found 6 pairs of eyes fixed so earnestly upon him that he began to laugh.
"Why do you laugh?"
asked little Joan. "Because of my thoughts," said he. So she took a new penny from her pocket and gave it to him. "I was thinking," said Martin, "how strange it is that girls are all so exactly alike."
"Oh!"
cried 6 different voices in a single key of indignation.
"What a fib!"
said Joyce.
"I am like nobody but me."
"Nor am I!" cried all the others in a breath. "Yet a moment ago," said Martin, "you, Mistress Joyce, were wondering with all your might what diversion I had hit upon for this morning, and so were Jane, and Jessica, and Jennifer, and Joan, and Jocelyn."
"I was not!"
cried 6 voices at once. "What? None of you?" said Martin. "Did I not say so?" And they were very provoked, not knowing what to answer for fear it might be on the tip of her neighbor's tongue. So they said nothing at all, and with one accord tossed their heads and turned their backs on him. And Martin laughed, leaving them to guess why. On which, greatly put out, every girl stamped her foot, and Martin laughed more than ever. So without even consulting one another, they decided to have nothing further to do with him, and each girl went and sat under a different apple tree and began to do her hair. "Hey-ho," said Martin, "then this morning I must divert myself." And he began to spin his golden penny in the sun, sometimes spinning it very dexterously from his elbow, and never letting it fall. But the girls wouldn't look, or if they did, it was through stray bits of their hair, when they could not be suspected of looking. I shall certainly lose this penny, communed Martin with himself quite audibly, if somebody does not lend me a purse to keep it in. But nobody offered him one, so he plucked a blade of shepherd's purse from the grass, soliloquizing, "Now, had I been a shepherd, or had the shepherd's name been Martin, here was my purse to my hand, and then, having saved my riches, I might have got married. Yet I never was a shepherd, nor ever knew a shepherd of my name, and a penny is in any case a great deal too much money for a man to marry on, be he a shepherd or no, for it is always best to marry on next to nothing, from which a penny is 3 times removed." Then he went on spinning his penny in the air again, humming to himself a song of no value, which, so far as the girls could tell for the hair over their ears, went as follows: "If I should be so lucky as a farthing for to find, I wouldn't spend the farthing according to my mind, but I'd beat it, and I'd bend it, and I'd break it into 2, and give 1/2 to a shepherd, and the other 1/2 to you. And as for both your fortunes, I'd wish you nothing worse than that your 1/2 and his 1/2 should lie in the shepherd's purse." At the end of the song he spun the penny so high that it fell into the well-house, and endeavouring to catch it, he flung the spire of wildflower after it, and so lost both. And nobody took the least notice of his song or his loss. Then Martin said, "Who cares?" and took a new clay pipe and a little packet from his pocket, and he wandered about the orchard till he had found an old tin pannikin, and he scooped up some water from the duck-pond, and made a lather in it with the soap in the packet, and sat on the gate and blew bubbles. The first bubble in the pipe was always crystal, and sometimes had a jewel hanging from it which made it fall to the earth, and the second was tinged with colour, and the third gleamed like sunset, or like peacock's wings, or rainbows, or opals. All the colours of earth and heaven chased each other on their surfaces in all the swift and changing shapes that tobacco smoke plays at on the air, but of all their colours they would take the deepest glow of 1 or 2, and now Martin would blow a world of flame and orange through the trees, or one of blue and gold, or another of green and rose. And as he might have watched his dreams, he watched the bubbles float away and break. But one of the loveliest at last sailed over the well-house and between the ropes of the swing and among the fruit-laden boughs, miraculously escaping all perils, and over the hedge where a small wind bore it up and up out of sight. And Martin, who had been looking after it with a rapt gaze, sighed, "Oh!" and 6 other "Ohs!" echoed his. Then he looked up and saw the 6 milkmaids standing quite close to him, full of hesitation and longing. So he took 6 more pipes from his pockets, and soon the air was glistening with bubbles, big and little. Sometimes they blew the bubbles very quickly, shaking the tiny globes as fast as they could from the bowl, till the air was filled with a treasure of opals and diamonds and moonstones and pearls, as though the King of the East had emptied his casket there. And sometimes they blew steadily and with care, endeavouring to create the best and biggest bubble of all. But generally they blew an instant too long, and the bubble burst before it left the pipe. Whenever a great sphere was launched, the blower cried in ecstasy, "Oh, look at mine!" And her comrades, merely glancing, cried in equal ecstasy, "Yes, but see mine!" And each had a moment's delight in the other's bubbles, but everlasting joy in her own, and was secretly certain that of all the bubbles hers was the biggest and brightest. The biggest and brightest of all was really blown by little Joan, as Martin in a whisper assured her. He whispered the same thing, however, to each of her friends, and for one truth told 5 lies. Sometimes they played together, taking their bubbles delicately from one pipe to another, and sometimes blew their bubbles side by side till they united, and made their venture into the world like man and wife. And often they put all their pipes at once into the pannikin, and blew in the water, rearing a great palace of crystal hemispheres, that rose until it hit their chins and cheeks and the tips of their noses, and broke on them,
leaving on their fair skin a trace of glistening foam. And as the 6 laughing faces bent over the pannikin on his knees, Martin observed that Jocelyn's hair was coiled like 2 great lovely roses over her ears, and that Joyce's was in clusters of ringlets, and that Jane's was folded close and smooth and shining round her small head, and that Jessica's was tucked under like a boy's, while Jennifer's lay in a soft knot on her neck. But little Joan's was hanging still in its plaits over her shoulders, and one thick plait was half undone, and the loose hair got in her own and everybody's way, and was such a nuisance that Martin was obliged at last to gather it in his hand and hold it aside for the sake of the bubble blowers. And when they lifted their heads, he was looking at them so gravely that Joyce laughed, and Jessica's eyes were a question, and Jane looked demure, and Jennifer astonished, and Jocelyn extremely composed and indifferent, and little Joan blushed. To cover her blushing, she offered him another penny.
"I was thinking," said Martin, "how strange it is that girls are so absolutely different." Then 6 demure shadows appeared at the very corners of their mouths, and they rose from their knees and said with one accord, "It must be dinner time." And it was. "Bread is a good thing," said Martin, twirling a buttercup as he swallowed his last crumb, "but I also like butter. Do not you, Mistress Jocelyn?" "It depends on who makes it," said she. "There is butter and butter." "I believe," said Martin, "that you do not like butter at all." "I do not like other people's butter," said Jocelyn. "Let us be sure," said Martin, and he twirled his buttercup under her chin. "Fie, Mistress Jocelyn!" he cried. "What a golden chin! I never saw anyone so fond of butter in all my days." "Is it very gold?" asked Jocelyn, and ran to the duck pond to look, but couldn't see because she was on the wrong side of the gate.
"Do I like butter?"
cried Jessica.
"Do I? Do I? Do I? Oh, do I?"
cried Jennifer, Joyce, Jane, and Joan. "We'll soon find out," said Martin, and put buttercups under all their chins, turn by turn, and they all liked butter exceedingly.
"Do you like butter, Master Pippin?"
asked little Joan. "Try me," said he. And 6 buttercups were simultaneously presented to his chin, and it was discovered that he liked butter the best of them all. Then every girl had to prove it on every other girl, and again on Martin one at a time, and he on them again. And in this delicious pastime the afternoon wore by, and evening fell, and they came golden-chinned to supper. Supper was scarcely ended, indeed her mouth was still full, when Jessica, looking straight at Martin, said, "I'm dying to swing." "I never saved a lady's life easier," said Martin. And in one moment she found herself where she wished to be, and in the next saw him close beside her on the apple bough. The 5 other girls went to their own branches as naturally as hens to the roost. Jocelyn inspected them like a captain marshalling his men, and when each was armed with an apple, she said,
"We are ready now, Master Pippin."
"I wish I were too," said he, "but my tail has taken a fit of the shivers on the threshold, like an unexpected guest who doubts his welcome."
"Are we not all bidding it in?"
said Jocelyn impatiently. "Yes, like sweet daughters of the house," said Martin, "but what of the mistress?" And he looked across at Gillian by the well, but she looked only into the grass and her thoughts.
"Let the daughters do to begin with,"
said Jocelyn,
"and make it your business to stay till the mistress shall appear."
"That might be to outstay my welcome," said Martin, "and then her appearance would be my discomfiture. For a hostess has, according to her guests, as many kinds of face as a wildflower, according to its counties, names."
"Some kinds have only one name," said Jessica,
plucking a stalk crowned with flowers as fine as spray. "What would you call this but cow parsley?" "If I were in Anglia," said Marden, "I would call it Queen's Lace." "That's a pretty name," said Jessica. "Pretty enough to sing about," said Marden, and looking carelessly at the well-house, he thrummed his lute and sang. The Queen netted lace on the first April day. The Queen wore her lace in the first week of May. The Queen soiled her lace ere May was out again, so the Queen washed her lace in the first June rain. The Queen bleached her lace on the 1st of July. She spread it in the orchard and left it there to dry. But on the 1st of August it wasn't in its place, because my sweetheart picked it up and hung it o'er her face. She laughed at me, she blushed at me, with such a pretty grace, that I kissed her in September through the Queen's own lace. At the end of the song, Gillian sat up in the grass, and looked with all her heart over the duck pond. Jocelyn: "I find your song singularly lacking in point, singer." Marden: "You surprise me, Mistress Jocelyn. The kiss was the point." Jocelyn: "It is like you to think so. It is just like you to think, Marden: "Kiss?" Jocelyn: "Sufficient conclusion to any circumstances." Marden: "Isn't it?" Jocelyn: "My goodness! You might as soon ask, is a pear drop sufficient for a body's dinner?" Marden: "It would suffice me. I love pear drops, but then I am a man. Women doubtless need more substance, being in themselves more insubstantial. Now, as to your quarrel with my song." Jocelyn: "It is of no consequence. You raise expectations which you do not fulfill, but it is not of the least consequence." Marden: "Dear Mistress Jocelyn, my only desire is to please you. We will not conclude on a kiss. You shall fulfill your own expectations." Jocelyn: "Mine? I have no expectations whatever." Marden: "But I have disappointed you. What shall I do with my sweetheart? Shall she be whipped for her theft? Shall she be shut in a dungeon? Shall she be thrown before elephants? Choose your conclusion." Joan: "But, Master Pippin, why must the poor sweetheart be punished? I am sure Jocelyn never wished her to be punished. There are other conclusions." Marden: "Dunderhead that I am, I can't think of any. What, Mistress Jocelyn, was the conclusion you expected?" Jocelyn: "I tell you I expected none." Joan: "Why, Master Pippin, I should have fancied that, seeing the dear sweetheart had hung the veil over her face, she might—" Marden: "Yes." Joan: "Be expected." Marden: "Yes." Joan: "To be about to be—" Jocelyn: "I am sick to death of this silly sweetheart. And since our mistress appears to be listening with both her ears, it would be more to the point to begin whatever story you propose to relate tonight, and be done with it." Marden: "You are always right. Therefore, add your ears to hers, while I tell you the tale of Open Winkins. End of third interlude. Section 15 of Marden Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Open Winkins. There were once, dear maidens, 5 lords in the east of Sussex, who owned between them a single bird, for they were brothers. Their names were Lionel and Hugh and Harriet and Ambrose and Hob. Lionel was 10 years of age, and Hob was 21, there being exactly 3 years, all but a month, between the birthdays of the brothers.
and Lionel had a merry spirit, and Hugh great courage and daring, and Harriet had beauty past any man's share, and Ambrose had a wise mind. But Hob had nothing at all for the world's praise, for he only had a loving heart, which he spent upon his brothers and his garden. And since love begets love, they all loved him dearly, and leaned heavily on his affection, though neither they nor any man looked up to him because he was a lord. Although he was the eldest, and in his quiet way administered the affairs of the burg, and of the people of Alfriston under the burg, it was Ambrose who was always thinking of new schemes for improvement, and Harriet who undertook the festivities. As for the younger boys, they kept the old place alive with their youth and spirits, and it was evident that later on Hugh would win honor to the burg in battle and adventure, and Lionel would draw the world thither with his charm. But Hob, to whom they all brought their shapeless dreams white-hot, since sympathy helps us to create bodies for the things which begin their existence as souls. Hob differed from the four others, not only in his name, but in his plain appearance and simple tastes. And all these things, as well as his tender heart, he got from his mother, who was the only daughter of a gardener in Alfriston. The gardener, to whom she was the very apple of his eye, had kept her privately in a place on a hill, fearing lest in her youth and inexperience she should fall to the lot of some man not worthy of her. For he knew, or believed, that a young girl of her sweetness and tenderness and devotedness of disposition would by her sweetness attract a lover too early, and by her tenderness respond to him too readily, and by her devotedness follow him too blindly, before she had time to know herself or man. And he also knew, or believed, that first love is as often a will-o'-the-wisp as the star for which all young things take it. 5 days in the week he tended the gardens of Alfriston. The 6th he gave to the lord of the burg that lay among the hills, and the 7th he kept for his daughter, on the hill a few miles distant, which was afterwards known as Hob's Hoth. She, on her part, spent her week in endeavouring to grow a perfect rose of a certain golden species, and her heart was given wholly to her father and her flower. And he watched her efforts with interest and advice, and for the first she thanked him, but of the second took no heed. "For," said she, "this is my garden, father, and my rose, and I will grow it in my own way or not at all. Have you not had a lifetime of gardens and roses which you have brought to perfection? And would you let any man take your own upon his shoulders, even your own mistakes, and shoulder at last the praise after the blame?" Then Hob, her father, laughed at her indulgently, and said, "Nay, not any man. Yet once I led a woman, and without her aid I would never have brought my rarest and dearest flower to perfection. So if I should let a woman help me, why not you a man?" "Was the woman your mother?" said she, and her father was silent. Then a day came when he trudged up and down the hills from Alfriston, and standing at the gate of her garden, saw his child in the arms of a stranger, and her face as it lay against his heart seemed to her father also to be the face of a stranger, and not of his child. He recognized in the stranger the lord of the burg, and he saw that what he had feared had come to pass, and that his daughter's heart would be no more divided between her father and her flower, for it was given whole to the lover who had first assailed it. Hob came into the garden, and they looked up as the gate clicked, and their faces grew as red as though one had caught the reflection from the other. But both looked straight into his eyes. And his daughter, pointing to her bush, said, "Father, my rose is grown at last." And he saw that the bush was crowned with a glorious golden bloom, perfect in every detail. Then it was the turn of the lord of the burg, and he said, "Sir, I ask leave to rob your garden of its rose." "Do robbers ask leave?" said Hob. And he shook his head, adding, "Nay, when the thief and the theft are in collusion, what say is left to the owner of the treasure? Yet I do not like this.
Sir, have you considered that she is a gardener's child? Daughter, have you considered that he is a lord? And neither of them had considered these questions, and they did not propose to do so. Then Hob shook his head again, and said, I will not waste words. I know when a plant can drink no more water, and though you pretend to ask my leave, I know that you are prepared to dispense with it. But by way of consent I will say this. Whatever you may call your other sons, you shall call your first Hob, to remind you tomorrow of what you will not consider today. For my daughter, when she is a lord's wife, will none the less still be a gardener's daughter, and your children will be grafted of two stalks. And if this seems to you a hard condition, then kiss and bid farewell. And they both laughed with joy at the lightness of the condition, but the gardener did not laugh. And so the lord of the burg married the gardener's daughter, and they called their first son Hob. He was born on the 1st of August, and 35 months later Ambrose was born on the 1st of July, and in due course Harriet in June, and Hugh in May, and Lionel in April. And the Lord, loving his sons equally, made them equal possessors of the burg when in time it should pass out of his hands, which, since men are mortal, presently came to pass, and there were 5 lords instead of 1. It happened on a roaring night of March, when the wind was blustering over the barren ocean of the East Downs, and Lionel was still a boy of 10, but soon to be 11, that the 5 brothers sat clustered about the great hearth in the hall, roasting apples and talking of this and that. But their talk was fitful, and had long pauses in which they listened to the gusty night, which had so much more to say than they. And after one of the silences, Lionel shuddered slightly, and drawing his little stool close to Hob, he said, "It sounds like witches." Hob put his big hand round the child's head and face, and Lionel pressed his cheek against his brother's knee. "Or lions," said Hugh, jumping up and running to the window, where he flattened his nose to stare into the night. "I wish it were lions coming over the downs." "What would you do with them?" said Hob, smiling broadly. "Fight them," said Hugh, "and chain them up. I should like to have lions instead of dogs, a red lion and a white one." "I never heard tell of lions of those colors," said Hob, "but perhaps Ambrose has, with all his reading." "Not I," said Ambrose, "but I haven't read half the books yet. The wind still knows more than I, and it may be that he knows where red and white lions are to be found, for he knows everything." "And has seen everything," murmured Harriet, watching a lovely flame of blue and green that flickered among the red and gold on the hearth. "And has been everywhere," muttered Hugh. "If I could find and catch him, I'd ask him for a red and a white lion." "I'd rather have peacocks," said Harriet, his eyes on the fire. "What would you choose, Ambrose?" asked Hob. "Nothing," said he, "but it's the hardest of all things to have, and I doubt if I'd get it. But what business have we to be choosing presents? That is Lionel's right before ours, for isn't his birthday next month? What will you ask of the wind for your birthday, Lal?" Then Lionel, who was getting very drowsy, smiled a sleepy smile, and said, "I'd like a farm of my own in the downs, a very little farm, with pink pigs and black cocks, and white donkeys and chestnut horses no bigger than grasshoppers and mice, and a very little well, as big as my mug to draw up my water from, and a little green paddock the size of my pocket handkerchief, and another of yellow corn, and another of crimson trefoil. And I would have a blue farm wagon no larger than Hob's shoe, and a haystack half as big as a seed cake, and a duck pond that I could cover with my platter. And I'd live there and play with it all day long, if only I knew where the wind lives, and could ask him how to get it." "Don't start till tomorrow," jested Ambrose. "Tonight you're too sleepy to find the way." Then he turned to his book, and Hugh was still at the window, and Harriet gazing into the fire. And as he felt the child's head droop in his hand, Hob picked him up in his arms and carried him to bed.
and he alone of all those brothers had made no choice, nor had they thought to ask him, so accustomed were they to see him jog along without the desires that lead men to their goals, such as Ambrose's thirst for knowledge, and Harriet's passion for beauty, and Hugh's lust for adventure, and Lionel's pursuit of delight. And yet, unknown to them all, he had a heartfelt wish, which among other things he had inherited from his mother. For on a height west of the Burg he had made a garden, where, like her, he labored to produce a perfect golden rose. But so far luck was against him, though his height, which was therefore spoken of as the gardener's hill, bloomed with the loveliest flowers of all sorts imaginable. But year by year his rose was attacked by a special pest, the nature of which he had not succeeded in discovering. Yet his patience was inexhaustible, and his brothers, who sometimes came to his garden when they needed a listener for their achieved or unachieved ambitions, never suspected that he, too, had an ambition he had not realized, for they saw only a lovely garden of his creating, where wisdom, beauty, adventure, and delight were made equally welcome by the gardener. Now, on the March day following the night of the brothers' windy talk. But suddenly Marden, with a nimble movement, stood upright on his bough, and grasping that to which the swing was attached, shook it with such frenzy that a tempest seemed to pass through the tree, and the girl shrieked and clung to the trunk, and leaves and apples flew in all directions. And Jessica, between clutching at her ropes and letting go to ward off the cannonade of fruit, gasped in a tumult of laughter and indignation. Jessica.
Have you gone mad, Master Pippin? Have you gone mad?
Marden.
Mad, Mistress Jessica, stark staring mad. March hares are pet rabbits to me.
Jessica.
Sit down this instant. Do you hear? This instant.
That's better. What fun it was! Ha! You thought you could shake me off, but you didn't. Are you still mad?
Marden.
Melancholy mad, since you will not let me rave.
Jessica.
You are the less dangerous, but I hate you to be melancholy.
Marden.
It is no one's fault but yours. How can I be jolly when my story upsets you?
Jessica.
How do you know it upsets me?
Marden.
You put out your tongue at me.
Jessica.
Did I?
Marden.
Yes, without reason. So what could I do but whistle mine to the winds?
Jessica.
You were too hasty, for I had my reason.
Marden.
If it was a good one, I'll whistle mine back again.
Jessica.
It was this, that no man in a love tale should be wiser or braver or more beautiful or more happy than the hero, or how can he be the hero? Yet I am sure Hob is the hero and none of the others, because he is the only one old enough to be married.
Marden.
Ambrose is 19 and will very soon be 20.
Jessica.
What's 19 or even 20 in a man? Fie! A man's not a man till he comes of age, and the hero's not Ambrose for all his wisdom, though wisdom becomes a hero, nor Harriet for all his beauty, though a hero should be beautiful, nor Hugh, who will one day be brave enough for any hero, though now he's but a boy, nor the happy Lionel, who is only a child, yet I love a gay hero. It's none of these, full though they be of the qualities of heroes. And here is your Hob, with nothing to show but a fondness for roses.
Marden.
You deserve to be stood in a corner for that nothing, Mistress Jessica. Your reason was such a bad one that I see I must return to sense, if only to teach you a little of it. Did I not say Hob had a loving heart?
Jessica.
But he was plain and simple and patient and contented. Are these things for a hero?
Marden.
Mistress Jessica, I will ask you a riddle. What is it? Oh, but first, I take it you love apple trees?
Jessica.
Who doesn't?
Martin. What is it, then, you love in an apple tree? Is it the dancing of the leaves in the wind? Is it the boldness of the boughs, or perhaps the loveliness of the flower in spring, or again the fruit that ripens of the flower amongst the leaves on the boughs? What is it you love in an apple tree?
Jessica.
All riddles are traps. I must consider before I answer.
Martin. You shall consider until the conclusion of my story, and not till you are satisfied that many things can be contained in one will I require your solution. And as for traps, it is always the solver of riddles who lays his own trap, by looking all round the question and never straight at it. Put on your thinking cap, I beg, while I go on babbling. On the March day following the brothers' talk, continued Martin, Lionel was missing. It was some time before his absence was noticed, for Hob was in his distant garden, and Ambrose among his books, and Harriet had ridden north to the market town to buy stuff for a jerkin, and Hugh had run south to the sea to watch the ships. So Lionel was left to his own devices, and what they were none tried to guess till evening, when the brothers met again, and he was not there. Then there was hue and cry among the hills, but to no purpose. The child had vanished like a cloud, and the month wore by, and their hearts grew heavier day by day. It was in the last week of March that Hugh one morning came red-eyed to his brothers and said, "I am going away, and I will not come back until I have found Lionel, for I can't rest." "None of us can do that," said Ambrose, "and we have searched and sent messengers everywhere. You are too young to go alone." "I am nearly 14, said Hugh, "and stronger than Harriet, and even than you, Ambrose, and I can take care of myself, and Lionel too. There are more ways than one to seek, and I'll go my way while you go yours, but I will find him or die." And he looked with defiance at Ambrose, and then turned to Hob and said doggedly, "I'm going, Hob." Hob, who himself sought the hills unwearyingly day after day, and then sat up 3 parts of the night attending to the duties of the burg, said, "Go, and God bless you." And Hugh's mouth grew less set, and he kissed his brothers, and put his knife in his belt, and took food in his wallet, and walked out of the burg. He followed the grass track to the north, and had walked less than half an hour, when the wind took his cap, and blew it into the middle of a pond, where it lay soddening out of reach. So he took off his shoes and walked into the pond to fetch it out, stirring up the yellow mud in thick soft clouds. But as he stooped to grab his cap, something else stirred the mud in the middle, and a body heaved itself sluggishly into view. At first Hugh thought it must be the body of a sheep that had tumbled into the water, but to his amazement the sulky head of an old man appeared. He was barely distinguishable from the mud out of which he had risen.
"Drat the boys," said the muddy man. "Will they never be done with disturbing the newts and me? Drat 'em, I say."
"Who are you?" demanded Hugh, staring with all his might.
"Jerry, I am, and this is my pond. Why can't you leave me in peace?"
"The wind took my cap," said Hugh.
"Findings keepings," said the muddy man, taking the cap himself, "and windfalls on this water is mine. So I'll keep your cap, and it's the second wind's brought me this March. And if you're in want of another, you'd best go to where Wind lives and ask him for it like t'other one. But he said he'd ask for a toy farm instead."
"A toy farm?" shouted Hugh.
"Go away, and don't deafen a body,"
said Jerry, and prepared to sink again. But Hugh caught him by the hair and said fiercely, "Keep my cap if you like, but I won't let you go until you tell me where my brother went."
"Your brother, was it?" growled the muddy man. "He went to High and Over, dancing like a sunbeam."
"What's High and Over?"
"Where Wind lives."
"Where's that?"
"Find out," mumbled the muddy man.
And he wriggled himself out of Hugh's clutch, and buried himself like a monstrous newt in the mud. And though Hugh groped and fumbled shoulder deep, he could not feel a trace of him.
But, said he, there's at least a name to go on. And he got out of the pond, and went in search of High and Over. And his brothers waited in vain for his return, and the heaviness of 4 hearts was now divided between 3, and doubled because of another brother lost. But on the 1st of April, which was Lionel's birthday, Lionel came back. Or rather, Hob found him in a valley north of his garden hill, when he was wandering on one of his forlorn searches. And when he found him, Hob could not believe his eyes, for the child was sitting in the middle of the prettiest plaything in the world. It was a tiny farm, covering perhaps 1/4 of an acre, with minute barns and yards and stables and pygmy livestock in the little pastures, and hand-high crops in the little meadows, and smoke came from the tiny chimney of the farmhouse, and Lionel was drawing water from a well in a bucket the size of a thimble. And all the colors were so bright and painted that the little farmstead seemed to have been conceived of the gayest mind on earth. But through his amazement, Hob had no thought except for the child, and he ran calling him by his name. But Lionel never looked up. And then Hob lifted him in his arms and embraced him closely, but the child did not respond. Then Hob looked at him anxiously, and was so shocked that he forgot the strange, blithe little farm entirely. For Lionel was as wan and wasted as though he had been through a fever, and his rosy face was white, and his merry eyes were melancholy. And suddenly, as Hob clasped him, he flung his arms round his big brother's neck, and buried his face in his bosom, and wept bitterly. Then Hob tried to soothe and comfort him, asking him little questions in a coaxing voice. Where has the child been? Why did he run away and leave us? Where did he get this pretty, wonderful toy? Is he hurt or hungry? Does he remember it is his birthday? There will be presents for him at the burg, and a cake for tea. Did Hugh bring him home? Has he seen Hugh? Lol, lol, where is Hugh? But Lionel answered none of these questions. He only sobbed, and suddenly slipped out of Hob's arms, and began to play once more with his farm, while the tears ran down his thin cheeks. Presently he let Hob take him home, and there Harriet and Ambrose rejoiced and sorrowed over him, for he would scarcely speak or eat, and only shook his head at their questions. At Hugh's name his tears flowed twice as fast, but he would tell them nothing of him. Very soon Hob carried him to bed, and in undressing him, noticed that he had no shirt. This, too, Lionel would not explain, and Hob ceased troubling him with talk, and knelt and prayed by him, and laid him down to sleep, hoping that in the morning he would be better. But morning brought no change. Lionel from that day was given up to grief. Each morning he went dejectedly to play with his marvelous toy in the valley, but how he came by it he would not say. Towards the end of April, Harriet came to Hob and Ambrose and said, I cannot bear this. Lionel is home, and we are none the better for it, and Hugh is gone, and we are all the worse. Hugh is capable of looking after himself, yet perhaps danger has befallen him, and even if not, he will roam the country fruitlessly for months, and it may be years, since Lionel is restored, and he does not know it. The bird can spare me better than it can you, and I will ride abroad and see if I can find him, and return in 7 days, whether or no. So they embraced him, and he departed. But at the end of 7 days he did not appear, and Ambrose and Hob were dismayed at his vanishing like the others, and so heavy a gloom descended on the burg that each could scarcely have endured it without the other. And every day they went forth in search of Hugh and Harriet, or traces of them, but found none. Then it happened that on the 1st of May, which was Hugh's birthday, Hob, wandering further north than usual, to the brow of the great ridge east of the Ouse, heard a wild roaring and bellowing on the downs. Or rather, it was 2 separate roarings, as you may sometimes hear two separate storms thundering at once over two ranges of hills. And in astonishment he went first to Beddingham, and there, bound by an iron chain to a stake beside a pond, he found a mighty lion, as white as a young lamb. But he had not a lamb's meekness, for he ramped and raved in a great circle around the stake, and his open throat set in his shaggy mane looked like the red sun seen upon white mist. Hob rubbed his eyes and turned towards Ilford, where the second roaring sought to outdo the first. And there, beside another pond, he found another stake and chain, and a lion exactly similar, except that he was as red as a rose. But he had not a rose's sweetness, for he snarled and leaped with fury at the end of his chain, and his flashing teeth under his red muzzle looked like the blossom of the scarlet runner. And then, turning about for an explanation of these wonders, Hob saw what drove them from his mind. The figure of Hugh, crouched in a little hollow, and shaking like a leaf. Hob ran towards him with a shout, and at the shout Hugh leaped to his feet, with the eyes of a hunted hare, and looked on all sides, as though seeking where to hide. But Hob was soon beside him, with his arm round the boy's shoulder, and gazing earnestly into his face. "Why, lad," said he, "do you not know me again?" Hugh stole a glance at him, and suddenly smiled and nodded, and tried to answer, but could not for the chattering of his teeth, and he clung hard to his brother's side, and shuddered from head to foot. "Are you ill, Hugh?" Hob asked him, bewildered at the boy's unlikeness to himself. "No, Hob," said Hugh, "but need we stay here now?" "Why, no," said Hob gently. "We will go when you like. Where do these beasts come from?" Hugh set his lips and began to move away. Hob went beside him and said, "Lionel is home, but Harriet is lost. Have you seen Harriet?" Hugh hesitated, and then stammered, "No, I have not seen him." And Hob knew that he had lied, Hugh, who had always been as fearless of the truth as of anything else. So after that he asked no more, fearing to get another lie for an answer. And he led Hugh home, supporting him with his arm, for he was full of fits and starts and shiverings. If a lump of chalk rolled under his shoe, he blanched and cried, "What's that?" And once when a field mouse ran across the path, he swooned. Then Hob, opening his tunic at the neck, saw that nothing was between it and his body, for he, like Lionel, was without his shirt. They got back to the burg, and Hob found Ambrose and told him how it was. And Ambrose came to Hugh and talked with him, and turned away with knitted brows, for here was a puzzle not dealt with in his books. And May went by in miserable fashion, with Lionel spending the days in playing mournfully beside his farm, and Hugh in cowering abjectly between his lions. And sometimes Ambrose and Hob, after searching for Harriet or news of him, or spending their spirits in endeavouring to harden their two brothers, or to elicit from them something that should give them the key to the mystery, would meet in Hob's hill garden, where seemed to be the only peace and loveliness left upon earth. And Hob would weed and tend his neglected flowers, and they bloomed for him as though they knew he loved them, as indeed they did. Only his golden rose-tree would not flourish, but this small sorrow was unguessed by Ambrose. One evening, as they sat in the garden in the last week of May, Ambrose said to his brother, "I have been thinking, Hob, that at all costs Harriet must be found, and not for his own sake only. He is younger than we, and nearer in spirit to the boys, and he may be able to help them as we cannot. For if this goes on, Hugh will die of his fears, and Lionel of his melancholy. You must stay and administer our affairs as usual, and look after the boys, and I will go further afield in search of Harriet." Hob was silent for a moment, and then he sighed and said, "No good has come of these seekings. Our lads returned of themselves, as Harriet may, and their return was worse than anything we feared of their absence, as if he come back, I pray Harriet's will not be. And for you, Ambrose—" But then he paused, not saying what was in his mind. And Ambrose said, "Do not be afraid for me. These boys are young, and I am older than my years. And though I cannot face danger with a stouter heart than our brothers, I can perhaps see into it a little further than they. And foresight is sometimes a still better tool than courage." Then he took Hobb's hand in his, and they gripped with the grip of men who love each other. And Ambrose went out of the garden, and Hobb was left alone. For Hugh and Lionel were companions to none but themselves. But on the 1st of June, Hobb, coming to the gate of his garden, saw with surprise a peacock strutting on the hill-brow, his fan spread in the sun, a lustre of green and blue and gold, and behind him was another, and further south 3 more. So Hobb went out to look at them, and found not 5 but 50 peacocks sweeping the downs with their heavy trains, or opening and shutting them like gigantic magical flowers. Following the throng of birds, he came shortly to a barn already known to him, but he had never seen it as he saw it now. For the roof was crowded with peacocks, and peacocks strayed in flocks within and without. And sitting in the doorway was Harriet, the sight of whom so overjoyed his brother that Hobb forgot the 1,000 peacocks in the one man. And he made speed to greet him, but within a few yards halted full of doubt. For was this Harriet? He had Harriet's air and attitude, yet the grace was gone from his body. And Harriet's features surely, but the beauty had melted away like morning dew. And his dress, which had always been orderly and beautiful, was neglected, so that under the half-laced jerkin, Hobb saw that he was shirtless. Yet after the first moment's shock, he knew this gaunt and ugly youth was Harriet. And Harriet, seeing his coming, hung his head, and made a shamed movement of retreat into the shadow of the barn. But Hobb hurried to him, and took him by the shoulders, and beheld him with the eyes of love, which always find its object beautiful. Then the flush faded from Harriet's haggard cheeks, and he looked as full at Hobb as Hobb at him. And as at the steadfast meeting of eyes men see no longer the physical appearance, but for an eternal instance the appearance of the soul, these brothers knew that they were to each other what they had always been. And Harriet saw that Hobb was full of questions, and he laid his hand over Hobb's mouth and said, "Hobb, do not ask me anything, for I can tell you nothing." "Neither of yourself nor of Ambrose?" said Hobb. "Nothing," repeated Harriet. So Hobb left his questions unspoken, and as they went home together, told Harriet of Hugh's return, and what had happened to him. And Harriet heard it without comment. And in the evening, when Lionel and Hugh returned, they had nothing to say to Harriet, nor he to them. And it seemed to Hobb that this was because, between these 3, everything was understood. End of Part 1 of Open Winkins. Section 16 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Open Winkins, continued. It was a lonely June for Hobb, with his eldest brother away, and the 3 others spending all their days beside their strange possessions, which brought them no tittle of joy. And had it not been for his garden, he would have felt utterly bereft. Yet here, too, failure sat heavily on his heart. For on many a night he saw upon his bush a bud that promised perfection to come, and in the morning it hung dead and rotten on its stem. So the month wore on, and Hobb began to feel that the burg, where now his brothers only came to sleep, was a dead shell, too desolate to inhabit if Ambrose did not soon return. And he was impelled to go in search of him,
yet decided to remain until Ambrose's birthday had dawned, for had not their birthdays brought his 3 youngest brothers home? And it might be so with Ambrose. And so it was. For on the 1st of July, before going to his garden, he stayed at Harriet's barn to try to induce him to leave his peacocks for once, and spend the day with him in search of Ambrose. But Harriet, who was feeding his fowl, never looked up, and said sadly, "What need to seek Ambrose today? Ambrose has returned." "Have you seen him?" cried Hob joyfully. "Early this morning," said Harriet. "Where?" "Down yonder in Poverty Bottom," said Harriet, pointing south of his barn to a hollow that went by that name. For there was a dismal habitation that had fallen into decay, a skeleton of a hut with only 2 rotting walls, and a riddled thatch for a roof. And it was worse than no habitation at all, for what might have been a green and lovely vale was made desolate and rank with disused things, rusting among the lumber of bricks and nettles. It was enough to have been there once, never to go again. And Hob had been there once. But now, at Harriet's tidings, he ran down the hill a second time, as though it led to paradise, calling Ambrose as he went. And getting no answer, he began to fear that either Harriet was mistaken, or Ambrose had gone away. His fears were unfounded, for coming to the bottom he found Ambrose. Yet he had to look twice to make sure it was he. For he was dressed only in rags, and less in rags than nakedness. And his skin was dirty, and his hair unkempt. He was stooping about the ground gathering flints, which he dropped into a battered pail he had found among the litter. But as the pail had no bottom, the flints dropped through, and a small trail of them marked his passage over the rank grass. Hob strode towards him with dread in his bosom, and laid his hand on Ambrose's wild head, saying his name again. And at this his brother looked up, and eyed him childishly, and said, "Who is Ambrose?" And then the dread in Hob took a definite shape, and he saw with horror that Ambrose had lost his wits. At that knowledge, and the sight of his neglected body and pitiful, foolish smile, Hob turned away and sobbed. But Ambrose, with a little random laugh, continued to drop flints in his bottomless bucket, and no word of Hob's could win him from that place. Then Hob went back to the burg alone, and buried his face in his hands, and thought. He thought of the evil which had fallen upon his house, the nature of which was past his brother's telling, and far beyond his guessing. And he said to himself, "I have done the best I could in governing the affairs of the burg and of our people since the others were younger than I. But I see I have been selfish, keeping safety for my portion while they went into danger. And now there is none to set this evil right but I, and if I can, I must follow the way they went, and do better than they at the end of it. And if I fail, as how should I succeed where they have not? And if, like them, I too must suffer the dreadful loss of a part of myself, let it be so, and I shall at least fare as they have fared, and we will share an equal fate. Though what I have to lose I know not, to match their bright and noble qualities." Then he called his steward, and gave all the affairs of the burg into his hands, and bade him have an eye to his brothers as far as possible, and to consult Harriet in any need, since he was the only one who could in the least be relied on. And then he walked out of the burg as he was, and went where his feet took him. He had not been walking half an hour, when a sudden blast of wind tore the cap from his head, and blew it into the very middle of a pond. Now the pond was exceedingly muddy, and as it seemed to Hob, rather deep, and he was wondering whether his old cap were worth waiting for, and had almost decided to abandon it, when he saw a skinny yellow arm, like a frog's leg, stretch up through the water, and a hand that dripped with slime grope for his cap. With 3 strides he was in the pond, and he caught the cap and the hand together in his fist. The hand writhed in his, but Hob was too strong for it,
and with a mighty tug he dragged first the shoulder and then the head belonging to the hand into view. They were the shoulder and head of the muddy man whom you, dear maidens, have seen once before in this tale, but whom Hob had never seen till then. And Jerry said, "Drat these losers of caps! Will they never be done with disturbing the newts and me? 'Tis the 5th in a summer, and first there's one with a step like a wagtail, and next there's one as bold as a hawk, and after him one as comely as a wild swan, and last one was as wise as an owl. And now there's this one, with nothing particular to him, but he grips as hard as all the rest rolled into one. Drat these cap-losers!" Then Hob, who for all his surprise to begin with, and his increase of excitement as the muddy creature spoke, had never slackened his grasp, said, "Old man, you are welcome to my cap, if you will tell me what happened to the wearers of the 4 other caps after they left you." "How do I know what happened to 'em?" growled the muddy man, "for they all went to High and Over, and after that 'twas nobody's business but Wynne's, who lives there." "Where's High and Over?" said Hob. "Find out," said the muddy man, and gave a wriggle that did him no good. "I will," said Hob, "for you shall tell me." And he looked so sternly at the muddy man that Jerry cringed, moaning, "I thought by his voice 'twas a turtle, but I see by his eye 'tis an eagle. If you must know, you must. And south of Cradle Hill, that's south of Pincham, that's south of Hobbs Haugh, that's south of the Burg, that's south of this pond, is where High and Over is. And I'll thank you to let me go." Nevertheless, when Hob released him, Jerry forgot the thanks, and disappeared into the mud, taking the cap with him. But Hob did not care for his thanks. He hurried south as fast as his feet would carry him, going by the places he knew, and then by those he did not, till he came at nightfall to High and Over. And on High and Over a great wind was blowing from all the 4 quarters of heaven at once, and Hob was caught up in the crossways of the wind, and turned about and about till he was dizzy, and all his thoughts were churning in his brain, so that he could not tell one from the other. And at the very crisis of the churning, a voice in the wind from the north roared in his ear, "What do you want that you lack?" And a voice from the south murmured, "What is the wish of your heart?" And a voice from the west sighed, "What is it that life has not given you?" And a voice from the east shrieked, "What will you have, and lose yourself to have?" And Hob forgot his brothers, and why he was there. He forgot everything but the dream of his soul, which had been churned uppermost in that turmoil, and he cried aloud, "A golden rose!" Then the 4 voices together roared and murmured and sighed and shrieked, "Open Winkins! Open Winkins! Open Winkins! Open Winkins!" And the tumult ceased with a shock, and the shock of silence overwhelmed Hob with sickness and darkness, and his senses deserted him. As he became unconscious, he seemed to be, not falling to earth, but rising in the air. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on his back in a strange world, a world of trees, whose noble trunks rose up as though they were columns of the sky, but their heaven was a green one, shutting out daylight, yet enclosing a luminous, haunted air of its own. Such forests were unknown in Hob's open, barren land, and this alone would have made his coming to his senses appear rather to be a coming away from them. But he scarcely noticed his surroundings, he was only vaguely aware of them, as the strange and beautiful setting of the strangest and most beautiful thing he had ever seen. For he was looking into the eyes of the loveliest woman in the world. She was bending above him, tall and slim and supple, her perfect body clad in a deep black gown, the hem and bosom of which were embroidered with celandines, and it had a golden belt and was lined with gold, as he could see when the loose sleeves fell open on her round and slender arms. And the bodice of her gown hung a little away from her stooping body, and was embroidered inside as well as outside with celandines, which made reflections on her white neck, as they will on a pure pool, where they lean to watch their April loveliness. Her skin was as creamy as the petals of a burnet rose, and her eyes were the color of peat smoke, and her hair was as soft as spun silk, and fell in two great shining waves of the purest gold over her bosom as she bent above him, and lay on the earth like golden grass on green water. A tress of the hair had flowed across his hand, and about her small fine head it was bound with a black fillet, a narrow coil so sleek and glossy that it was touched with silver lights, and this intense blackness made the gold of her head more dazzling. And Hob lay there bewildered under the spell of her loveliness, asking nothing but to lie and gaze at it forever. But presently, as he did not move, she did, sinking upon her knees, and stooping closer so that her breast nearly rested on his own, and she put her white hand softly on his forehead, and the smoke of her eyes was washed with tears that did not fall, and she said in a tremulous voice that fell on his ears like music heard in a dream, "O stranger, if you are not dying, speak and move." Then Hob raised himself slowly on his elbow, and as she did not stir, their faces were brought very close together, and not for an instant had they taken their eyes from each other. And he said in a low voice, not knowing either his voice or his own words, "I am not dying, but I think I must be dead." And suddenly the woman broke into a rain of tears, and she sank into his arms with her own about his neck, and she wept upon his heart as though her own were breaking. After a few moments she lifted her head, and Hob bent his to meet her quivering mouth. But before his lips touched hers, she tore herself from his hold, and fled away through the trees. Hob leapt to his feet, and scarcely knowing what he said, cried, "Love, don't be afraid!" And he made no attempt to follow her, but stood where he was. He saw her halt in the distance, and turn and hesitate, and struggle with herself as to her coming or going. At last she decided for the former, and came slowly between the pillars of the trees, until she stood but a few paces from him with lowered lids. And she said sweetly, "Forgive me, stranger, but I found you here like one dead, and when you opened your eyes the fear was still on me, and when you moved and spoke the relief was too great, and I forgot myself and did what I did." Then Hob said gently, but with his heart beating on his ribs as fast as a swallow's wings beat the air, "I thought you did what you did because at that moment you knew, and I knew also, that it was your right forever to weep and to laugh on my heart, and mine to bear forever your laughing and weeping. But if it was not with you as with me, say so, and I will go away and not trouble you or your strange woods again." Then the woman came quickly to him, and seized his hands, saying, half agitated, half commanding, "It was with me as with you, and you shall stay with me forever in these woods, and I will give you the desire of your life." "And what shall I give you?" said Hob. "Whatever is nearest to yourself," she whispered, "the dearest treasure of your soul." And she looked at him with eyes full of passions which he could not fathom, but among them he saw terror. And with great tenderness he drew her once more to his heart, putting his strong and steady arms around her like a shield, and he said, "Love, whose name I do not know, what is nearer to myself than you? What dearer treasure has my soul than you? If I am to give you this, it is yourself I must give you, and I will restore to you whatever it is that you have lost through the agony in your soul. Be at peace, my love, whose name I do not know." And holding her closely to him, he bent his head and kissed her lips, and a great shudder passed through her, and then she lay still in his arms, with her strange eyes half closed, and slow tears welling between the lids, and hanging on her cheeks like the rain on the rose. And she let him quiet her with his big hands that were so used to care for flowers. Presently she lifted his right hand to her mouth and kissed it before he could prevent her. Next she drew herself a little away from him, hanging back in his arms, and gazing into his face, as though her soul were all a question, and his was the answer that she could not wholly read. And last she broke away from him with a strange laugh that ended on a sob. Hob said, "Will you not tell me what makes you unhappy?" "I have no unhappiness," she answered, and quenched her sob with a smile as strange as her laugh. "My foolish lover, are you amazed that when her hour comes a woman knows not whether she is happy or unhappy? Oh, when joy is so great that it has come full circle with pain, what wonder that laughter and weeping are one?" And Hob believed her, for ever since he had opened his eyes upon her, he had felt in his own heart more joy than he could bear, and he knew that for this there is no remedy except to find a second heart to help in the bearing. And he knew it was the same with her. But now he saw that she was free for a while from the excess of joy. And indeed these respites must happen, even to lovers, for their own sakes, lest they sink beneath the heavenly burden of their hearts. And her smile was like the diver's rise from his enchanted deeps, to take again the common breath of man. And Hob also smiled, and said, "Come now, and tell me your name. For though love needs none for its object, I think the name itself is eager to be made known, and loved beyond all other names for love's sake, as I will love yours, whatever it be." "My name," she said, "is Margaret." "It is an easy name to love," said Hob, "for its own sake." "And what is yours?" asked she. And Hob's smile broadened as he answered, "Try to love it for my sake, for it is Hob. Yet it is as fitting to me, who am as plain as my name, as your lovely name is fitting to you." She cast a quick, sly look at him, and said, "If love knows not how to distinguish between joy and pain, since all that comes from the heart of love is joy, neither can it tell the plain from the beautiful, since all that comes under the eye of love is beauty. And I will find all things beautiful in my lover, from his name to the mole on his cheek." For I know not, dear maidens, whether in describing him I had mentioned this peculiarity of Hob's. Jessica.
You hadn't described him at all."
Martin. Well, now the omission is remedied. Jessica.
"Oh, fie! As though it were enough to say the man had a mole on his left cheek."
Martin. Dear Mistress Jessica, did I say it was his left cheek? Jessica.
Why, where else would it be?"
Martin. Nowhere else, on my honor. It was his left cheek. Then Hob said to Margaret, "What place is this?"
"It is called Open Winkins," said she,
and at the name he started to his feet, remembering much that he had forgotten. She looked at him anxiously and cajolingly, and said, "You are not going away?" But he hardly heard her question. "Margaret," he said, "I have come from a place that may be far or near, for I do not know how I came, but I think it must be far, since I never saw this forest or even heard of it till a moment before my coming. But I am seeking a clue to a trouble that has come upon me this year, and I think the clue may be here. And now tell me, have you, in these last 4 months, seen in these woods anything of 4 people that are my brothers? A child that once was merry, and a boy that once was brave, and a youth that once was beautiful, and a young man that once was wise. Have these ever been to Open Winkins?" Margaret looked at him thoughtfully, and said, "If they have, I have not seen them here, and I think they could not have been here without my knowledge, for no one lives here but I, and I live nowhere else." Hob sighed, and said, "I had hoped otherwise, for, dear, I cannot rest until I have helped them." Then he told her as much as he knew of his 4 brothers, and her face clouded as he spoke, and her eyes looked hurt and angry by turns, and her beautiful mouth turned sulky. So then Hob put his arm round her and said, "Do not be too troubled, for I know I shall presently find the cause and cure of these boys' ills." But Margaret pushed his arm away, and rose restlessly to her feet, and paced up and down, muttering, "What do I care for these boys? It is not for them I am troubled, but for myself and you." "For us," said Hob. "How can trouble touch us who love each other?" At this, Margaret threw herself on the grass beside him, and laid her head against his knee, and drew his hands to her, pressing them against her eyes and lips and throat and bosom, as though she would never let them go. And through her kisses she whispered passionately, "Do you love me? Do you truly love me? Oh, if you love me, do not go away immediately. For I have only just found you, but your brothers have had you all their lives. And presently you shall go where you please for their sakes, but now stay a little in this wood for mine. Stay a month with me, only a month. Oh, my heart, is a month much to ask, when you and I found each other but an hour ago? For this time of love will never come again, and whatever other times there are to follow, if you go now you will be shutting your eyes upon the lovely dawn, just as the sun is rising through the colors. And when you will return perhaps to love's high noon, but you will have missed the dawn forever." And then she lifted her prone body a little higher, until it rested once more in the curve of his arm against his heart, and she lay with her white face upturned to his, and her dark, soft eyes full of passion and pleading, and she put up her fingers to caress his cheek and whispered, "Give me my little month, oh my heart, and at the end of it I will give you your soul's desire." And not Hob, or any man, could have resisted her. So he promised to remain with her in Open Winkens, and not to go farther on his quest till the next moon. And indeed, with all time before and behind him, it did not seem much to promise, nor did he think it could hurt his brother's case. But the kernel of it was that he longed to make the promise, and could not do otherwise than make the promise, and so, in short, he made the promise. Then Margaret led him to 2 small lodges on the skirts of the forest. They were made of round logs, with moss and lichen still upon them, and they were overgrown with the loveliest growths of summer, with blackberry blossoms, a wonderful ghostly white, spread over the bushes like fairies' linen out to dry, and wild roses more than were in any other lover's forest on earth, and the maddest, sweetest confusion of honeysuckle you ever saw. Within, the rooms were strewn with green rushes, and hung with green cloths, on which Margaret had embroidered all the flowers and berries in their seasons, from the first small violets, blue and white, to the last spindleberries, with their orange hearts splitting their rosy rinds. And there was nothing else under each roof but a round beech stump for a stool, and a coffer of carved oak with metal locks, and a low mattress stuffed with lamb's fleece picked from the thorns, and pillows filled with thistledown, and each couch had a green covering worked with water-lily leaves and white and golden lilies. "These are the Pilly-green lodges," said she, "and one is mine and one is yours, and when we want cover we will find it here, but when we do not we will eat and sleep in the open." And so the whole of that July Hob dwelt in the Pilly-green lodges in Open Winkens with his love Margaret. And by the month's end they had not done their talking. For did not a young lifetime lie behind them, and did they not foresee a longer life ahead, and between lovers must not all be told and dreamed upon? And beyond these lives and time, which were theirs in any case, had not love opened to them a timeless life, of which inexhaustible dreams were to be exchanged, not always by words, though indeed by their mouths, and by the speech of their hands and arms and eyes?
Hob told her all there was to tell of the Burg and his life with his brothers, both before and after their tragedies. But he did not often speak of them, for it was a tale she hated to hear, and sometimes she wept so bitterly that he had ado to comfort her, and sometimes was so angry that he could hardly conciliate her. But such was his own gentleness, that her caprices could withstand it no more than the shifting clouds the sun. And Margaret told him of herself, but her tale was short and simple. That her parents had died in the forest when she was young, and that she had lived there all her life, working with her needle, twice yearly taking her work to the cathedral town to sell, and with the proceeds buying what she needed, and other cloths and silk and gold with which to work. She opened the coffer in Hob's lodge, and showed him what she did. Veils that she had embroidered with cobwebs hung with dew, so that you feared to touch them, lest you should destroy the cobweb and disperse the dew. And girdles thick set with flowers, so that you thought Spring herself on a warm day had loosed the girdle from her middle and lost it. And gowns worked like the feathers of a bird, some like the plumage on the wood-dove's breast, and others like a jay's wing. And there was a pair of blue slippers, so embroidered that as they appeared and disappeared beneath a flowing skirt with reeds and sallows rising from a hem of water, you thought you had seen kingfishers. And there were tunics overlaid with dragonflies' wings, and their delicate jointed bodies of green and black and yellow, and chalk-hill blue. And caps all gay with autumn berries, scarlet rose-hips and wine-red haws, and the bright bryony, and spindle with its twofold gaiety. And one cap was all of wild clematis, with the vine of the traveller's joy twined round the brim, and the cloud of the old man's beard upon the crown. And Hob said, "It is magic. Who taught you to do this?" And Margaret said, "Open Winkins." Early in their talks he told her of his garden, and of the golden rose he tried to grow there, and of his failures. And Margaret knew by his voice and his eyes, more than by his words, that this was the wish of his heart. And she smiled and said, "Now I know with what I must redeem my promise, yet I think I shall be jealous of your golden rose." And Hob, lifting a wave of her glittering hair, and making a rose of it between his fingers, asked, "How can you be jealous of yourself?" "Yet I think I am," said she again, "for it was something of myself you promised to give me presently, and I would rather have something of you." "They are the same thing," said Hob, and he twisted up the great rose of her hair till it lay beside her temple under the ebony fillet. And as his hand touched the fillet he looked puzzled, and he ran his finger round its shining blackness, and exclaimed, "But this too is hair." Margaret laughed her strange laugh, and said, "Yes, my own hair, you discoverer of open secrets." And putting up her hands she unbound the fillet, and it fell, a slender coil of black, amongst the golden flood of her head, like a serpent gliding down the sun-glade on a river. "Why is it like that?" said Hob simply. With one of her quick changes, Margaret frowned and answered, "Why is the black yew set with little lamps? Why does a black cloud have an edge of light? Why does a blackbird have white feathers in his body? Must things be all dark or all light?" And she stamped her foot, and turned hastily away, and began to do up her hair with trembling hands. And Hob came behind her and kissed the top of her head. She turned on him, half angrily, half smiling, saying, "No, for you do not like my black lock." And Hob said very gravely, "I will find all things beautiful in my beloved, from her black lock to her blacker temper." Margaret shot a swift look at him, and saw that he was laughing at her with an echo of her own words, and she flung her arms about him, laughing too. "Oh, Hob," said she, "you pluck out my black temper by the roots." End of Part 2 of Open Winkins.
Section 17 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Open Winkins, continued. So with teasing and talking and quarreling and kissing and ever-growing love, July came near its close. And as love discovers or creates all miracles in what it loves, Hob for pure joy grew light of spirit, and laughed and played with his beloved, till she knew not whether she had given her heart to a child or a man. And again, when the happiness that was in his soul shone through his eyes, he was so transfigured, that gazing on his beauty, she knew not whether she had received the heart of a man or a god. And the truth was that at this time Hob was all three, since love, dear maidens, commands a region that extends beyond both birth and death, and includes all that is mortal in all that is eternal. And as for Margaret, she was all things by turns, sometimes as gay as sunbeams, so that Hob could scarcely follow her dancing spirit, but could only sun himself in the delight of it. And sometimes she was full of folly and daring, and made him climb with her the highest trees, and drop great distances from bough to bough, mocking at all his fears for her, though he had none for himself. And sometimes when he was downcast, as happened now and then for thinking on his brothers, she forgot her jealousy in tenderness of his sorrow, and made him lean his head upon her breast, and talk to him low as a mother to her baby, words that perhaps were only words of comfort, yet seemed to him infinite wisdom, as the child believes of its mother's tender speech. And at all times she was lovelier than his dreams of her. Not once in this month did Hob go out of the forest, which was confined on the north and northwest by big roads running to the world, and on all other sides by slopes of downland. But whenever in their wanderings they arrived at any of these boundaries, Margaret turned him back and said, "I do not love the open. Come away." But on the last day of the month they came upon a very narrow neck of the treeless down, a green ride carved between their wood and a dark plantation that lay beyond, so close as to be almost a part of Open Winkins, but for that one little channel of space. And Hob pointed to it and said, "That's a strange place. Let us go there." "No," said Margaret. "But is it not our own wood?" "How can you think so?" she said petulantly. "Do you not see how black it is in there? How can you want to go there? Come away." "What is it called?" asked Hob. "The Red Copse," said she. "Why?" asked Hob. "I don't know," said she. "Have you never been there?" asked Hob. "No, never. I don't like it. It frightens me." And she clung to him like a child. "Oh, come away." She was trembling so that he turned instantly, and they went back to the Pilly Green lodges, getting wild raspberries for supper on the way. And after supper they sang songs, one against the other, each sweeter than the last, and told stories by turns, outdoing each other in fancy and invention, and at last went happily to bed. But Hob could not sleep, for in the night a wind came up and blew 4 times round his lodge, shaking it once on every wall. And it stirred in him the memory of High and Over, and with the memory misgivings that he could not name. And he rose restlessly from his couch and went out under the troubled moon, for a windy rack of clouds was blowing over the sky. But through it she often poured her amber light, and by it Hob saw that Margaret's door was blowing on its hinges. He called her softly, but he got no answer, and then he called more loudly, but still she did not answer. "She cannot be sleeping through this," said Hob to himself, and with an uneasy heart he stood beside the door and looked into the lodge. And she was not there, and the couch had not been slept on, but on it lay her empty dress, its gold and black all tumbled in a heap, and on top of it was an embroidered smock. And something in the smock attracted him, so that he went quickly forward to examine it. And he saw that it was Harriet's shirt that had been cut and changed and worked all over with peacock's feathers. And he stood staring at it, astounded and aghast. Recovering himself, he turned to leave the lodge, but stumbled on the open coffer, hanging out of which was a second smock. And this one had 2 lions worked on the back and front, and one was red and the other white, and the smock had been Hugh's shirt. Then Hob fell on the coffer and searched its contents till he had found Lionel's little shirt, fashioned into a linen vest, with a tiny border of fantastic animals dancing round it, pink pigs and black cocks, and white donkeys and chestnut horses. And last of all he found the shirt of Ambrose, tattered and frayed, and every tatter was worked at the edge with a different hue, and here and there small mocking patches of colour had been stitched above the holes. And at each discovery the light in Hob's eyes grew calmer, and the beat of his heart more steady. And he walked out of the Pilly-Green Lodge, and as straight as his feet would carry him, across open Winkens and the Green Ride, and into the Red Copse. As he went, he shut down the dread in his heart of what he should find there. For, said Hob to himself, I shall need more courage now than I have ever had. It was black in the Red Copse, with a blackness blacker than night, and the wild races of moonlight that splashed the floors of open Winkens were here unseen. But a line of ruddy fireflies made a track on the blackness, and Hob, going as softly as he might, followed in their wake. Just before the middle of the copse, they stopped and flew away, and one by one, as each reached the point deserted by its leader, darted back, as though unable to penetrate with its tiny fire the fearful shadows that lay just ahead. But Hob went where the fireflies would not go, and he found a dark, silent hollow in the wood, where neither moon nor sun could ever come, and at the bottom of it a long straggling pool, with a surface as black as ebony, and mud and slime below. Here toads and bats and owls and nightjars had come to drink, with rats and stoats who left their footprints in the mud. And on the ground and bushes Hob saw slugs and snails, woodlice, beetles and spiders, and creeping things without number. The gloom of the place was awful, and turned the rank foliage of trees and shrubs black in perpetual twilight. But what Hob saw, he saw by a light that had no place in heaven. For kneeling beside the pool was his love Margaret, her naked body crouched and bowed among the creatures of the mud, and her 2 waves of gold were flung behind her like a smooth mantle. But the one black lock was drawn forward over her head, and she was dipping and dipping it into the dank waters. And every time she drew the dripping lock from its stagnant bath, it glimmered with an unearthly phosphorescence that shed a ghostly light upon the hollow and all that it contained. And at each dipping, the lock of hair came out blacker than before. At last she was done, and she slowly squeezed the water from her unnatural tress, and laid it back in its place among the gold. And then she stretched her arms and sighed so heavily that the crawling creatures by the pool were startled, but less startled than she, when lifting her head, she saw the eyes of Hob looking down on her. And such terror came into her own eyes that the look rang on his heart as though it had been a cry. Yet not a sound issued between her lips, and he said to himself, "Now I need more wisdom than I have ever had." And he continued to look steadily at her with eyes that she could not read. And presently he spoke. "We have some promises to redeem tonight," he said, "and we will redeem them now. You promised me my perfect golden rose, and this night I am going out of open Winkens and back to my own burg. And tomorrow, since I now know something of your power of gifts, I shall find the rose upon my hill, and in exchange for it I will keep my word and give you back yourself. But there is something more than this.
And he went a little apart, and soon came back to her with his jerkin undone, and his shirt in his hand. "You have my brother's shirts, and here is mine," he said. "To-night, when I am gone, you shall return to Open Winkins, and spend the hours in taking out the work you have put into their shirts. And in the morning, when I meet them at the Burg, I shall know if you have done this. But in exchange for theirs, I give you mine to do with as you will. And the only other thing I ask of you is this, that when you have taken out the work in their shirts, you will spend the day in making a white garment for the lady who will one day be my wife. And whatever other embroidery you put upon it, let it bear on the left breast a golden rose. And tomorrow night, if all is well at the Burg, I will come here for the last time and fetch it from you." Then Hob laid his shirt beside her on the ground, and turned and went away, and she had not even tried to speak to him. When Hob got out of the red copse, he presently found a road and followed it, hoping for the best. After a while he saw a tramp asleep in a ditch, and woke him and asked him the way to the Burg of the Five Lords. But the tramp had never heard of it. So then Hob asked the way to Firle, and the tramp said, "That's another matter," for Sussex tramps know all the beacons of the Downs, and he told him to go east. Which Hob did, walking without rest through the night and dawn and day, here and there getting a lift that helped him forward. And in his heart he carried hope like a lovely flower, but under it a quick pain like a reptile's sting that felt to him like death. And he would not give way to the pain, but went as fast and as steadily as he could. And at last, with strained eyes and aching feet, and limbs he could scarcely drag for weariness, and the dust of many miles upon his shoes and clothes, he came to his own bare country and the Burg. He rested heavily on the gate, and the first thing he saw was Lionel on the steps, laughing and playing with a litter of young puppies. And the next was Hugh, climbing the castle wall to get an arrow that had lodged in a high chink. And out of a window leaned Harriet in all his young beauty, picking sweet clusters of the Seven Sisters' roses that climbed to his room. And in the doorway sat Ambrose, with a book on his knee, but his eyes fixed on the gate. And when he saw Hob standing there, he came quickly down the steps, calling to the others, "Lionel, Hugh, Harriet, our brother has come home!" And Lionel rushed through the puppies, and Hugh dropped bodily from the wall, and Harriet leapt through the window. And the four boys clung to Hob, and kissed him and wrung his hands, and seemed as they would fight for very possession of him. And Hob, with his arms about the younger boys, and Harriet's hand in his, leaned his forehead on Ambrose's cheek, and Ambrose felt his face grow wet with Hob's tears. Then Ambrose looked at him with apprehension, and said in a low voice, "Hob, what have you lost?" And Hob understood him, and he answered in a voice as low, "My heart, but I have found my 4 brothers." And they took him in, and prepared a bath and fresh clothes for him, and a meal was ready when he was refreshed. He came among them steady and calm again, and the 3 youngest had nothing but rejoicing for him. And he saw that all memory of what had happened had been washed from them. But with Ambrose it was different, for he who had had his very mind effaced, in recovering his mind remembered all. And after the meal he took Hob aside and said, "Tell me what has happened to you." Then Hob said, "Some things happen which are between 2 people only, and they can never be told. And what has passed in this last month, dear Ambrose, is only for her knowledge and mine. But as to what is going to happen, I do not yet know." After a moment's silence, Ambrose said, "Tell me this, at least. Has she given you a gift?" "She has given me you again," said Hob. "That is different," said Ambrose. "She has given us ourselves again, and our power to pursue the destiny of our natures. But no man is another man's destiny, and it was our error to barter our own powers to another,
in exchange for the small goals our natures desired, and so we lost a treasure for a trifle. For every man's power is greater than the thing he achieves by it. But what has she given you in exchange for what she has taken from you?" And as he spoke, he looked into Hobb's gentle eyes, and thought that if he had lost his heart, it was a loss that had somehow multiplied his possession of it. "What has she given you?" he said again. "I shall not know," said Hobb, "until I have been to my garden, and I must go alone. And afterwards, Ambrose, I must ride away for another night and day, but then I will return to the Burg forever." So he got his horse and went to the gardener's hill, and his garden was blazing with flowers like a joyous welcome. But when he approached the bush on which his heart was set, he saw a great gold bloom upon it that startled him with its beauty, until, coming closer, he perceived that all the petals were rotten at the heart, and coiled in the center was a small black snake. He plucked the rose from its stem, and as he looked at it his face grew bright, and he suddenly laughed aloud for joy. And he ran out of the garden, and got on his horse, and rode with all his speed to Open Winkins. When he got there, the moon had risen over the pilly green lodges, and Margaret sat on the door of her lodge in the moonlight, putting the last stitches into her work. But when she saw him coming, she broke her thread, and rose and averted her head. Then Hobb dismounted, and came and stood beside her, and saw that in some way she was changed from the woman he knew. Margaret, still not turning to him, muttered, "Do not look at me, please, for I am ugly and unhappy and afraid and nearly mad, and here are your brother's shirts." She gave him the 4 shirts, restored to themselves. He took them silently. "And here," continued Margaret, "is her wedding smock." And Hobb took it from her, and saw that out of his own shirt, washed and bleached, she had made a lovely garment, and round it, from the hem upward, ran a climbing briar of exquisite delicacy, and with a beautiful design of spines and leaves. But the only flower upon it was a golden rose, worked on the heart of the smock in her own gold hair. And Hobb took it from her, and again said nothing. Then Margaret, with a great cry, as though her heart were breaking, gasped, "Go! Go quickly! I have done what you wanted! Go!" "Yes, dear," said Hobb, "but you must come with me." She turned then, whispering, "How can I go with you? What do you mean?" And she looked in his eyes, and saw in them such infinite compassion and tenderness that she was overwhelmed, and swayed where she stood. And then his arms, which she had never expected to feel again, closed round her body, and she lay helplessly against him, and heard him say, "Love, Margaret, you are my only love, and you worked the wedding smock only for yourself. Oh, Margaret, did you think I had another love?" She looked at him blankly, as though she could not understand, and her face was full of wonder and joy and fright. And she hung away from him, sobbing, "No, no, no, I cannot, I must not, I am not good enough." "Which of us is good enough?" said Hobb. "So then we must all come to love for help." And she cried again in an agony, "No, no, no, there is evil in me, and I lived alone and had nothing, nothing that ever lasted, for I was born on high and over in the crossways of the winds, and they were the godfathers of my birth. And all my life they have blown things to and from me, and I tried to keep what they blew me, and I gave their heart's desire to all comers, and took in exchange the best they could give me, for I thought that if it was fair for them to take, it was fair for me to take too. But nothing that I took mattered longer than a week or a day or an hour, neither laughter nor courage nor beauty nor wisdom. All were unstable till the winds blew me you. And as I looked at you lying there unconscious, something, I knew not what, seemed different from anything I had ever known.
But when you opened your eyes I knew what it was, and my heart seemed to fly from my body. And I longed, as I had never longed with the others, to give you your soul's desire. And I have tried, and I could not. I could not give you anything at all, but every hour of the day and night I seemed to be taking from you. And yet what you had to give me was never exhausted. And the evil in me often fought against you when I dreaded your knowing the truth about me, and would have lied my soul away to keep you from knowing it. And when I was jealous of your love for your brothers. So again and again I failed, when I should have thought of nothing but that you loved me as I loved you. For did I not know of my own love that it could never give you cause to be jealous, nor would ever shrink from any truth it might know of you? But now, oh, my heart, had I known, when you spoke last night of your bride, that I was she. I will never be she. I was not good enough. I fought myself in vain. And she dropped in his arms, nearly fainting.
Love, Margaret, said Hob, and the tears ran down his face. I will fight for you, yes, and you will fight for me. And if you have sacrificed joy and courage and beauty and wisdom for my sake, I will give them all to you again. And yet you must also give them to me, for they are things in which without you I am wanting. But together we can make them. And when I went to my garden this morning, I thanked God that my rose was not perfect, and that you had not taken my heart, as you had taken joy and courage and beauty and wisdom as a penalty for a gift. Their desires you could give them, and take their best in payment, but mine you could not give me in the same way. For in love there are no penalties and no payments, and what is given is indistinguishable from what is received. And he bent his head, and kissed her long and deeply, and in that kiss neither knew themselves, or even each other, but something beyond all consciousness that was both of them. Presently Hob said, Now let us go away from Open Winkens together, and I will take you to the Burg. But you must go as my bride. And Margaret, pale as death from that long kiss, withdrew herself very slowly from his arms. And her dark eyes looked strange in the moonlight, as he had never seen them, and more beautiful, with a beauty beyond beauty. And deep joy, too, was in them, and an infinite wisdom, and a strength of courage that seemed more than courage, wisdom, and joy, for they had come from the very fountain of all these things. And very slowly, with that unfading look, she took off her black gown, and put on the white bridal smock she had made. And as soon as she had put it on, she fell dead at his feet.
I think, said Martin Pippin, that you have now had plenty of time, Mistress Jessica, to ponder my riddle. Your riddle? Exclaimed Jessica. But, good heavens, bother your riddle! Get on with the story. How can I get on with it? Said Martin. It's got there.
Jocelyn.
No, no, no! Oh, it's impossible! Oh, I can't bear it! Oh, how angry I am with you!
Martin.
Dear Mistress Jocelyn, why are you so agitated?
Jocelyn.
I am not at all agitated. I am quite collected. I only wish you were as collected, for I think you must be out of your wits. How dare you leave this story where it is? How dare you?
Martin.
Dear, dear Mistress Jocelyn, what more is there to be told?
Jocelyn.
I do not care what more is to be told, only some of it must be retold. You must bring that girl instantly to life.
Joyce.
Of course you must, and explain why she died, though she mustn't die.
Jennifer.
No, indeed. And if it had to do with her black hair, you must pluck it out by the roots.
Jessica.
Yes, indeed. And you must do something about the horrible pool in the red copse, for perhaps that is what killed her.
Jane.
Oh, it is too dreadful not to have a story with a wedding in it.
and little Joan leaned out of her branch and took Martin's hand in hers and looked at him pleadingly and said nothing. "Will women never let a man make a thing in his own way?" said Martin. "Will they always be adding and changing this detail and that? For what a detail is death once lovers have kissed. However, not less than yourselves, my silly dears, was Hob overwhelmed by that downsinking of his love Margaret. And he fell on his knees beside her, and took her in his arms, and put his hand over the rose on her heart that had ceased to beat. Suddenly it seemed to him that his hand had been stung, and he drew it away quickly, his eyes on the golden rose. And where she had left it just incomplete at his coming, he saw a jet-black speck. A light broke over him swiftly, and one by one he broke the strands at the rose's heart, and under it revealed a small black snake. And as the rose had been done from her own gold locks, so the snake had been done from the one black lock in the gold. Then at last Hob understood why she had cried she was not good enough to be his bride, for she had fought in vain her last dark impulse to prepare death for the woman who should wear the bridal smock. And he understood, too, the meaning of her last wonderful look, as she took the death upon herself. And he loved her, both for her fault and her redemption of it, more than he had ever thought that he could love her. For he had believed that in their kiss love had reached its uttermost. But love has no uttermost, as the stars have no number and the sea no rest. Now at first Hob thought to pluck the serpent from her breast, but then he said, "Of what use to destroy the children of evil? It is evil itself we must destroy at the roots." And very carefully he undid her beautiful hair, and laid its 2 gold waves on either side. But the slim black tress he gathered up in his hand until he held every hair of it, and one by one he plucked them from her head. And every time he plucked a hair, the pain that had been under his heart stabbed him with a sting that seemed like death, and with each sting the mortal agony grew more acute, till it was as though the powers of evil were spitting burning venom on that steadfast heart, to wither it before it could frustrate them. But he did not falter once, and as he plucked the last hair out, Margaret opened her eyes. Then all pain leapt like a winged snake from his heart, and he forgot everything but the joy and wonder in her eyes as she lay looking up at him, and said, "What has happened to me, and what have you done?" And she saw the tress in his hand, and understood, and she kissed the hand that had plucked the evil from her. Then, her smoky eyes shining with tears, but a smile on her pale lips, she said, "Come, and we will drown that hair forever." So hand in hand they went across open winkens, and over the way that led to the red copse. And as they pushed and scrambled through the bushes, what do you think they saw? First a shimmering light round the edge of the pool, and then a sheet of moon daisies, the largest, whitest, purest blooms that ever were. And they stood there on their tall straight stems of tender green in hundreds and hundreds, guarding and sanctifying the place. It was like a dark cathedral with white lilies on the high altar. And they saw a cock blackbird wetting his whistle at the pool, and heard 2 others, and a green woodpecker chuckling in the trees close by. And they had no eyes for slimy goblin things, even if there were any, and I don't believe there were. They bound the black tress about a stone, and it sank among the reflections of the daisies in the water, there to be purified forever. And the next day he put her behind him on his horse, and they rode to the garden on the eastern hills, and found on his bush a single perfect rose. And as she had given it to him, Hob straightway plucked and gave it to her. For that
is the only way to possess a gift. And then they went together to the burg, and very soon after there was a wedding. I am now all impatience, Mistress Jessica, to hear you solve my riddle. End of Open Winkins. Section 18 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Fourth Interlude. Like contented mice, the milkmaids began once more to nibble at their half-finished apples, and simultaneously nibbled at the just-finished story. Jessica. Do, pray, Jane, let us hear what conclusions you draw from all this. Jane. I confess, Jessica, I am all at sea. The good and the evil were so confused in this tale that even now I can scarcely distinguish between black and gold. For had Margaret not done ill, who would have discovered how well Hop could do? Yet who would wish her or any woman to do ill, even for the proof of his or any man's good? Martin. True, Mistress Jane. Yet women are so strangely constructed that they have in them darkness as well as light, though it be but a little curtain hung across the sun. And love is the hand that takes the curtain down, a stronger hand than fear which hung it up. For all the ill that is in us comes from fear, and all the good from love. And where there is fear to combat, love is life's warrior. But where there is no fear, he is life's priest, and his prayer is even stronger than his sword. But men, always less aware of prayers than of blows, recognize him chiefly when he is in arms, and so are deluded into thinking that love depends on fear to prove his force. But this is a fallacy. Love's force is independent. For how can what is immortal depend on what is mortal? Yet human beings must, by the very fact of being alive at all, partake of both qualities. And strongly opposed as we shall find the complexing elements of light and darkness in a woman, still more strongly opposed shall we discover them in a man, as I presume I have no need to tell you. Jocelyn. You presume too much. The elements that go to make a man are not to our taste. Martin. My story, I hope, was so. Jocelyn. To some extent. And this pool in the red copse, is it hard to find? Martin. Neither harder nor easier than all fairies' secrets. And at certain times in summer, when the wood is altogether lovely with centaury and purple loosestrife, you can hardly miss the pool for the fairies that flock there. Joyce. What dresses do they wear? Martin. The most beautiful in the world. The dresses of white admirals, and red and silver-washed fritillaries, and pearl-bordered fritillaries, and large whites and small whites, and marbled whites and green-veined whites, and ringlets and azure blues and painted ladies and meadow browns. And they go there for a feast day in honor of some saint of the fairies' church, which Hob and Margaret also attended once yearly on each 1st of August, bringing a golden rose to lay upon the altars of the pool. And the year in which they brought it no more, 2 sulphurs, with dresses like sunlight on a charlock field, came with the rest to the moon-daisy's feast, because not once in all their years of marriage had the perfect rose been lacking. Jessica. It relieves me to hear that, for I had dreaded lest the rose was blighted forever. Jane. And I too, Jessica, especially when she died at his feet. Joan. And yet, Jane, she did not really die, and somehow I was sure she would live. Joyce. Yes, I was confident that Hob would be as happy as he deserved to be. Jennifer. I do not know why, but even at the worst, I could not imagine a love story ending in tears. Martin. Neither could I, since love's spear is for woe and his shield for joy. Why, I know of but one thing that could have lost him that battle. 3 of the milkmaids. What thing? Martin. Had the elements that go to make a man not been to Margaret's taste. Conversation ceased in the apple orchard. Jocelyn. Her taste would have been the more commendable, singer, and your tale might have been the better worth listening to. But since tales have nothing in common with truth, it's a matter of indifference to me whether Hobbs' Rose suffered perpetual blight or not. Jane. And to me. Martin. Then let the tale wilt, since indifference is a blight no story can suffer and live. And see, overhead the moon hangs undecided under a cloud, one half of her lovely body unveiled, the other half draped in a ghostly garment, lit from within by the beauties she still keeps concealed, like a maid half ready for her pillow, turned motionless on the brink of her couch by the oncoming dreams to which she so soon will wholly yield herself. Let us not linger, for her chamber is sacred, and we too have dreams that await our upyielding. Like a flock of clouds at sundown, the milkmaids made a golden group upon the grass, and soon, by their breathing, had sunk into their slumbers. All but Jessica, who instead of following their example, pushed the ground with her foot to keep herself in motion, and as she swung, she bit a strand of her hair and knitted her brows. And Martin amused himself watching her. And presently, as she swung, she plucked a leaf from the apple tree, and looked at it and let it go. And then she snapped off a twig and flung it after the leaf. And next she caught at an apple and tossed it after the twig. Well, said Martin Pippin. Don't be in such a hurry, said Jessica. She got off the swing and walked round the tree, touching it here and there. And all of a sudden she threw an arm up into the branches and leaned the whole weight of her body against the trunk and began to whistle. Give it up, said Martin Pippin. Stupid, said Jessica. I've guessed it. Impossible, said Martin. Nobody ever guesses riddles. Riddles were only invented to be given up, because the pleasure of not being guessed is so much greater than the pleasure of having guessed. Do give it up, and let me tell you the answer. Even if you know the answer, please, please give it up, for I am dying to tell it you. I shall never have saved a young man's life easier, said Jessica, and as you saved mine before the story, I suppose I ought to save yours after it. How often, by the way, have you saved a lady's life? As often as she thought herself in danger of losing it, said Martin. It happens every other minute with ladies, who are always dying to have or to do or to know this thing or that. I hope, said Jessica, I shall not die before I know everything there is to know. What a small wish, said Martin. Have you a bigger one? Yes, said he, to know everything there is not to know. Jessica. Oh, but those are the only things I do know. Martin. It is a knowledge common to women. Jessica. How do you know? Martin. I'm sure I don't know. Jessica. I don't think, Master Pippin, that you know a great deal about women. And she put out her tongue at him. Martin. Take care. I know nothing at all about women. Jessica. Why? Yet you pretend to tell love stories. Martin. Because if you do, I can't answer for the consequences. It is only by women's help that I tell them at all. Jessica. I'm not afraid of consequences. I'm not afraid of anything. Who helped you tell this one? Martin. Your courage will have to be tested. You did. Jessica. Did I? How? Martin. Because what you love in an apple tree is not the leaf, or the flower, or the bough, or the fruit. It is the apple tree. which is all of these things, and everything besides. For it is the roots, and the rind, and the sap. It is motion, and rest, and color, and shape, and scent, and the shadows on the earth, and the lights in the air. And still I have not said what the tree is that you love. For though I should recapitulate it through the 4 seasons, I should only be telling you those parts, none of which is what you love in an apple tree. For no one can love the part more than the whole, till love can be measured in pint pots. And who can measure fountains? That's the answer, Mistress Jessica. I knew you'd have to give it up. Take care, child, take care. Jessica. I won't take care. I knew the answer all the time. Martin. Then you know what your apple tree has to do with my story. Jessica. Yes, I suppose so. Martin. Please tell me. Jessica. No. Martin. But I give it up. Jessica. No. Martin. That's not fair. People who give it up must always be told, in triumph if not in pity. Jessica. I shan't tell. Martin. You don't know. Jessica. I'll box your ears. Martin. If you do. Jessica. Quarreling silly. Martin. Who began it? Jessica. You did. Men always do. Martin. Always. What was the beginning of your quarrel with men? Jessica. They say girls can't throw straight. Martin. Silly asses! I'd like to see them throw as straight as girls. Did you ever watch them at it? Men can throw straight in one direction only, but watch a girl. She'll throw straight all round the compass. Why, a man will throw straight at the moon and miss it by the 1/8 of an inch. But a girl will throw at the sun and hit the moon as straight as a die. I never saw a girl throw yet without straightway finding some mark or other. Jessica. Yes, but you can't convince a man till he's hit. Martin. Hit him then. Jessica. It didn't convince him. He said I'd missed, and he said he had hit. He wasn't convinced. Martin. Did he really say that? These men can no more talk straight than throw straight. Can you talk straight, Jessica? Jessica. Yes, Martin. Martin. Then tell me what your apple tree has to do with my story. Jessica. Bother. All right. Because wisdom and beauty and courage and laughter can all be measured in pint pots, and any or all of these things can be dipped out of a fountain. And you thought I didn't know, but I do know. Martin. Take care. Where did you get all this knowledge? Jessica. And that was why Margaret could take what she took from Lionel and Hugh and Harriet and Ambrose, because it was something measurable. Yes, because even a gay spirit can be sad at times, and a strong nerve weak, and a beautiful face ugly, and a clever brain dull. But when it came to taking what Hob had, she could take and take without exhausting it, and always have something left to give, because that wasn't measurable. And the tree is the tree, and love is never anything else but love. Martin. Oh, Jessica, who has been your schoolmaster? Jessica. And so, when she threw away her 4 pints, what did it matter, any more than when the tree loses its leaves, or its flowers, or snaps a twig, or drops its apples? For though nobody else thought them lovely, or clever, or witty, or splendid, she and Hob were so to each other, for ever and ever, because... Martin. Because? Jessica. It doesn't matter. I've told you enough, and you thought I couldn't tell you anything, and I simply hated saying it, but you thought I couldn't throw straight, and I can, and your riddle was as simple as pie. Martin. Look out, I tell you. You have thrown as straight as a die, and now I will ask you a straight question. Will you give me your key to Gillian's prison? Jessica. Yes. Martin. Because you dreaded lest Hobbs' rose was blighted forever?
Jessica.
No, because it's a shame she should be there at all.
And she gave him the key.
Martin. You honest dear.
Jessica.
You thought I was going to beg the question, didn't you, Martin?
Martin.
Put in your tongue, or...
Jessica.
Or what?
Martin. You know what. Jessica.
I don't know what.
Martin. Then you must take the consequences.
And she took the consequences on both cheeks.
Jessica.
Oh, if I had guessed you meant that, do you suppose for a moment that I would have?
Martin. You dishonest dear. Jessica.
I don't know what you mean.
Martin. How crooked girls throw.
She boxed his ears heartily and ran to her comrades. When she was perfectly safe, she turned round and put out her tongue at him. Then they both lay down and went to sleep. Martin was wakened by water squeezed on his eyelids. He looked up and saw Jocelyn wringing out her little handkerchief in the pannikin. "Let us have no nonsense this morning," said she.
"I like that," mumbled Martin. "What's this but nonsense?"
He sat up, drying his face on his sleeve.
"What a silly trick," he said.
"Rubbish," said Jocelyn. "Our master is due, and yesterday you overslept yourself and were troublesome. Go to your tree this instant."
"I shall go when I choose," said Martin.
"Maids, maids, maids!" "This instant," said Jocelyn, and dipped her handkerchief in the pannikin.
Martin crawled into the tree. "Is a dog got into the orchard, maids?" said old Gilman, looking through the hedge.
"What an idea, master!" said Jocelyn.
"I thought I seed one wagging his tail in the grass."
The girls burst out laughing. They laughed till the apples shook, and old Gilman laughed too, because laughter is catching. And then he stopped laughing and said, "Is an echo got into the orchard?" And the startled girls laughed louder than ever, and they grew red in the face, and tears stood in their eyes, and Jocelyn had to go and lean against the russet tree, where she stood frowning like a stepmother.
"'Tis well to be laughing," said old Gilman, "but have ye heard my daughter laughing yet?"
"No, master," said Jessica, "but I shouldn't wonder if it happened any day."
"Any day may be no day," groaned Gilman, "and though it were some day, as like as not I'd not be here to see the day, for I'm drinking myself into my grave, as parson warned me yesternight, coming for my receipt for mulled beer. Gillian," he implored, "when will ye think better of it, and save an old man's life?"
But for all the notice she took of him, he might have been the dog barking in his kennel.
"Bitter bread for me, maids, and sweet bread for you," said the farmer, passing the loaves through the gap. "'Tis plain fare for all these days. May the morrow bring cake."
"Oh, master, please," called Jessica, "I would like to know how Clover the Aberdeen gets on without me."
"Gets on as best she can with Oliver," said Gilman, "though that Freddy at times, 'tis as well for him she's pulled. Yet all he says is patience. But I say, will patience keep us all from rack and ruin?"
And he went away, shaking his head. "Why did you laugh?" stormed Jocelyn, as soon as he was out of earshot. "How could I help it?" pleaded Martin. "When the old man laughed because you laughed, and you laughed for another reason. Hadn't I a third reason to laugh? But how you glared at me! I am sorry I laughed. Let us have breakfast." "You think of nothing but meal-times," said Jocelyn crossly. And she carried Gillian's bread to the well-house, where she discovered only the little round top of yesterday's loaf, for every crumb of the bigger half had been eaten. So Jocelyn came away all smiles,
tossing the ball of bread in the air, and saying as she caught it,
"I do believe Gillian is forgetting her sorrow."
"I am certain of it," agreed Martin, clapping his hands. And she flung the top of the loaf to his right, and he made a great leap to the left and caught it. And then he threw it to Jessica, who tossed it to Joan, who sent it to Joyce, who whirled it to Jennifer, who spun it to Jane, who missed it. And all the girls ran to pick it up first, but Martin, with a dexterous kick, landed it in the duck pond, where the drake got it. And he and the duck squabbled over it during the next hour, while Martin and the milkmaids breakfasted on bread and apples, with no squabbling and great good spirits. After breakfast, Martin lay on his back, chewing a grass blade and counting the florets on another, whispering to himself as he plucked them one by one. And the girls watched him. He did it several times with several blades of grass, and always looked disappointed at the end.
"Won't it come right?" asked little Joan.
"Won't what come right?" said Martin.
"Oh, I know what you're doing,"
said little Joan, and she too plucked a blade and began to count.
"Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor."
"I'm sure I wasn't," said Martin. "Tailor, indeed."
"Well, something like that,"
said Joan. "Nothing at all like that. Oh, Mistress Joan, a tailor! Why, even if I were a maid like yourselves, do you think I'd give fate the chance to set me on my husband's cross knees for the rest of my life?"
"What would you do, then, if you were a maid?"
asked Joyce. "If I were a town maid," said Martin, "I should choose the most delightful husbands in the city streets." And plucking a fresh blade, he counted aloud. "Ballad singer, church bell ringer, chimney sweep, muffin man, lamplighter, king. Ballad singer, church bell ringer, chimney sweep." "There, Mistress Joyce," said Martin Pippin, "I should marry a sweep, and sit in the tall chimneys and see stars by daylight."
"Oh, let me try!"
cried Joyce. And
"Let me!"
cried 5 other voices at once. So he chose each girl a blade, and she counted her fate on it, with Martin to prompt her. And Jessica got the chimney sweep, and vowed she saw Orion's belt round the sun. And Jennifer got the lamplighter, and looked sorrowful, for she too wished to see stars in the morning. But Martin consoled her by saying that she would make the dark to shine, and set whispering lights in the fog, when men had none other to see by. And Joyce got the muffin man, and Martin told her that wherever she went, men, women, and children would run to their snowy doorsteps, for she would be as welcome as swallows in spring. And Jane got the bell ringer, and Martin said an angel must have blessed her birth, since she was to live and die with the peals of heaven in her ears. And Jocelyn got the ballad singer.
"What about ballad singers, Master Pippin?"
asked Jocelyn. "Nothing at all about ballad singers," said Martin. "They're a poor lot. I'm sorry for you." And Jocelyn threw her stripped blade away, saying,
"It's only a silly game."
But little Joan got the king. And she looked at Martin, and he smiled at her, and had no need to say anything, because a king is a king. And suddenly every girl must needs grow out of sorts with her fate, and find other blades to count, until each one had achieved a king to her satisfaction. All but Jocelyn, who said she didn't care. "You are quite right," said Martin, "because none of this applies to any of you. These are town fortunes, and you are country maids." And he plucked a new blade, reciting, "Mower, reaper, poacher, keeper, cowman, thatcher, ploughman, herd."
"How dull," said Jessica. "These are meant for every day."
"So is a husband," said Martin. "And to your town girls, who no longer see romance in a chimney sweep, your poacher's a pirate, and your shepherd a poet. Could you not find it in your heart, Mistress Jessica, to put up with a thatcher?"
"That's enough of husbands,"
said Jessica. "Then what of houses?" said Martin. "Where shall we live when we're wed?" "Under a thatch, in a ship's hatch, an inn, a castle,
a brown paper parcel."
"Stuff and nonsense," said Jocelyn.
"For the sake of the rhyme," begged Martin. But the girls were not interested in houses. Yet the rest of the morning they went searching the orchard for the grass of fortune, and not telling. But once Martin, coming behind Jessica, distinctly heard her murmur, "Thatcher," and smile. And at another time he saw Joyce deliberately count her blade before beginning, and nip off a floret, and then begin, and the end was ploughman. And presently little Joan came and knelt beside him where he sat counting on his own behalf, and said timidly, "Martin." "Yes, dear?" said Martin absent-mindedly. "Oh, Martin, is it very wicked to poach?" "The best men all do it," said Martin. "Oh, please, what are you counting?" "You swear you won't tell," said Martin, with a side glance at her. She shook her head, and he pulled at his grass, whispering, "Jennifer, Jessica, Jane, Joan, Joyce, Jocelyn, Gillian." "And the last one?" said little Joan, with a rosy face, for he had paused at the 8th. "Sh!" said Martin, and stuck his blade behind his ear, and called, "Dinner!" So they came to dinner. "Have you not found," said Martin, "that after thinking all the morning it is necessary to jump all the afternoon?" And he got the ropes of the swing, and began to skip with great clumsiness, always failing before 10, and catching the cord round his ankles. At which the girls plied him with derision, and said they would show him how. And Jane showed him how to skip forwards, and Jessica how to skip backwards, and Jennifer how to skip with both feet and stay in one spot, and Joyce how to skip on either foot on a run. And Jocelyn showed him how to skip with the rope crossed and uncrossed by turns. But little Joan showed him how to skip so high and so lightly that she could whirl the rope twice under her feet before they came down to earth like birds. And then the girls took the ropes by turns, ringing the changes on all these ways of skipping, or 2 of them would turn a rope for the others, while they skipped the games of their grandmothers, Cross the Bible, All in Together, Lady, Lady, Drop Your Purse, and Cinderella Lost Her Shoe. Or they turned 2 ropes at once for the double Dutch. And Martin took his run with the rest, and at first he did very badly, but as the day wore on improved, until by evening he was whirling the rope 3 times under his feet that glanced against each other in mid-air like the knife and the steel. And the girls clapped their hands because they couldn't help it, and Joan said breathlessly, "How quick you are! It took me 10 days to do that." And Martin answered breathlessly, "How quick you were! It took me 10 years." "Are you ever honest about anything, Master Pippin?" said Jocelyn petulantly. 3 times a day, said Martin. "I am honestly hungry." So they had supper. Supper done, they clustered as usual about the storytelling tree, and Martin looked inquiringly from Jane to Jocelyn, and from Jocelyn to Jane. And Jocelyn's expression was one of uncontrolled indifference, and Jane's expression was one of bridled excitement. So Martin ignored Jocelyn, and asked Jane what she was thinking about. "A great number of things, Master Pippin," said she. "There is always so much to think about." "Is there?" said Martin. "Oh, surely you know there is. How could you tell stories else?" "I never think when I tell stories," said Martin. "I give them a push and let them swing." "Oh, but," said Jane, "it is very dangerous to speak without thinking. One might say anything." "One does," agreed Martin, "and then anything happens. But people who think before speaking often end by saying nothing, and so nothing happens." "Perhaps it's as well," said Joyce slyly. "Yet the world must go round, Mistress Joyce, and swings were made to swing. Do you think, Mistress Jane, if you sat in the swing, I should think twice, or even once, before giving it a push?"
Jane considered this, and then said gravely,
I think, Master Pippin, you would have to think at least once before pushing the swing tonight, because it isn't there.
What a wise little milkmaid you are, said Martin, looking about for the skipping ropes.
Yes, said Jessica, Jane is wiser than any of us. She is extremely wise. I wonder you hadn't noticed it.
Oh, but I had, said Martin earnestly, fixing the swinging ropes to their places. There, Mistress Jane, let me help you in, and I will give you a push. He offered her his hand respectfully, and Jane took it, saying,
I don't like swinging very high.
I will think before I push, said Martin. And when she was settled, with her skirts in order and her little feet tucked back, he rocked the swing so gently that not an apple fell, nor a milkmaid slipped, clambering to her place. And Martin leaned back in his and shut his eyes.
We are waiting, observed Jocelyn overhead.
So am I, sighed Martin.
For what?
For a push.
But you're not swinging.
Neither's my story, and it will take 7 pairs of arms to set it going. And he fixed his eyes on Gillian in her sorrow, but she did not lift her face.
Here's 6 to start the motion of themselves, said Jocelyn, and it only remains to you to attract the 7th willy-nilly.
It were easier, said Martin,
to unlock St. Peter's gates with cowslips. I was not talking of impossibilities, Master Pippin, said Jocelyn.
Why, neither was I, said Martin, for did you never hear that cowslips, among all the golden flowers of spring, are the keys of heaven? And sending a little chime from his lute across the well-house, he sang, She lost the keys of heaven, walking in a shadow, sighing for her lad, oh, she lost her keys of heaven. She saw the boys and girls who flocked beyond the gates all barred and locked, and oh, sighed she, the locks are 7 betwixt me and my lad, oh, and I have lost my keys of heaven, walking in a shadow. She found the keys of heaven, all in a May meadow. Singing for her lad, oh, she found her keys of heaven. She found them made of cowslip gold, springing 7,000-fold. And oh, sang she, ere fall of even shall I not be wed, oh, for I have found my keys of heaven, all in a May meadow. By the end of the song, Gillian was kneeling upright among the mallows, and with her hands clasped under her chin, was gazing across the duck-pond.
Well, well, exclaimed Jocelyn, cowslips may or may not have the power to unlock the heavenly gates, but there's no denying that a very silly song has unlocked our mistress's lethargy. So I advise you to seize the occasion to swing your tail on its way.
Then here goes, said Martin, and I only pray you to set your sympathies also in motion, while I endeavour to keep them going, with the story of Proud Rosalind and the Hart Royal. End of 4th Interlude. Section 19 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Proud Rosalind and the Hart Royal. There was once, dear maidens, a man of all trades, who lived at the ferry at Bury. And nobody knew where he came from. For the chief of his trades he was an armourer, for it was in the far-away times, when men thought danger could only be faced and honour won in a case of steel, not having learned that either against danger or for honour the naked heart is the fittest wear. So this man, whose name was Harding, kept his fires going for men's needs, and women's too, for besides making and mending swords and knives and greaves for the one, he would also make brooches and buckles and chains for the other, and tools for the peasants. They sometimes called him the Red Smith. In person, Harding was ruddy,
though his fairness differed from the fairness of the natives, and his speech was not wholly their speech. He was a man of mighty brawn and stature. His eyes gleamed like blue ice seen under a fierce sun. The hair of his head and his beard glittered like red gold, and the finer hair on his great arms and breast overlaid with an amber sheen the red bronze of his skin. He seemed a man made to move the mountains of the world, yet, truth to tell, he was a most indifferent smith.
Martin. Are you not quite comfortable, Mistress Jane?
Jane. I am perfectly comfortable, thank you, Master Pippin.
Martin. I fancied you were a trifle unsettled.
Jane.
No, indeed. What would unsettle me?
Martin. I haven't the ghost of a notion.
I have heard gossips tell, but it has since been forgotten or discredited, that this part of the river was then known as Wayland's Ferry. For this, it was said, was one of the several places in England where the spirit lurked of Wayland the smith, who was the cunningest worker in metal ever told of in song or story, and he had come overseas from the north, where men worshipped him as a god. No one in Bury had ever seen the shape of Wayland, but all believed in him devoutly, for this was told of him, and truly, that any one coming to the ferry with an unshod steed had only to lay a penny on the ground and cry aloud, "Wayland Smith, shoe me my horse," and so withdraw. And on coming again, he would find his horse shod with a craft unknown to human hands, and his penny gone. And nobody thought of attributing to Harding the work of Wayland, partly because no human smith would have worked for so mean a fee as was accepted by the god, and chiefly because the quality of the workmanship of the man and the god was as dissimilar as that of clay and gold. Besides his trade in metal, Harding also plied the ferry, and then men would speak of him as the Red Boatman. But he could not be depended on, for he was often absent. His boat was of a curious shape, not like any other boat seen on the Arun. Its prow was curved like a bird's beak, and when folk wished to go across to the amberly flats that lie under the splendid shell which was once a castle, Harding would carry them, if he was there, and neither too busy nor too surly. And when they asked the fee, he always said, "When I work in metal, I take metal. But for that which flows, I take only that which flows. So give me whatever you have heart to give, as long as it is not coin." And they gave him willingly anything they had, a flower, or an egg, or a bird's feather. A child once gave him her curl, and a man his hand. And when he was neither in his workshed nor his boat, he hunted on the hills. But this was a trade he put to no man's service. Harding hunted only for himself. And because he served his own pleasure more passionately than he served others, and was oftener seen with his bow than with hammer or oar, he was chiefly known as the Red Hunter. Often in the late of the year, he would be away on the great hills of Bury and Bignor and Houghton and Rule, with their beechwoods burning on their sides and in their hollows, and their rolling shoulders lifted out of those autumn fires, to meet in freedom the freedom of the clouds. It was on one of his huntings he came on the wishing pool. This pool had for long been a legend in the neighborhood, and it was said that whoever had courage to seek it in the hour before midnight on Midsummer Eve, and thrice utter her wish aloud, would surely have that wish granted within the year. But with time it had become a lost secret, perhaps because its ancient reputation as the haunt of goblin things had long since sapped the courage of the maidens of those parts, and only great-grandmothers remembered now that once their grandmothers had tried their fortunes there, and its whereabouts had been forgotten. But one September Harding saw a calf stag on Great Down. There were wild deer on the hills then, but such a calf he had never seen before. So he stalked it over Madehurst and Rule, and followed it into the thick of Rule Wood. and when it led him to its drinking place, he knew that he had discovered one more secret of the hills, and that this sombre mere wherein strange waters bubbled in whispers could be no other than the lost wishing pool. The young calf might have been its magic guard. To Harding it was a discovery more precious than the mere. For all that it was of the first year, with its prickets only showing where its antlers would branch in time, it was of a breed so fine and a build so noble that its matchless noon could already be foretold from its matchless dawn. And added to all its strength and grace and beauty was this last marvel, that though it was of the tribe of the red deer, its skin was as white and speckless as falling snow. Watching it, the red smith said to himself, "Not yet, my quarry. You are of king stock, and if after the 6th year you show 12 points, you shall be for me. But first, my heart royal, you shall get your growth." And he came away, and told no man of the calf or of the pool. And in the 2nd year he watched for it by the mere, and saw it come to drink, no longer a calf, but a lovely brocket, with its brow antlers making its first 2 points. And in the 3rd year he watched for it again, no brocket now, but a splendid spade, which to its brows had added its shooting bays. And in the 4th year the spade had become a proud young staggard, with its trays above its bays. And in the 5th year the staggard was a full-named stag, crowned with the exquisite twin crowns of its crockets, surmounting tray and bay and brow. And Harding, lying hidden, gloried in it, thinking, "All your points now but 2, my quarry, and next year you shall add the beam to the crown, and I will hunt my heart." Now, at the time when Harding first saw the calf, and the ruin of the castle across the ferry was only a ruin, not fit for habitation, it was nevertheless inhabited by the proud Rosalind, who dwelt there without kith or kin. And if time had crumbled the castle to its last nobility, so that all that was strong and beautiful in it was preserved, and as it were exposed in nakedness to the eyes of men, so in her, who was the ruins of her family, was preserved and exposed all that had been most noble, strong, and beautiful in her race. She was as poor as she was friendless, but her pride outmatched both these things. So great was her pride that she learned to endure shame for the sake of it. She had a tall, straight figure that was both strong and graceful, and she carried herself like a tree. Her hair was neither bronze nor gold nor copper, yet seemed to be an alloy of all the precious mines of the turning year, the vigorous dusky gold of November elms, the rust of dead bracken made living by heavy rains, the color of beech-mast drenched with sunlight after frost, and all the layers of glory on the boughs before it fell, when it needed neither sun nor dew to make it glow. All these could be seen in different lights upon her heavy hair, which when unbound hung as low as her knees. Her thick brows were dark gold, and her fearless eyes dark gray with gold gleams in them. They may have been reflections from her lashes, or even from her skin, which had upon it the bloom of a golden plum. Dim ages since, her fathers had been kings in Sussex. Gradually their estate had diminished, but with the lessening of their worldly possessions, they burnished the brighter the possession of their honor, and bred the care of it in their children jealously. So it came to pass that Rosalind, who possessed less than any serf or yeoman in the countryside, trod among these as though she were a queen, dreaming of a degree which she had never known, ignored or shrugged at by those whom she accounted her equals, insulted or gibed at by those she thought her inferiors. For the dwellers in the neighboring hamlets, to whom the story of her father's fathers was only a legend, saw in her just a shabby girl, less worthy than themselves because much poorer, whose pride and very beauty aroused their mockery and wrath. They did not dispute her possession of the castle,
For what to them were 4 vast roofless walls, enclosing a square of greensward underfoot, and another of blue air overhead, and pierced with doorless doorways and windowless casements that let in all the lights of all the quarters of the sky? What to them were these traces of old chambers, etched on the surface of the old grey stone, these fragments of lovely arches that were but channels for the winds? In the thick of the great towered gateway, one little room remained above the arch, and here the maiden slept. And all her company was the ghosts of her race. She saw them feasting in the halls of the air, and moving on the courtyard of the grass. At night in the galleries of the stars she heard their singing, and often, looking through the empty windows over the flats to which the great west wall dropped down, she saw them ride in cavalcade out of the sunset, from battle or hunt or tourney. But the peasants, who did not know what she saw and heard, preferred their snug squalor to this shivering nobility, and despised the girl who in a fallen fortress defended her life from theirs. At first she had kept her distance with a kind of graciousness, but one day in her 16th year a certain boor met her under the castle wall as she was returning with sticks for kindling, and was struck by her free and noble carriage. For though she was little more than a child, through all her rags she shone with the grace and splendor not only of her race, but of the wild life she lived on the hills when she was not in her ruins. She was as strong and fine as a young hind, and could run like any deer upon the downs, and climb like any squirrel. And the dull-sighted peasant, seeing as though for the first time her untamed beauty, on an impulse offered to kiss her and make her his woman. Rosalind stared at him like one aroused from sleep with a rude blow. The color flamed in her cheek. "You to accost so one of my blood?" she cried. "Mongrel, go back to your kennel." The lout gaped between rage and mortification, and muttering made a step towards her, but suddenly seeming to think better of it, stumbled away. Then Rosalind, lifting her glowing face, as beautiful as sunset with its double flush, rose under gold, saw Harding the Red Hunter gazing at her. Some business had brought him over the ferry, and on his road he had lit upon the suit and its rejection. Rosalind, her spirit chafed with what had passed, returned his gaze haughtily. But he maintained his steadfast look, as though he had been hewn out of stone, and presently, impatient and disdainful, she turned away. Then and instantly Harding pursued his way in silence, and Rosalind grew somehow aware that he had determined to stand at gaze until her eyes were lowered. Thereupon she classed his presumption with that of the other who had dared address her, and hated him for taking part against her. Near as their dwellings were, divided only by the river and a breadth of water-meadow, their intercourse had always been of the slightest, for Harding possessed a reserve as great as her own. But from this hour their intercourse ceased entirely. The boor misspread the tale of her overweening pride through the hamlet, and when next she appeared there she was greeted with derision. "This is she that holds herself unfit to mate with an honest man," cried some. And others, "Nay, do but see the silken gown of the great Lady Rosalind, see the fine jewels for her." "She thinks she outshines the Queen of Bramber's self," scoffed a woman. And a man demanded, "What blood's good enough to mix with hers, if ours be not?" "A king's," flashed Rosalind. And even as she spoke, the jeering throng parted to let one by that elbowed his way among them. And a second time she saw the Red Hunter come to halt and fix her before all the people. "Now this time," she vowed silently, "you may gaze till night fall and day rise again, red man, if you think to lower my eyes in the presence of these."
So she stood and looked him in the face like a queen, all her spirit nerving her, and the people knew it to be a battle between them. Harding's great arms were folded across his breast, and on his countenance was no expressiveness at all. But a strange light grew and brightened in his eyes, till little by little all else was blurred and hazy in the girl's sight, and a blue fire seemed to lap her from her tawny hair to her bare feet. Then she knew nothing except that she must look away or burn, and her eyes fell. Harding walked past her as he had done before, and not till he was out of hearing did the bystanders begin their cruelty.
"A king's blood for the lady that droops to a common smith," cried they. "She shall swing his hammer for a sceptre," cried they. "Shall sit on his anvil for a throne," cried they. "Shall queen it in a leathern apron o' Sundays," cried they.
Rosalind fled amid their howls of laughter. She hated them all, and far beyond them all she hated him who had lowered her head in their sight. It was after this that the proud Rosalind— But here, without even trouble to finish his sentence, Martin Pippin suddenly thrust with his foot at the seat of the swing, nearly dislodging Jane with the action, who screamed and clutched first at the ropes, and next at the branches as she went up, and last of all at Martin as she came down. She clutched him so piteously that in pure pity he clutched her, and lifting her bodily out of her peril, set her on his knee. Martin, with great concern: "Are you better, Mistress Jane?" Jane:
"Where are your manners, Master Pippin?"
Martin: "My mother mislaid them before I was born. But are you better now?" Jane:
"I am not sure. I was very much upset."
Martin: "So was I." Jane:
"It was all your doing."
Martin: "I could have sworn it was half yours." Jane:
"Who disturbed the swing, pray?"
Martin: "Every effect proceeds from its cause. The swing was disturbed because I was disturbed." Jane:
"Every cause once had its effect. What affected your disturbance, Master Pippin?"
Martin: "Yours, Mistress Jane." Jane:
"Mine?"
Martin: "Confess that you were disturbed." Jane:
"Yes, and with good cause."
Martin: "I can't doubt it, yet that was the mischief. I could find no logical cause for your disturbance, and an illogical world proceeds from confusion to chaos. For want of a little logic, my foot and your swing passed out of control." Jane:
"The logic had only to be asked for, and it would have been forthcoming."
Martin: "Is it too late to ask?" Jane:
"It is never too late to be reasonable. But why am I sitting here?"
Martin: "For the best of reasons. You are sitting where you are sitting because the swing is so disturbed. Please teach me to be reasonable, dear Mistress Jane. Why were you disturbed?" Jane:
"Very well. I was naturally greatly disturbed to learn that your heroine hated your hero, because it is your errand to relate love stories, and I cannot see the connection between love and hate. Could two things more antagonistic conclude in union?"
Martin:
"Yes."
Jane:
"What?"
Martin: "A button and a buttonhole. For one is something and the other nothing. And what in the very nature of things could be more antagonistic than these?" So saying, he tore a button from his shirt and put it into her hand. "Don't drop it," said Martin, "because I haven't another, and besides, every buttonhole prefers its own button. Yet I will never ask you to reunite them until my tale proves to your satisfaction that out of antagonisms unions can spring."
"Very well,"
said Jane, and she took out of her pocket a neat little housewife, and put the button carefully inside it.
Then she said, "The swing is quite still now." "But are you sure you feel better?" said Martin. "Yes, thank you," said Jane.
It was after this, said Martin, that the proud Rosalind became known by her title. It was fastened on her in derision, and when she heard it, she set her lips and thought, "What they speak in mockery shall be the truth." And the more men sought to shame her, the prouder she bore herself. She ceased all commerce with them from this time. So for 5 years she lived in great loneliness and want. But gradually she came to know that even this existence of friendless want was not to be life, but a continual struggle with death. For she had no resources, and was put to bitter shifts if she would live. Hunger nosed at her door, and she had need of her pride to clothe her. For the more she went wan and naked, the more men mocked her to see her hold herself so high. And out of their hearts she shut that charity which she would never have endured of them. If she had gone kneeling to their doors with pitiful hands, saying, "I starve, not having wherewithal to eat. I perish, not having wherewithal to cover me," they would, perhaps, have fed and clothed her, aglow with self-content. But they were not prompt with the charity which warms the object only, and not the donor. And she, on her part, tried to appear as though she needed nothing at their hands. One evening, when the woods were in full leaf, and summer on the edge of its zenith, proud Rosalind walked among the trees, seeking green herbs for soup. She had wandered far afield, because there were no woods near the castle, standing on its high ground above the open flats and the river beyond. But gazing over the water, she could see the groves and crests upon the hills, where some sustenance was. The swift way was over the river, but there was no boat to serve her except Harding's, and this was a service she had never asked of old, and lately would rather have died than ask. So she took daily to the winding roads that led to a distant bridge, and the hills with their forests. This day her need was at its sorest. When she had gathered a meagre crop, she sat down under a tree, and began to sort out the herbs upon her knees. One tender leaf she could not resist taking between her teeth, that had had so little else of late to bite on, and as she did so, coarse laughter broke upon her. It was her rude suitor who had chanced to cross her path, and he mocked at her, crying, "This is the proud Rosalind that will not eat at an honest man's board, choosing rather to dine after the high fashion of the kine and asses." Then from his pouch he snatched a crust of bread and flung it to her, and said, "Proud Rosalind, will you stoop for your supper?" She rose, letting the precious herbs drop from her lap, and she trod them into the earth as weeds gathered at hazard, so that the putting of the leaf between her lips might wear an idle aspect. And then she walked away, with her head very high. But she was nearly desperate at leaving them there, and when she was alone, her pain of hunger increased beyond all bounds. And she sat down on the limb of a great beech, and leaned her brow against its mighty body, and shut her eyes, while the light changed in the sky. And presently the leaves of the forest were lit by the moon instead of the sun, and the spaces in the top boughs were dark blue instead of saffron, and the small clouds were no longer fragments of amber, but bits of mottled pearl seen through sea-water. But Rosalind witnessed none of these slow changes, and when, after a great while, she lifted her faint head, she saw only that the day was changed to night. And on the other side of the beech-tree, touched with moonlight, a motionless white stag stood watching her. It was a hart of the 6th year, and stood already higher than any hart of the 12th. Full 5 foot high it stood, and its grand, soft, shining flanks seemed to be moulded of marble for their grandeur, and silk for their smoothness, and moonlight for their sheen.
Its new antlers were branching towards their yearly strength, and the triple-pointed crowns rose proudly from the beam that was their last perfection. The eyes of the girl and the beast met full, and neither wavered. The hart came to her noiselessly, and laid its muzzle on her hair, and when she put her hand on its pure side, it arched its noble neck and licked her cheek. Then, stepping as proudly and as delicately as Rosalind's self, it moved on through the trees, and she followed it. The forest changed from beech to pine and fir. It deepened and grew strange to her. She did not know it. And the light of the sky turned here from silver to gray, and she felt about her the stir of unseen things. But she looked neither to the right nor the left, but followed the snow-white hart that went before her. It brought her at last to its own drinking place, and as soon as she saw it, old rumors gathered themselves into a truth, and she knew that this was the lost wishing pool. And she remembered that this night was Midsummer Eve, and by the position of the ghostly moon she saw it was close on midnight. So she knelt down by the edge of the mirror, and stretched her hands above it, the palms to the stars, and in a low, clear voice she made her prayer. "Whatever spirit dwells under these waters," said she, "I know not whether you are a power for good or ill. But if it is true that you will answer in this hour the need of any that calls on you, oh, Spirit, my need is very great tonight. Hunger is bitter in my body, and my strength is nearly wasted. A hind cast me his crust today, and 5 hours I have battled with myself not to creep back to the place where it still lies, and eat of that vile bread. I do not fear to die, but I fear to die of my hunger, lest they sneer at the last of my race, brought low to so mean a death. Neither will I die by my own act, lest they think my courage broken by these breaking days. On my knees," said she, "I beseech you to send me in some wise a little money, if it be but a handful of pennies now and then throughout the year, so that I may keep my head unbowed. Or if this is too much to ask, and even of you the asking is not easy, then send some high and sudden accident of death to blot me out before I grow too humble, and the lofty spirits of my fathers deny one whose spirit ends as lowly as their dust. Death or life I beg of you, and I care not which you send." Then, clasping her hands tightly, she called twice more her plea across the mirror. "Spirit of these waters, grant me life or death. O Spirit, grant me life or death." There was a stir in the forest as she made an end, and she remained stock-still, waiting and wondering. But though she knelt there till the moon had crossed the bar of midnight, nothing happened. Then the white hart, which had lain beside the water while she prayed, rose silently and drank, and when it was satisfied, laid once more its muzzle on her hair, and licked her cheek again, and moved away. Not a twig snapped under its slender stepping. Its whiteness was soon covered by the blackness. Faint and exhausted, Rosalind arose. She dragged herself through the wood, and presently found the broad road that curled down the deserted hill and over the bridge, and at last by a branching lane to her ruined dwelling. The door of her tower creaked desolately to and fro a little, open as she had left it. She pushed it farther ajar, and stumbled in and up the narrow stair. But the pale moonlight entered her chamber with her, silvering the oaken stump that was her table. And there, where there had been nothing, she beheld 2 little heaps of copper coins. End of Part 1 of Proud Rosalind and the Hart Royal. Section 20 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Proud Rosalind and the Heart Royal. Continued. The gold year waned, and the next passed from white to green. And in the gold Harding began to hunt his heart, and by the green had not succeeded in bringing it to bay. Twice he had seen it at a distance on the hills, and once had started it from cover in Coombe Wood, and followed it through the Denture and Stammers, Great Bottom and Gumber, Eartham Wood and Long Down, Nor Hill and Little Down, and at Punchbowl Green he lost it. He did not care. A long chase had wedded him, and he had waited so long that he was willing to wait another year, and if need were 2 or 3 for his royal quarry. He knew it must be his at last, and he loved it the more for the speed and strength and cunning with which it defied him. It had a secret lair he could never discover, but one day that secret too should be his own. Meanwhile his blood was heated, and the Red Hunter dreamed of the heart and of one other thing. And while he dreamed, proud Rosalind grew glad and strong on her miraculous dole of money, that was always to her hand when she had need of it. Fear went out of her life, for she knew certainly now that she was in the keeping of unseen powers, and would not lack again. And little by little she too began to build a dream out of her pride. For, she thought, I am all my father's house, and there will be no honour to it more, except that which can come through me. And whenever tales went about of the fame of the fair young queen of Bramber Castle, and the crowning of her name in this tourney and in that, or of the great lords and princes that would have died for one smile of her, yet her smiles came easily, and her kisses too, men said, Rosalind knit her brows, and her longing grew a little stronger, and she thought, if arrows and steel might once flash lightnings about my father's daughter, and cleave the shadows that have hung their webs about my father's hearth. She now began to put by a little hoard of pennies, for she meant to buy flax to spin the finest of linen for her body, and purple for sleeves for her arms, and scarlet leather for shoes for her feet, and gold for a fillet for her head. And so, attired at last as became her birth, one day to attend a tourney, where, perhaps, some knight would fight his battle in her name. And she had no other thought in this than glory to her dead race. But her precious store mounted slowly, and she had laid by nothing but the money for the fine linen for her robe, when a thing happened that shattered her last foothold among men. For suddenly all the countryside was alive with a strange rumour. Someone had seen a hart upon the hills, a hart of 12 points, fit for royal hunting. Kings will hunt no lesser game than this. But this of all hearts was surely born to be hunted only by a maiden queen, for, said the rumour, it was as white as snow. Such a hart had never before been heard of, and at first the tale of it was not believed. But the tale was repeated from mouth to mouth, until at last all men swore to it, and all winds carried it. And amongst others, some wind of the downs bore it across the land from Arun to Ayr, and so it reached the ears of Queen Maudlin of Bramber. Then she, a creature of quick whims, who was sated with the easy conquests of her beauty, yet eager always for triumphs to cap triumphs, devised a journey from Ayr to Arun, and a great summer season of revelry to end in an autumn chase. And, said she, we will have joustings and dancings in beauty's honour, but she whose knight at the end of all brings her the antlers of the snow-white hart shall be known for ever in Sussex as the Queen of Beauty. Since, once I have hunted it, the hart will be hart royal. For this, as perhaps you know, dear maidens, is the degree of any hart that has been chased by royalty. However, before the festival was undertaken, the Queen of Bramber must needs know if the Arun could show any habitation worthy of her, and her messengers went, and came with a tale of a noble castle fallen into ruins, but with its 4 square walls intact, and a sward within so smooth and fair that it seemed only to await the coming of archers and dancers. So the queen called a legion of workmen, and bade them go there and build a dwelling in one part of the green court for her to stay in with her company. "And see it be done by midsummer," said she. "Castles, madam," said the head workman, "are not built in a month, or even in 2. "Then for a frolic we'll be commoners," said the queen, "and you shall build on the sward not a castle but a farm." So the workmen hurried away and set to work, and by June they had raised within the castle walls the most beautiful farmhouse in Sussex, and over the door made a room fit for a queen. But alas for proud Rosalind! When the men first came, she confronted them angrily, and commanded them to depart from her father's halls. And the head workman looked at the ruin, and her rags, and said, "What halls, girl? And where are these fathers? And who are you?" and bade his men get about the queen's work. And Rosalind was helpless. The men from the Aider asked the people of the Aroon about her, and what rights she had to be where she was. And they, being unfriendly to her, said, "None. She is a beggar with a bee in her bonnet, and thinks she was once a queen because her housing was once a castle. She has been suffered to stay as long as it was unwanted, but since your queen wants it, now let her go." And they came in a body to drive her forth. But they got there too late. The proud Rosalind had abandoned her conquered stronghold, and where she lived from this time nobody knew. She was still seen on the roads and hills now and again, and once as she passed through Bury on washing day, the women by the river called to her, "Where do you live now, proud Rosalind, instead of in a castle?" And Rosalind glanced down at the kneeling women, and said in her clear voice, "I live in a castle nobler than Bramber's, or even than Amberley's. I live in the mightiest castle in Sussex, and Queen Maudlin herself could not build such another to live in." "Then you'll doubtless be making her a great entertainment there, proud Rosalind," scoffed the washers. "I entertain none but the kings of the earth there," said Rosalind, and she made to walk on. "Why then," mocked they, "you'd best seek out one to hunt the white hart in your name this autumn, and crown you queen over young Maudlin, proud Rosalind." And Rosalind stopped and looked at them, longing to say, "The white hart? What do you mean?" Yet, for all her longing to know, she could not bring herself to ask anything of them. But as though her thoughts had taken voice of themselves, she heard the sharp questions uttered aloud. "What white hart, chatterers? Of what hunt are you talking?" And there in midstream stood Harding in his boat, keeping it steady with the great pull of the oar. "Why, Red Boatman," said they, "did you not know that the Queen of Bramber was coming to make merry at Amberley?" "Aye," said Harding. "And that our proud lady Rosalind, having, it seems, found a grander castle to live in, has given hers up to young Maudlin?" Harding glanced to and from the scornful, tawny girl, and said, "Well?" "Well, Red Boatman, on Midsummer Eve the Queen comes with her court, and on Midsummer Day there will be a great tourney to open the revels, that will last, so they say, all through summer. But the end of it all is to be a great chase, for a white hart of 12 points has been seen on the hills, and the Queen will hunt it in autumn till some lucky lord kneels at her feet with his antlers, and him, they say, she'll marry." Then Harding once more looked at Rosalind over the water, and she flung back a look at him, and each was surprised to see dismay on the other's brow. And Harding thought, "Is she angry because she is not the queen of the chase?" And Rosalind, "Would he be the lord who kneels to Queen Maudlin?" But neither knew that the trouble in each was really because their precious secret was now public, and the white hart endangered. And Rosalind's thought was, "It shall be no queen's quarry," and Harding's, "It shall be no man's but mine." Then Harding plied his way to the ferry, and Rosalind went hers to none knew where, though some had tried vainly to track her. In due course June passed its middle, and the Queen rode under the downs from Bramber to Amberley. And early on Midsummer Eve, while her servants made busy about the coming festival, Queen Maudlin went over the fields to the waterside, and lay in the grass looking to bury, and teased some 7 of her court, each of whom had sworn to bring her the crown of beauty at his sword's point on the morrow. Her 4 maidens were with her, all maids of great loveliness. There was Linoret, who was like morning dew on grass in spring, and Clarimonde, queenly as day at its noon, and Damerel, like a rose grown languorous with its own grace, and Amalus, mysterious as the spirit of dusk with dreams in its hair. But Maudlin was the pale gold wonder of the dawn, a creature of ethereal light, a vision of melting stars and wakening flowers. And she delighted in making seem cheap the palpable prettiness of this, or too robust the fuller beauty of that, or dim and dull the elusive charm of such a one. She would have scorned to set her beauty to compete with those who were not beautiful, even as a proved knight was scorned to joust with an unskilled boor. So now amongst her beautiful attendants, knowing that in their midst her greater beauty shone forth a diamond among crystals, she laughed at her 7 lovers, and her 4 friends laughed with her. "You do well, Queen Maudlin, to make merry," said one of the knights, "for I know none that gains so much service for so little portion. What will you give tomorrow's victor?"
"What will tomorrow's victor think his due?"
said she. The 7 said in a breath, "A kiss!" and the 5 laughed louder than ever. Then Maudlin said,
"For so great an honor as victory, I should feel ashamed to bestow a thing of such little worth."
"Do you call that thing of little worth," said one, "which to us were more than a star plucked out of heaven?"
"The thing, it is true," said Maudlin, "has 2 values. Those who are over-eager make it a thing of naught. Those from whom it is hard won render it priceless. But, sirs, you are all too eager. I could scatter you baubles by the hour, and leave you still desiring. But if ever I wooed reluctance to receive at last my solitary favour, I should know I was bestowing a jewel."
"When did Maudlin ever meet reluctance?" sighed one, the youngest. A long shadow fell upon her where she lay in the grass, and she looked up to see the great form of Harding passing at a little distance.
"Who is that?"
said she.
"It must be he they call the Red Smith," said Damerel idly. "He looks a rough, silent creature," remarked Amalus.
And Clarimonde added in loud and insolent tones,
"He knows little enough of kissings, I would wager this clasp." "It's one I've a fancy for," said young Queen Maudlin. "Red Smith!" called she.
Harding turned at the sweet sound of her voice, and came and stood beside her among the group of girls and knights.
"Have you come from my castle?"
said she, smiling up at him with her dawn-blue eyes. "Aye," he answered.
"What drew you there, big man? My serving wench?"
The Red Smith stared down at her light, alluring loveliness. "Serving wenches do not draw me."
"What metal, then? Gold?"
Maudlin tossed him a yellow disc from her purse. He let it fall and lie. "No, nor gold." His eyes travelled over her gleaming locks. "The things you name are too cheap," said he. Maudlin smiled a little, and raised herself, till she stood, fair and slender, as high as his shoulder.
"What thing draws you, Red Smith?"
"Steel." And he showed her a fine sword blade, lacking its hilt. "I was sent for to mend this against the morrow."
"I know that blade," said Maudlin. "It was snapped in my cause. Have you the hilt, too?"
"In my pouch," said Harding, his hand upon it. Hers touched his fingers delicately.
"I will see it."
He brushed her hand aside and unbuttoned his pouch. But as he drew out the hilt of the broken sword, she caught a glimpse of that within, which held her startled gaze.
"What jewels are those?"
she asked quickly. "Old relics," Harding said with sudden gruffness.
"Show them to me."
Reluctantly he obeyed, and brought forth a ring, a circlet, and a girdle of surpassing workmanship, wrought in gold thick crusted with emeralds. A cry of wonder went up from all the maidens.
"There's something else,"
said Maudlin, and without waiting thrust her hand into the bottom of the pouch and drew out a mesh of silver. It was so fine that it could be held and hidden in her two hands, yet when it fell apart it was a garment as supple as rich silk. The four maids touched it softly and looked their longings.
"Are these your handicraft?"
said Maudlin. "Mine?" Harding uttered a short laugh. "Not I or any man can make such things."
"You are right," said Maudlin. "Wayland's self might acknowledge them. Smith, I will buy them of you."
"You cannot give me my price."
"Gold, I know, does not tempt you."
She smiled and came close beside him. "Then do not offer it."
"Shall it be steel?"
Harding's eyes swept her flower-like beauty. "Not from Queen Maudlin."
"True. My bid is costlier."
"Name it."
"A kiss from my mouth."
At the sound of his laughter, the rose flowed into her cheek. "What? A bauble for my jewel, too, eager lady?" he said harshly. "Do the women of this land hold themselves so light? In mine, men carve their kisses with the sword. Hark ye, young queen, set a better value on that red mouth if you'd continue to have it valued."
"I could have you whipped for this,"
said Maudlin. "I do not think so," Harding answered, and stepped down the river bank into his waiting boat.
"I keep my clasp," said Clarimonde.
7 men sprang hotly to their feet. "What's your will, Queen?"
"Nothing," said
Maudlin slowly, as she watched him row over the water.
"Let the smith go. This test was between him and me, and no man's business else. Well, he is of a temper to come through fire unmelted."
She flashed a smile upon the 7 that made them tremble.
"But he is a mannerless churl. We will not think of him. Which among you would spurn my kiss?"
She offered her mouth in turn, and 7 flames passed over its scarlet. Maudlin laughed a little and beckoned her watching maids.
"Well,"
she said, taking the path to the castle,
"he that had had strength to refuse me might have worn my favor tomorrow and forever."
And meanwhile, by the further river bank came Rosalind, with mushrooms in her skirt. And as she walked by the water in the evening, she looked across to her lost castle walls, and touched the pennies in her pouch, and dreamed, while the sun dressed the running flood in his royalest colors.
"Linen and purple and scarlet and gold," mused she, "and so I might sit there tomorrow among the rest. But linen and purple," she said in scorn, "what should they profit my father's house? It is no silken daughter we lack, but a son of steel."
And as she pondered, a shadow crossed her, and out of his boat stepped Harding, new from his encounter with the Queen. He did not glance at her, nor she at him, but the gleam of the broken weapon he carried cut for a single instant across her sight, and her hands hungered for it.
"A sword," thought she, "I but an arm to wield the sword. Nay, if I had the sword, it may be I could find an arm to wield it."
She dropped her chin on her breast, and brooded on the vanishing shape of the Red Smith.
"If I had been my father's son, oh," cried she, shaken with new dreams, "what would I not give to the man who would strike a blow for our house?"
Then she recalled what day it was. A year of miracles and changes had sped over her life. If she desired new miracles, this was the night to ask them. So, close on midnight, proud Rosalind once more crept up to Reuel Wood, and on its beechen skirts the white hart came to her. It came now as to a friend, not to a stranger, and she threw her arm over its neck, and they walked together. As they walked, it lowered its noble antlers so cunningly that not a twig snapped from the boughs, and its antlers were as beautiful as the boughs with their branches and twigs, and to each crown it had added not one but 2 more crockets, so that now its points were 16. Safe under its guard, the maiden ventured into the mysteries of the hour, and when they came to the mere, the hart lay down, and she knelt beside it with her brow on its soft panting neck, and thought awhile how she would shape her wish. And feeling the strength of its sinews, she said aloud, "O champion among stags, were there a champion among men to match you, I think even I could love him. Yet love is not my prayer. I do not pray for myself." And then she stood upright, and stretched her hands towards the water, and said again, less in supplication than command, "Spirit, you hear, I do not pray for myself. Of old, it may be, maidens often came in sport or fear to make a midsummer pastime of their love dreams. O Spirit, of love I ask nothing for myself. But if you will send me a man to strike one blow in my name that is my father's name, he may have of me what he will." Never so proudly yet had the proud Rosalind held herself as when she lifted her radiant face to the moon and sent her low clear call thrice over the mystic waters. Gloriously she stood with arms extended, as though she would give welcome to any hero stepping through the night to consummate her wish. But none came. Only the subdued rustling that had stirred the woods a year ago whispered out of the dark and died to silence. The arms of the proud Rosalind dropped to her sides. "Is the time not yet?" said she, "and will it never be? Why then, let me belong forever to the champion that strikes for me tomorrow in the lists. A sorry champion," said she, a wan smile, "yet I will hold me bound to him according to my vow. But first I must win him a sword." Then she kissed the white hart between the eyes, and said, "Go where you will. I shall be gone till daylight." And it rose up to run the moonlit hills, and she went down through the trees, and left the wishing pool to its unruffled peace. Straight down towards Sleeping Bury Rosalind went, full of her purpose, and after an hour passed through the silent village. Her errand was not wholly easy to her, but she thought, "I do not go to ask favors, but plain dealings, and it must be done secretly or not at all." As she came near the ferry, a red glow broke on her vision. "Does the water burn?" she said, and quickened her steps. To her surprise, she saw that Harding's forge was busy. The light she had seen sprang from it. She had expected to find it locked and silent, but now the little space it held in the night was lit with fire and resounded with the stroke of the red smith's hammer. Proud Rosalind stood fast, as though he were fashioning a spell to chain her eyes. And so he was, for he hammered on a sword. He did not turn his head at her approach, but when at last she stood beside his door and did not move away, he spoke to her. "You walk late," said he. "May not people walk late," said she, "as well as work late?" Without answering, he set himself to his task again, and heeded her no more. "Smith!" she cried imperiously. "What then?" "I came to speak with you." "Even so?" She barely heard the words for the din of his great hammer.
You are unmannerly, Smith."
"Speak, then," said he, dropping his tools, "and never forget, maid, that it is not I invited this encounter."
At that she cried out hotly, "Does not your shop invite trade?"
"Aye, but what's that to you?"
"My only purpose in talking with you," she said in a flame of wrath. "I require what you have, but I would rather buy it of any man than you."
"What do you require?"
"That."
She pointed to the sword. "I cannot sell it. It is a young knight's blade I am mending against the jousting."
"Have you no other?"
"You cannot give me my price," said the red smith.
She took from her girdle the little purse containing all her store. "Do you think I am here to bargain? There's more than your price."
"However much it be," said Harding, "it is too little."
"Then say no more that I cannot buy of you, but rather that you will not sell to me."
"And yet that is as the proud Rosalind shall please."
She flushed deeply, and as though in shame of seeming ashamed, said firmly, "No, Smith, it is not in my hands, for I have offered you every penny I possess."
"I do not ask for pence."
Harding left his anvil, and stepped outside, and stood close, gazing hard upon her face.
"You have a thing I will take in exchange for my sword, a very simple thing. Women part with it most lightly, I have learned. The loveliest hold it cheap, at the price of a golden god. How easily, then, will you barter it for an inch or so of steel?"
"What need of so many words?" she said with a scornful lip, that quivered in her own despite at his nearness. "Name the thing you want."
"A kiss from your mouth, proud Rosalind."
It was as though the request had turned her into ice. When she could speak, she said, "Smith, for your inch of steel you have asked what I would not part with to ransom my soul." She turned and left him, and Harding went back to his work, and laughed softly in his beard.
"Dream on, my gold queen up yonder," said he, and blew on his waning fires. "You are not the metal I work in," said he, and the river rang again to his hammer on the steel.
But Rosalind went rapidly down to the waterside, saying in her heart, "Now I will see whether I cannot get me a lordlier weapon of a better craftsman than you, and at my own price, Red Smith." And when she had come to the ferry, she laid her full purse on the bank, and cried softly into the night, "Wayland Smith, give me a sword." And then she went away for a while, and paced the fields till the first light glimmered on the east. And not daring to wait longer, for fear of encountering early risers, she turned back to the ferry. And there, shining in the dawn, she found such a blade as made the father in her soul exult. In all its glorious fashioning and splendid temper, the hand of the god was manifest. And in the grass beside it lay her purse, of its full store lightened by 1 penny piece. End of Part 2 of Proud Rosalind and the Heart Royal. Section 21 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Proud Rosalind and the Heart Royal. Continued. Now, to this tale of legends revived and then forgotten, gossips' tales of wishing pools and snow-white hearts, and a god who worked in the dark, we must begin to add the legend of the Rusty Knight. It lasted little longer than the 3 months of that strange summer of sports within the castle walls of Amberley. It was at the jousting on Midsummer Day that he first was seen. The lists were open, and the roll of knights had answered to their names, and cried in all men's ears their ladies' praises. And 9 in 10 cried maudlin.
And as the last knight spoke, there suddenly stood in the great gateway an unknown man with his vizard closed, and his coming was greeted with a roar of laughter. For he was clothed from head to foot in antique arms, battered and rusted like old pots and pans that have seen a 12-month's weather in a ditch. Out of the merriment occasioned by his appearance, certain of the spectators began to cry, "A champion! A champion!" And others nudged with their elbows, chuckling, "It is the Queen's jester." But the newcomer stood his ground unflinchingly, and when he could be heard, cried fiercely, "They who call me jester shall find they jest before their time. I claim by my kingly birth to take part in this day's fray, and men shall meet me to their rue." "By what name shall we know you?" he was asked. "You shall call me the Knight of the Royal Heart," he said. "And whose cause do you serve?" "Hers whose beauty outshines the fivefold beauty in the Queen's gallery," said he. "Hers who was mistress here and wrongly ousted, the most peerless lady of Sussex, proud Rosalind." With that, the stranger drew forth and flourished a blade of so surpassing a kind, that the knights, in whom scorn had vanquished mirth, found envy vanquishing scorn. As for the ladies, they had ceased to smile at the mention of Rosalind, whom none had seen, though all had heard of the girl who had been turned from her ruin at Magdalen's whim. And that this ragged lady should be vaunted over their heads was an insult, only equalled by the presence among their shining champions of the Rusty Knight. For by this name only was he spoken of thereafter. Now, you may think that the imperious stranger who warned his opponents against laughing before their time might well have been warned against crowing before his. And alas! It transpired that he crowed not as the cock crows who knows the sun will rise. For at the first clash he fell almost unnoticed, and when the combatants disengaged, he had disappeared. He was a subject for much mirth that evening, though the men rankled for his sword, and the women for a sight of his lady. But from this day there was not a jousting held in Magdalen's revels at which the Rusty Knight did not appear, and none from which he bore away the crown. The procedure was always the same. At the last instant he appeared in his ignominious arms, and stung the mockers to silence by the glory of his sword and his undaunted proclamation of his lady. So ardent was his manner that it was difficult not to believe him a conqueror among men, and her the loveliest of women, until the fray began, when he was instantly overcome, and in the confusion managed to escape. He was so cunning in this that though traps were laid to catch him, he was never traced. By degrees he became, instead of a joke, a thorn in the flesh. It was the women now who itched to see his face, and the men who desired to find out the proud Rosalind, for by his repeated assertion her beauty came to be believed in, and if the ladies still spoke slightingly of her, the lords in their thoughts did not. But the summer drew to its close without unravelling the mystery. The Rusty Knight was never followed, nor the proud Rosalind found. And now they were on the eve of a different hunting. For now all the days were to be given up to the pursuit of the rumoured hart, whom none had yet beheld. And Queen Magdalen said, "For a month we will hunt by day and dance by night, and if by that time no man can boast of bringing the hart to bay, and no woman of owning his antlers, we will acknowledge ourselves outwitted, and so go back to Ader. And it may prove that we have been brought to our ruin by an idle tale to hunt a myth. But be that as it may, see to your bowstrings, for tomorrow we ride forth." And the men laid by their swords, and filled their quivers. And in the midnight Rosalind came once more from her secret lair to Bury, and laying her purse by the ferry called softly, "Wayland Smith, give me a bow." And in the dawn, before people were astir, she found a bow, the unlike of any fashioned by mortal craft, and a quiver full of true arrows. And for these the god had taken his penny fee. On a lovely day of autumn the chase began, and the red deer and the red fox started from their covers, and the small rabbits stopped their kitten play on the steep warrens of the downs, and fled into their burrows. And birds whirred up in screaming coveys, and the kestrel hovered high and motionless on the watch. There was game in plenty, and many men were tempted and forgot the prize they sought. The hunt separated, some going this way and some that. And in the evening all met again in Amberley, and some had game to show, and some had none. And one had seen the hart. When he said so, a cry went up from the company, and they pressed round to hear his tale, and it was a strange one. For, said he, where Great Down clothes itself with the north wood, I saw a flash against the dark of the trees, and out of them bounded the very hart, taller than any hart I ever dreamed of, and as the tale has told, as pure as snow. And the crockets spring from its crowns like rays from a summer cloud. I could not count them, but its points are more than 12. When it saw me, it stood motionless, and trembling with joy I fitted my arrow to the string. But even as I did so, out of the trees ran another creature, as strange as the white hart. It was none other than the rusty knight. I knew him by his battered vizard, which was closed. But for the rest, he wore now not rust but rags, a tattered jerkin in place of battered mail. Yet in his hands was a bow, which among weapons could only be matched by his sword. He took his stand beside the snow-white hart, and cried in that angry voice we have all heard, "These crowns grow only to the glory of the proud Rosalind, the most peerless daughter of Sussex, and no woman but she shall ever boast of them." And before I could move or answer for surprise, he had set his arrow to his bow, and drawn the string back to his shoulder and let fly. It was well I did not start aside, or it might have hit me, for I never saw an arrow fly so wild of its mark. But the whole circumstance amazed me too much for quick action, and before I could come up and chastise this unskilful archer, or even aim at the prize which stood beside him, he and the hart had plunged through the wood again, the man running swift-foot as the beast, and when I followed I could not find them, and unhappily my dogs were astray. The strange tale stung the tempers of all listeners, both men and women. "Well now," laughed Maudlin, "it has at least been seen that the hart is the whitest of hearts." "But it has not been seen," fumed Clarimonde, "that this Rosalind is the most beautiful of women." "Nor have we seen," said the knight who told the tale, "who it is that insults our manhood with valiant words and no deeds to prove them. Yet with such a sword and such a bow, a man might prove anything." The next day all rode forth on fire with eagerness, and at the end of it another knight brought back the self-same tale. He swore that in the tattered archer was no harm at all but his arrogance, since he was clearly incapable of hitting where he aimed. But his very presence and his swift escape, running beside the hart, made failure seem double. For the derision he excited recoiled on the deriders, who could not bring this contemptible foe to book. After that day many saw him, sometimes at a great distance, sometimes near enough to be lashed by his insolent tongue. He always kept beside the coveted quarry, as though to guard it, and ran when it ran with incredible speed. But once, when he flagged after a longer chase than usual, he had been seen to leap on his back, and so they escaped together. From dawn to dusk through that bright month of autumn, the man and the hart were hunted in vain, and in all that while their lair was never discovered. It was now taken for granted that where one would be, the other would be, and, in all likelihood, proud Rosalind also. At last the final day of the month and the chase arrived,
and Maudlin spoke to her mortified company. Among them all, she was the only one who laughed now, for her nature was like that of running water, reflecting all things and retaining none. She could never retain her disappointments longer than a day, or her affections either.
"Sirs and dames," said she, "I see by your clouded faces it is time we parted, but we will depart as we came, in the sun. If this day bring no more fruit than its fellows, neither victory to a lord nor sovereignty to his lady, we will to-morrow hold the mightiest tourney of the year, and he who wins the crown shall give it to his love, and she shall be called for ever the fairest of Sussex. But for that, if her lord desire it, she shall wed him. Yes, though it be myself, she shall."
And at this the hearts of 9 men in 10 leapt in their breasts for longing of her, and in the 10th for longing of Linoret or Clarimond or Damerel or Amalus, and all went to the chase, thinking as much of the morrow as of the day. It was the day when the forests burned their brightest. The earth was fuller of colour than in the painted spring. The hedgerows were hung with brilliant berries in wreaths and clusters, luminous bryony and honeysuckle, and the ebony gloss of the privet making more vivid the bright red of the hips and the dark red of the haws. The smooth flat meadows and smooth round sides of the downs were not greener in June. Nor in that crystal air did the river ever run bluer than under that blue sky. The elms were getting already their dusky gold, and the beeches their brighter reds and golds and coppers. Where they were young and in thin leaf, the sun-flood watered them to transparent pinks and lemons, as bright though not as burning as the massed colours of the older trees. That day there was magic on the western hills, for those who could see it, and trees that were not trees. So Rosalind, who, like all the world, was early abroad, though not with all the world, saw a silver cloud, pretending to be white flowers upon a hawthorn. Never in spring sunlight had the bush shone wider. But when Maudlin rode by later, she saw, not a cloud in flower, but a flowerless tree, dressed with the new-puffed whiteness of wild clematis, its silver-green tendrils shining through their own mist. Then Rosalind saw a sunset, pretending to be a spindle-tree, scattering flecks of red and yellow light upon the ground, till the grass threw up a reflection of the tree, as a cloud in the east will reflect another in the west. But when Maudlin came riding, the spots of light upon the ground were little pointed leaves, and the sunset a little tree, as round as a clipped yew, modelled like an artist's palette, with every shade from primrose to orange and from rose to crimson. And last, in a green glade under a steep hollow overhung with ash, Rosalind saw a fairy, pretending to be a silver birch turned golden. For her leaves hung like the shaking water of a sunlit fountain, and she stood alone in the very middle of the glade, as though on tiptoe for a dance. And all the green trees that had retreated from her dancing floor seemed ready to break into music, so that Rosalind held her breath, lest she should shatter the moment and the magic, and stayed spellbound where she was. But an hour afterwards, Maudlin, riding the chalky ledge on the ash-grown height, looked down on the same sight, and uttered a sharp cry. For she saw no fairy, but a little yellowing birch, and under it the snow-white hart with the rusty knight beside him. Then all the company with her echoed her cry, and the forest was filled with the round sounds of horns and belling hounds. And while in great excitement men sought a way down into the steep glen, the hart and his ragged guard had started up, and vanished through the underworld of trees. The hue and cry was taken up. Not 1 or 2, but 50 had now seen the quarry, and panted for the glory of the prize. And so, near the very beginning of the day, the chase began. The scent was found and lost and found again. The stag swam the river twice, once at Southstoke and once at Houghton Bridge, and the man swam with it. And then,
Keeping over the fields, they ran up Coombe and went west and north, over Bignor Hill and Farm Hill, through the kennels and Tegleys. They were sighted on Lamley and lost in Charlton. They were seen again on Hayshot and vanished in Harringdean Copse. They crossed the last high road in Sussex and ran over Lynchdown and Treyford nearly into Hampshire. And there the quarry turned and tried to double home by Windon Wood and Cotworth Down. The marvel was that the rusty knight was always with it, sometimes beside it, often on its back, and even when he bestrode it, it flew over the green hills like a white sail driven by a wind at sea, or a cloud flying the skies. When it doubled, it had shaken off the greater part of the hunt. But through Wellhanger and over Leven, some followed it still. In the woods of Milcombe, only the 7 knights who most loved Magdalen remained staunch, and they were spurred by hope, because when they now sighted it, it seemed as though the heart began to tire, and its rider drooped. Their own steeds panted, and their dogs' tongues lolled. But over the dells and rises, woods and fields, they still pressed on, exulting that they of all the hunt remained to bring the weary gallant thing to bay. Once more they were in the home country, and the day was drawing to a glorious close. In the great woods of Rule, the hart tried to confuse the scent and conceal itself with its spent comrade, but it was too late, for it too was nearly spent. Yet it plunged forward to the ridge of Arundel, with its high fret of trees like harp strings, filled with the music of the evening sky. And here again, among the dipping valleys, the quarry sought to shake off the pursuit, but as vainly as before. In that exhausted close for hunters and hunted, the first had triumph to spur the last of their strength, and the second to spare to eke out theirs. At Whiteways the hart struck down through a secret dip into the loveliest hidden valley of all the downs, and descending after it, the knights saw suddenly before them a great curve of the steely river, lying under the sunset like a scimitar dyed with blood. And in a last desperate effort, the hart swerved round a narrow footway by the river, and disappeared. The knights followed shouting with their baying dogs, and the next instant were struck mute with astonishment. For the narrow wooded path by the water suddenly swung open into a towering semicircle of dazzling cliffs, uprising like the loftiest castle upon earth. Such castles as heaven builds of gigantic clouds, to scatter their solid piles with the wind again. But only the hurricanes of the first day or the last could bring this mighty pile to dissolution. The forefront of the vast theatre was a perfect sward, lying above the water like a green half-moon. Beyond and around it, small hills and dells rose and fell in waves, until they reached the brink of the great cliffs. At the further point of the semicircle, the narrow way by the river began again, and steep woods came down to the water, cutting off the north. And somewhere, hidden in the hemisphere of little hills, the hart was hidden, without a path of escape. The men sprang from their horses, and followed the barking dogs across the sward. At the end of it, they turned up a neck of grass that coiled about a hollow like the rim of a cup. It led to a little plateau, ringed with bushes, and smelling sweet of thyme. At first it seemed as though there were no other ingress, but the dogs nosed on, and pointed to an opening through the thick growth on the left, and disappeared with hoarse wild barks and yelps, and their masters made to follow. But at the same instant they heard a voice come from the bushes, a voice well known to them, but now it was exhausted of its power, though not of its anger. "This quarry and this place," it cried, "are sacred to the proud Rosalind, and in her name I warn you, trespassers, that you proceed at your peril." At this the 7 knights burst into laughter, and one cried, "Why, then, it seems we have brought the lady to bay with the hart. A double quarry, friends. Come, for the dogs are full of music now, and we must see the kill." As they moved forward, An arrow sped far above their heads. Then a second man cried, "We could shoot into the dark more surely than this clumsy marksman out of it. Let us shoot among the trees and give him his deserts. And after that, let nothing hold us from the dogs, for their voices turn the blood in me to fire." So each man plucked an arrow from his quiver. And as he fitted it, lo, with incredible swiftness, 7 arrows shot through the air, and one by one each arrow split in two a knight's yew bow. The men looked at their broken bows amazed, and as they looked at each other, the dogs stopped baying, one by one. One of the knights said, breathing heavily, "This must be seen to. The man who could shoot like this has been playing with us since midsummer. Let us come in and call him to account, and make him show us his proud Rosalind." They made a single movement towards the opening. At the same moment, there was a great movement behind it, and they came face to face with the hart royal. It stood at bay, its terrible antlers lowered. Its eyes were danger lights as red as rubies, and the 7 weaponless men stood rooted there, and one said, "Where are the dogs?" But they knew the dogs were dead. So they turned and went out of that place, and found their horses, and rode away. And when they had gone, the hart too turned again, and went slowly down a little slipping path through the bushes, and came to the very inmost chamber of its castle, a round and roofless shrine, walled half by the bird-haunted cliffs, and half by woods. Within on the grass lay the dead hounds, each pierced with an arrow, and on a boulder near them sat the rusty knight, with drooping head and body, regarding them through the vizard he was too weary to raise. He was exhausted past bearing himself. The hart lay down beside him, as exhausted as he. But a sound in the forest that thickly clothed the cliff made both look up. And down between the trees, almost from the height of the cliff, climbed Harding the Red Hunter, bow in hand. He strode across the little space that divided them still, and stood over the rusty knight and the white hart royal. And both might have been petrified, for neither stirred. After a little, Harding began to speak. "Are you satisfied, rusty knight," said he, "with what you have done in proud Rosalind's honor?" The rusty knight did not answer. "Did ever lady have a sorrier champion?" Harding laughed roughly. "She would have beggared herself to get you a sword. And she got you a sword, the like of which no knight ever had before. And how have you used it? All through a summer you have brought laughter upon her. She would have beggared herself again to get you a bow that only a god was worthy to draw. And how have you drawn it? For a month you have drawn it to men's scorn of her and of you. You have cried her praises only to forfeit them. You have vaunted her beauty and never crowned it. And what have you got for it?" The rusty knight was as dumb as the dead. Harding stepped closer. "Shall I tell you, rusty knight, what you have got for it? Last midsummer eve by the wishing pool, the proud Rosalind forswore love if heaven would send her a man to strike a blow in her name for her father's sake. She did not say what sort of man or what sort of blow. She asked in her simplicity only that a blow should be struck. And like a woman she was ready to find it enough, and in gratitude repay it with that which could only in honor be exchanged for what honored her. Yet I myself heard her swear to hold herself bound to the sorry champion who should strike for her in the tourney. And you struck and fell. Did you tell her you fell when you came to her crownless? And how did she crown you for your fall, rusty knight?" The knight sprang to his feet and stood quivering. "That moves you," said Harding, "but I will move you more. The proud Rosalind is not your woman. She is mine.
She was mine from the moment her eyes fell. She was only a child then, but I knew she was mine, as surely as I knew this heart was mine and no other's when first I saw it as a calf drink at its pool. But I was patient, and waited till he, my calf, should become a king, and she, my heifer, a queen. And I am her man, because I am of king stock in my own land, as she is of king stock in hers. And I am her man, because for a year I have kept her without her knowledge, with the pence I earned by my sweat, that were earned for a different purpose. And I am her man, because the heart you have defended so ill, and hampered for a month, was saved today by my arrows, not yours. It was my arrows slew the hounds from the top of the cliff. It was my arrows split the bows of the 7 knights. And it is my arrow now that will kill the White Hart, that in all men's sight I may give her the antlers tomorrow, and hear my proud Rosalind called queen among women. And as he spoke, Harding drew back suddenly, and fitted a shaft to his string, as though he would shoot the hart where it lay. But the rusty knight sprang forward, and caught his hands, crying, "Not my heart! You shall not shoot my heart!" And he tore off his casque, and the great tawny mantle of Rosalind's hair fell over her rags, and her face was on fire, and her bosom heaving, and she sank down, murmuring, "I beg you to spare my heart." But Harding, uttering a great laugh of pride and joy, caught her up before she could kneel, saying, "Not even to me, my proud Rosalind." And without even kissing her lips, he put her from him, and knelt before her, and kissed her feet. "Will you be so good, Mistress Jane," said Martin, "as to sew on my button?" "I will not knot my thread, Master Pippin," said Jane, "till you have snapped yours." "It is snapped," said Martin. "The story is done." Jocelyn. "It is too much! It is too much! You do it on purpose." Martin. "Oh, Mistress Jocelyn, I never do anything on purpose, and therefore I am always doing either too much or too little. But in what have I exceeded? My story? I am sorry if it is too long." Jocelyn. "It was too short, and you are quibbling." Martin. "I? But never mind. What more can I say? It is a fault, I know. But as soon as my lovers understand each other, I can see no further." Jocelyn. "There are 1,000 things more you can say. Who this Harding was, for one." Joyce. "And what he meant by saying his pennies had kept her for another." Jennifer. "And for what other purpose he had intended them." Jessica. "And you must describe all that happened at the last tourney." Jane. "And what about the ring, and the girdle, and the circlet, and the silver gown?" "I would so like to know," said little Joan, "if Harding and Rosalind lived happily ever after. Please won't you tell us how it all ended?" "Will women never see what lies under their noses?" groaned Martin. "Will they always stare over a wall, and if they're not tall enough, try to stare through it? Will they only know that a thing has come to its end when they see it making a new beginning? Why, after the first kiss, all tales start afresh, though they start on the second, which is as different from the first as a garden rose from a wild one. Here have I galloped you to a conclusion, and now you would set me ambling again."
"Then make up your mind to it," said Jocelyn, "and amble."
"Dear heaven," went on Martin, "I begin to believe that when a woman is being kissed, she doesn't even notice it, for thinking, how sweet it will be when he kisses me next Tuesday fortnight."
"Then get on to next Tuesday fortnight," scolded Jocelyn, "if that be the end."
"The end, indeed," said Martin. "On Tuesday fortnight, at the very instant, the slippery creature is thinking, how delicious it was when he kissed me 2 weeks ago last Saturday. There's no end with a woman, either backwards or forwards."
"For goodness' sake," cried Jocelyn, "stop grumbling and get on with it."
"There's no end to a man's grumbling either," said Martin, "but I'll get on with it."
The tale that Harding had to tell proud Rosalind was a long one, but I will make as short of it as I can. He told her how in his own country he was sprung of the race of Volund, who was a god and a king and a smith all in one. But he had been ill-used and banished, and had since haunted England, where men knew him as Wayland, and he did miracles. But in his own northern land his strain continued, until Harding's father, a king himself, was, like his ancestor, defeated and banished, and crossed the water with his young son, and a chest of relics of old Wayland's work. A ring, a girdle, a crown, and a silver robe. A sword and bow which Rosalind knew already, and other things as well. And the boy grew up, filled with the ancient wrongs of his ancestor, and he went about the country seeking Wayland's haunts. And wherever he found them, he found a mossy legend, neglected and unproved, of how the god worked, or had worked, for any man's pence, and put his divine craft to labourer's service. And as in Rosalind the dream had grown of building up her father's honour again, so Harding had from boyhood nursed his dream of establishing that of the half-forgotten god. And he, who had inherited his ancestors' craft and metal, coming at last through Sussex, settled at Bury, where the legend lay on its sick-bed. And he set up his shop by the ferry so that he might doctor it. And there he did his work in 2 ways. For as the Red Smith he did such work as might be done better by 100 men. But as Wayland he did what could only have been done better by the god. And the toll he collected for that work he saved, year in, year out, till he should have enough to build the god a shrine. And leaving this visible evidence behind him, he meant to depart to his own land, and let the faith in Wayland wax of itself. And then Harding told Rosalind how he had first seen the hart when it was a calf 6 years before at midsummer, and how it had led him to the wishing pool, and he had marked it for his own, and how in the same year he had first noticed Rosalind, a girl not yet 16, and for the fire of kings in her that all her poverty could not extinguish, chosen her for his mate. "And year by year," said Harding, "I watched to see whether the direst want could bring you to humbleness, and saw you only grow in nobleness. And year by year I lay in wait for my 4-footed quarry each midsummer eve beside the wishing pool, and saw it grow in kingliness. And last year, as you know, I saw you come to the pool beside the hart, and heard you make your high prayer for life or death. And if I had not been able to give you the life, I would have given you the death you prayed for. But I went before you, and going by the ferry, put my old god's money in your room before you could be there. And from time to time I robbed his store to keep you. But when in spring they drove you from the castle, I did not know where to find you, and I hunted for your lair as I hunted for the hart's, and never knew they were the same. Then this year came the wishing time again, and lying hidden I heard you cry for a man to strike for you. And I was tempted then to reveal myself, and make you know to what man you were committed. But I decided that I would wait, and strike for you in the tourney, and come to you for the first time with a crown. And so I went back to the ferry, and set to work, and to my amazement you followed me, and for the first time of your own will addressed me. I wondered whether you had come to be humbled before your time, and if you had been, I would have let you go forever. But when you spoke with scorn, as to a servant who had once forgotten himself so far as to play the man to you, I laughed in my heart, and prized your scorn more dearly than your favour, and said to myself, "To-morrow she shall know me for her man." But when you went down to the water, and made your demand of Wayland, for his sake and yours, I was ready to give you a weapon worthy of your steel. So I gave you the god's own sword, and waited to see what use you would make of it. And you made as ill a use as after you made of the god's bow.
and while men spoke betwixt wrath and mockery of the rusty knight, I loved more dearly that champion who was doing so ill so bravely for a championless lady. Then Harding looked her steadily in the eyes, and though her face was all on fire again, as he alone had power to make it, she did not flinch from his gaze. And he took her hand and said, "No man has ever struck a blow for you yet, proud Rosalind, but the rusty knight will strike for you tomorrow. And as today there was no marksman, so tomorrow there shall be no swordsman who can match him. And when he has won the crown of Sussex for you, you shall redeem your pledge of the wishing pool, and give him what he will. Till then, be free." And he dropped her hand again, and let her go. She turned and went quickly into the bushes, and soon she came out bearing the miserable arms of the rusty knight and the glorious sword.
"These are all that were in my father's castle for many years," she said, "and I took them when I went away, and the White Hart brought me to his own castle. But though these are big for me, they will be small for you."
And Harding looked at them and laughed his short laugh. "The casque alone will serve," he said. "By that and the sword men shall know me. I have my own arms else. And I will take on myself the shame of this ludicrous casque, and redeem it in your name. And you shall have these in exchange." And he handed her his pouch, and bade her what to do in the morning, and went away. He still had not kissed her mouth, nor had she offered it. Now there is very little left to tell. On the morrow, when the roll of knights had been called, all eyes instinctively turned to the great gateway, by which the rusty knight had always come at the last moment. And as they looked, they saw whom they expected, but not what they expected. For though his head was hidden in the rusty casque, and though he held the sword which all men coveted, he was clad from neck to foot in arms and mail so marvellously chased and inwrought with red gold that his whole body shone ruddy in the sun-shaft. And men and women, dazzled and confused, wondered what trick of light made him appear more tall and broad than they remembered him, so that he seemed to dwarf all other men. The murmur and the doubt went round, "Is it the rusty knight?" Then in a voice of thunder he replied, "Aye, if you will, it is the rusty knight, or the red knight, or the knight of the royal heart, or of the heart royal. But by any name, the knight of the proud Rosalind, who is the proudest and most peerless of all the maids of Sussex, as this day's work shall prove." And none laughed. The joust began, and before the rusty knight the rest went down like corn beaten by hail, and all men marvelled at him, and all women likewise. And the young Queen Maudlin of Bramber, a prey to her whims, loved him as long as the tourney lasted. And when it was ended, and he alone stood upright, she rose in her seat, and held out to him the crown of gold and flowers upon a silken pillow, crying, "You have won this, you unknown, unseen champion, and it is your right to give it where you will, and none will dispute her supremacy in beauty forever." And as he strode and knelt to receive the crown, she added quickly, "And I know not whether the promise has reached your ears which yesterday was made, that she who accepts the crown is to wed the victor, although he choose the queen herself to wear it." And she smiled down at him, like morning smiling out of the sky, and her beauty was such as to make a man forget all other beauty and all resolutions. But Harding took the crown from her, and touched her hand with the rusty brow of his casque, and said, "A queen will wear it, for my lady's fathers were once kings of Amberley." Then Maudlin stamped her foot as a butterfly might, and cried, "Where is this lady whom you keep as hidden as your face?" And Harding rose, and turned towards the gateway, and all turned with him, and into the arch rode Rosalind on the White Hart,
and she was clothed from her neck to the soles of her naked feet in a sheath of silver that seemed molded to her lovely body. And about her waist a golden girdle hung, set with green stones, and from her finger a great emerald shot green fire. And on her head a golden fillet lay in the likeness of close-set leaves, with clusters of gleaming green berries that were other emeralds. And under it her glory of hair fell like liquid metal down her back and over the hart's neck as low as her silver hem. And the hart, with its splendid antlers, stood motionless and proud as though it knew it carried a young queen. But indeed, men wondered whether it were not a young goddess. And so, for a very few moments, this carven vision of gold and silver and ivory and molten bronze and copper and green jewels stood in their gaze. And then Harding bore the crown to her, and knelt, and stood up again, and crowned her before them all. And laying his hand upon the white hart's neck, moved away with it and its beautiful rider through the gateway. And no one moved or spoke or tried to stop them. But by the footway over the water meadows they went, and at the river's edge found Harding's broad flat boat with the bird's beak. And Harding said, "Will you come over the ferry with me, proud Rosalind?" And Rosalind answered, "What is your fee, Red Boatman?" Then Harding answered, "For that which flows, I take only that which flows." And Rosalind, stooping of her own accord from the white hart's back, kissed him. "I shall be very uncomfortable, Mistress Jane, till you have sewed on my button." End of Proud Rosalind and the Hart Royal. Section 22 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Fifth Interlude. The milkmaids had not thought of their apples for the last hour, but now, remembering them, they fell to refreshing their tongues with the sweet flavors of fruit and talk. Jessica. "I cannot rest, Jane, till you have pronounced upon the story."
Jane.
"I never found pronouncement harder, Jessica. For who can pronounce upon anything but a plain truth or a plain falsehood? And I am too confused to extricate either from such a hodgepodge of magic as came to pass without the help of any real magician."
Martin.
"Oh, Mistress Jane, are you sure of that? Did not Rosalind's wishes come true? And can there be magic without a magician?"
Jane.
"Her wishes came true, I know, both by the pool and by the fairy. But that the pool and the fairy were supernatural remains unproved, because in both cases her wishes were brought about by a man. And if there was any other magician at all, you never showed him to us."
Martin.
"Dear Mistress Jane, where were your eyes? I showed you the greatest of all the magicians that give ear to the wishes of women. And when it is necessary to bring them about, he puts his power on a man, and the man makes them come true. Which is a magic you must often have noticed in men, though you may never have known the magician's name."
Jocelyn.
"We have never noticed any magic whatever in men, and we don't want to know the magician's name. We don't believe in anything so silly as magic."
Martin.
"I hope, Mistress Jocelyn, there were moments in my story not too silly to be believed in."
Jocelyn.
"Silliness in stories is more or less excusable, since they are not even supposed to be believed. And is there still a wishing pool on Rule and a fairy at Bury?"
Martin.
The fairy is there, but Harding's hammer is silent. And where his shop stood is a little cottage where children live, who dabble in summer on the fairy step. And their mother will run from her washing or cooking to take you over the water for the same fee that Wayland asked for shoeing a poor man's donkey or making a rich man's sword.
and this is the only miracle men call for from those banks today. And if ever you tried to take a boat across the Bury currents, you would not only believe in miracles, but pray for one, while your boat turned in midstream like a merry-go-round. So there's no doubt that the fairy wife is a witch. But as for the wishing pool, it is as lost as it was before the White Hart led two lovers to discover it at separate times, and having brought them together, passed with them and its secret out of men's knowledge. For neither it nor Harding nor Rosalind was seen again in Sussex after that day. And yet I can tell you this much of their fortunes, that whatever befell them wherever they wandered, he was a king and she a queen in the sight of the whole world, which to all lovers consists of one woman and one man. And their lives were crowned lives, and they carried their crown with them even when they came in the same hour to exchange one life for another. But this was only after a long and cloudless reign on earth.
Jane.
Well, it is a satisfaction to know that, for at certain times your story seemed so overshadowed with clouds that I was filled with doubts.
Joan.
Oh, but Jane, even when we walk in the thickest clouds on the downs, we are certain that presently some light will melt them, or some wind blow them away.
Joyce.
Yes, it never once occurred to me to doubt the end of the story.
Jennifer.
Nor to me, and so the clouds only kept one in a delicious palpitation, at which one could secretly smile without having to stop trembling.
Jessica.
Was it possible, Jane, that you could be deceived as to the conclusion of this love story? Why, even I saw joy coming as plain as a pikestaff.
Martin. And I, with love for its bearer. For that magician, who touches the plainest things with a radiance, makes plain girls and boys look queens and kings, and plain staves flowering branches of joy. And in this case, I can think of only one catastrophe that could have obscured or distorted that vision. Two of the milkmaids.
What catastrophe, pray?
Martin. If Rosalind had refused to believe in anything so silly as magic. The silence of the 7 sleepers hung over the apple orchard. Jocelyn.
Then she would have proved herself a girl of sense, Singer, and your tale would have gained in virtue. As it stands, I should not have grieved, though the clouds had never been dispersed from so foolish a medley of magic and make-believe.
Martin. So be it, if it must be so. We will push back our lovers into their obscurities, and praise night for the round moon above us, who has pushed 3 parts of her circle clear of all obstacles, and awaits only some movement of heaven to blow the last remnant of cloud from her happy soul. And because more of her is now in the light than in the dark, she knows it is only a question of time. But the last hours of waiting are always the longest, and we, like herself, can do no better than spend them in dreams, where, if we are lucky, we shall catch a glimpse of the angels of truth. Like the last 5 leaves blown from an autumn branch, the milkmaids fluttered from the apple tree, and couched their sleepy heads on their tired arms, and went each by herself into her particular dream, where, if she found company or not, she never told. But Jane sat prim and thoughtful, with her elbow in her hand, and her finger making a dimple in her cheek, considering deeply. And presently Martin began to cough a little, and then a little more, and finally so troublesomely that she was obliged to lay her profound thoughts aside to attend to him with a little frown. Was even Euclid impervious to midges?
"Have you taken cold, Master Pippin?"
said Jane. "I'm afraid so," he confessed humbly, "for we all know that when we catch colds, the grievance is not ours but our nurse's."
"How did it happen?"
demanded Jane, rightly affronted. Have you been getting your feet wet in the duck pond again?"
"The trouble lies higher," murmured Martin, and held his shirt together at the throat. Jane looked at him and coloured and said,
"That is the merest pretence. It was only one button, and it is a very warm night. I think you must be mistaken about your cold."
"Perhaps I am," said Martin hopefully.
"And you only coughed and coughed and kept on coughing," continued Jane, "because I had forgotten all about you, and was thinking of something quite different."
"It is almost impossible to deceive you," said Martin.
"Oh, Master Pippin,"
said Jane earnestly,
"since I turned 17, I have seen into people's motives so clearly that I often wish I did not, but I cannot help it."
Martin: "You poor darling." Jane:
"You must not say that word to me, Master Pippin."
Martin: "It was very wrong of me. The word slipped out by mistake. I meant to say clever, not poor." Jane:
"Did you? I see. Oh, but—"
Martin: "Please don't be modest. We must always stand by the truth, don't you think?" Jane:
"Above all things."
Martin: "How long did it take you to discover my paltry ruse? How long did you hear me coughing?" Jane:
"From the very beginning."
Martin: "And can you think of two things at once?" Jane:
"Of course not."
Martin: "No? I wish two was the least number of things I ever think of at once. Mine's an untidy way of thinking. Still, now we know where we are. What were you thinking about me so earnestly when I was coughing and you had forgotten all about me?" Jane:
I wasn't thinking about you at all."
And she got down from the swing and walked away. Martin: "Now we don't know where we are." And he got down from the branch and walked after her. Martin: "Please, Mistress Jane, are you in a temper?" Jane:
"I am never in a temper."
Martin: "Hurrah!" Jane:
"Being in a temper is silly. It isn't normal, and it clouds people's judgments."
Martin: "So do lots of things, don't they? Like leapfrog, and mad bulls, and rum punch, and very full moons, and love." Jane:
"All these things are, as you say, abnormal, and I have no more use for them than I have for tempers. But being disheartened isn't being in a temper, and I am always disheartened when people argue badly. And above all men, who I find can never keep to the point, although they say—"
Martin: "What do they say?" Jane:
"That girls can't."
Martin began to cough again, and Jane looked at him closely, and Martin apologized and said it was that tickle in his throat, and Jane said gravely,
"Do you think I can't see through you? Come along, do."
and opened her housewife, and put on her thimble, and threaded her needle, and got out the button, and made Martin stand in a patch of moonlight, and stood herself in front of him, and took the neck of his shirt deftly between her left finger and thumb, and began to stitch. And Martin, looking down on the top of her smooth little head, which was all he could see of her, said anxiously, "You won't prick me, will you?" And Jane answered,
"I'll try not to, but it is very awkward."
Because to get behind the button, she had to lean her right elbow on his shoulder and stand a little on tiptoe, so that Martin had good cause to be frightened. But after several stitches he realized that he was in safe hands, and drew a big breath of relief, which made Jane look up rather too hastily, and down more hastily still, so that her hand shook and the needle slipped, and Martin said, "Ow!" and clutched the hand with the needle, and held it tightly just where it was. And Jane got flustered and said,
"I'm so sorry."
Martin: "Why should you be? You've proved your point. If I knew any man that could stick to his so well, and drive it home so truly, I would excuse him forever from politics and the law, and bid him sit at home with his work-basket minding the world's business in its cradle. It is only because men cannot stick to the point that life puts them off with the little jobs which shift and change color with every generation. But the great point of life, which never changes, was given from the first into woman's keeping, because, as all the divine powers of reason knew, only she could be trusted to stick to it. I should be glad to have your opinion, Jane, as to whether this is true or not.
Jane. Yes, Martin, I am convinced it is true.
Martin. Then let the men shilly-shally as much as they like. And so, as long as the cradle is there to be minded, we shall have proved that out of two differences unions can spring. My buttonhole feels empty. What about my button?
Jane. I was just about to break off the thread when you...
Martin. When I what?
Jane. Sighed.
Martin. Was it a sigh? Did I sigh? How unreasonable of me. What was I sighing for? Do you know?
Jane. Of course I know.
Martin. Will you tell me?
Jane.
That's enough. And she tried to break off the thread. Martin. But you mustn't keep your wisdom to yourself. Give me the key, dear Jane.
Jane.
The key? Martin. Because how else can the clouds which overshadow our stories be cleared away? How else can we allay our doubts and our confusions and our sorrows, if you who are wise and see motives so clearly will not give us the key? Why did I sigh, Jane? And why does Gillian sigh? And oh, Jane, why are you sighing? Do you know?
Jane.
Of course I know. Martin. And won't you give me the key?
Jane.
That's quite enough. And this time she broke off the thread. And she put the needle in and out of the pinked flannel in her housewife, and she tucked the thimble in its place. And then she felt in a little pocket where something clinked against her scissors, and Martin watched her. And she took it out and put it in his hand, and his hand tightened again over hers, and he said gravely, "Is it a needle?"
"No, it is not," said Jane primly, "but it's very much to the point."
"Oh, you wise woman," whispered Martin, and Jane colored with satisfaction, because she was turned 17. What would poor men do without your help? Then he kissed very respectfully the hand that had pricked him, on the back, and on the palm, and on the forefingers and thumb, and on the wrist. And then he began looking for a new place, but before he could make up his mind, Jane had taken her hand and herself away, saying, "Good night," very politely as she went. So he lay down to dream that for the first time in his life he had made up his mind. But Jane, whose mind was always made up, for the first time in her life dreamed otherwise. It happened that by some imprudence Martin had laid himself down exactly under the gap in the hedge, and when old Gilman came along the other side crying, "Maids!" in the morning, the careless fellow had no time to retreat across the open to save cover. So there was nothing for it but to conceal himself under the very nose of danger and roll into the ditch, which he hurriedly did, while the milkmaids ran here and there like yellow chickens frightened by a hawk. Not knowing what else to do, they at last clustered above him about the gap, filling it so with their pretty faces that the farmer found room for not so much as an eyelash when he arrived with his bread, and it was for all the world as though the hedge, forgetting it was autumn, had broken out at that particular spot into pink and white May, so that even old Gilman had no fault to find with the arrangement. "All astir, my maids?" said he. "Yes, master, yes," they answered breathlessly.
all but Jocelyn, who cried, "Oh, oh, oh!" and bit her lip hard, and stood suddenly on one foot.
"What's amiss with ye?" asked Gilman.
"Nothing, master," said she, very red in the face. "A nettle stung my ankle."
"Well, I'd not weep for it," said Gilman.
"Indeed, I'm not weeping," cried Jocelyn loudly.
"Then it did but tickle ye, I doubt," said Gilman slyly, "to blushing point."
"Master, I am not blushing," protested Jocelyn. "The sun's on my face and in my eyes, don't you see?"
"I would he were on my daughter's then," said Gilman. "Does Gillian still sit in her own shadow?"
"Yes, master," answered Jane, "but I think she will be in the light very shortly."
"If she be not," groaned Gilman, "it's a shadow she'll find instead of a father when she comes back to the farmstead. For who can sow wild oats at my time o' life, and not show it at last in his frame? Yet I was a stout man once."
"Take heart, master," urged Joyce, eyeing his waistcoat.
But he shook his head. "Don't be deceived, maid. Drink makes neither flesh nor gristle, only inflation. Gillian," he shouted, "when will you make the best of a bad job, and a solid man of your dad again?"
But the donkey braying in his paddock got as much answer as he.
"Well, it's lean days for all maids," said Gilman, and doled out the loaves from his basket, "and you must suffer even as I. Yet another day may see us grow fat."
And he turned his basket upside down on his head and moved away. "Excuse me, master," said Jane, "but is Nellie, my little Dexter Carey, doing nicely?"
"As nicely as she ever does with any man," said Gilman, "which is to kick John twice a day, mornings and evenings. He says he's getting used to it, and will miss it when you come back to manage her. But before that happens, I misdoubt we'll all be plunged in rack and ruin."
And he departed, making his usual parrot cry. "I'm getting fond of old Gilman," said Marden, sitting up and picking dead leaves out of his hair. "I like his hawker's cry of 'Maids, maids, maids,' for all the world as though he had pretty girls to sell, and I like the way he groans regret over his empty basket as he goes away. But if I had those wares for market, I'd ask such unfair prices for them that I'd never be out of stock." "What's an unfair price for a pretty girl, Master Pippin?" asked Jessica. "It varies," said Marden. "Joan I'd not sell for less than an apple, or Joyce for a gold-brown hair. I might accept a blade of grass for Jennifer, and be tempted by a button for Jane. You, Jessica, I rate as high as a saucy answer." "Simple fees all," laughed Joyce. "Not so simple," said Marden, "for it must be the right apple and the particular hair. Only one of all the grass blades in the world will do, and it must be a certain button or none. Also, there are answers and answers." "In that case," said Jessica, "I'm afraid you've got us all on your hands forever. But at what price would you sell Jocelyn?" "At nothing less," said Marden, "than a yellow shoestring." Jocelyn stamped her left foot so furiously that her shoe came off, and little Joan, anxious to restore peace, ran and picked it up for her, and said, "Why, Jocelyn, you've lost your lace. Where can it be?" But Jocelyn only looked angrier still, and went without answering to set Gillian's bread by the well-house, where she found nothing whatever but a little crust of yesterday's loaf. And surprised out of her vexation, she ran back again, exclaiming, "Look, look! As surely as Gillian is finding her appetite, I think she is losing her grief." "The argument is as absolute," said Marden, "as that if we do not soon breakfast, my appetite will become my grief. But those miserable ducks!" And he snatched the crust from Jocelyn's hand and flung it mightily into the pond, where the drake gobbled it whole, and the ducks got nothing. And the girls cried, "What a shame!" and burst out laughing, all but Jocelyn,
who said under her breath to Martin,
"Give it back at once."
But he didn't seem to hear her, and raced the others gaily to the tree where they always picnicked. And they all fell to in such good spirits that Jocelyn looked from one to another very doubtfully, and suddenly felt left out in the cold. And she came slowly, and sat down not quite in the circle, and kept her left foot under her all the time. As soon as breakfast was over, Jennifer sighed.
"I wish it were dinner time."
"What a greedy wish," said Martin.
"And then," said she, "I wish it were supper time."
"Why?" said he.
"Because it would be nearer tomorrow," said Jennifer pensively.
"Do you want it to be tomorrow so much?" asked Martin. And 5 of the milkmaids cried,
"Oh, yes."
"That's better than wanting it to be yesterday," said Martin. "Yet I'm always so pleased with today that I never want it to be either. And as for old time, I read him by a dial which makes it any hour I choose."
"What dial's that?"
asked Joyce. And Martin looked about for a dandelion clock, and having found one, blew it all away with a single puff, and cried, "1 o'clock and dinner time." Then Jennifer got a second clock, and blew on it so carefully that she was able to say, "7 o'clock and supper time." And then all the girls hastened to get clocks of their own, and make their favorite time o' day.
"When I can't make it come right," confided little Joan to Martin, "I pull them off and say 6 o'clock in the morning."
"It's a very good way," agreed Martin, "and 6 o'clock in the morning is a very good hour, except for lazy lie-a-beds, isn't it?"
"Nancy always looked for me at 6 of a summer morning,"
said little Joan. "Yes," said Martin, "milkmaids must always turn their cows in before the dew's dry, and carters their horses."
"Sometimes they get so mixed in the lane,"
said Joan. "I am sure they do," said Martin. "How glad your cows will be to see you all again."
"Are you certain we shall be out of the orchard tomorrow, Master Pippin?"
asked Jane. "Heaven help us otherwise," said he, "for I've but one tail left in my quiver, and if it does not make an end of the job, here we must stay for the rest of our lives, puffing time away in gossamer." Then Jessica, blowing, cried,
4 o'clock, come in to tea."
And Joyce said,
12 o'clock, baste the goose in the oven. 3 o'clock, change your frock,"
said Jane.
8 o'clock, postman's knock,"
said Jennifer.
10 o'clock, to bed,"
cried Jessica again.
9 o'clock, let me run down the lane for a moment first,"
begged little Joan. Then Martin blew 18 o'clock, and said it was 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And all the girls clapped their hands for joy, all except Jocelyn, who sat quite by herself in a corner of the orchard, and neither blew nor listened. And so they continued to change the hour and the occupation, now washing, now wringing, now drying, now milking, now baking, now mending, now cooking their meal, now eating it, now strolling in the cool of the evening, now going to market on marketing day, till by dinner they had filled the morning with a week of hours, and the air with downy seedlings, as exquisite as crystals of frost. At dinner the maids ate very little, and Jessica said,
"I think I'm getting tired of bread."
"And apples," said Martin.
"One never gets tired of apples," said Jessica, "but I would like to have them roasted for a change, with cream, or in a dumpling with brown sugar, and instead of bread I would like plum cake."
"What wouldn't I give for a bowl of curds and whey!" exclaimed Joyce.
"Fruit salad and custard is nice,"
sighed Jennifer.
"I could fancy a lemon cheesecake," observed Jane, "or a jam tart." "I should like bread and honey," said little Joan. "Bread and honey's the best of all."
"So it is," said Martin.
"You always have to suck your fingers afterwards," said Joan.
"That's why," said Martin.
Quince jelly is good too, and treacle, because if you're quick you can write your name in it, and pickled walnuts, and mushrooms, and strawberries, and green salad, and plover's eggs, and cherries are ripping, especially in earrings, and macaroons, and cheese straws, and gingerbread, and—" "Stop! Stop! 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 Stop!" cried the milkmaids.
"I can hardly bear it myself," said Martin. "Let's play seesaw." So the maids rolled up a log from one part of the orchard, and Martin got a plank from another part, because the orchard was full of all manner of things, as well as girls and apples. And he straddled one end, and said, "Who first?" And Jessica straddled the other as quick as a boy, and went up with a whoop. But Joyce, who presently turned her off, sat sideways, as gay and graceful as a lady in a circus. And Jennifer crouched a little and clung rather hard with her hands, but laughed bravely all the time. And Jane thought she wouldn't, and then she thought she would, and squeaked when she went up, and fell off when she came down, so that Martin tumbled too, and apologized to her earnestly for his clumsiness. And while he rubbed his elbows, she said it didn't matter at all. But little Joan took off her shoes, and with her hands behind her head, stood on the end of the seesaw as lightly as a sun-ray standing on a wave. And she looked up and down at Martin, half shyly because she was afraid she was showing off, and half smiling because she was as happy as a bird. And Jocelyn wouldn't play. Then the girls told Martin he'd had more than his share, and made him get off, and struggled for possession of the seesaw like kings of the castle. And Martin strolled up to Jocelyn, and said persuasively, "It's such fun." But Jocelyn only frowned, and answered, "Give it back to me." And Martin didn't seem to understand her, and returned to the seesaw, and suggested 3 aside, and he would look after Jane very carefully. So he and Jane and Jennifer got on one end, and Jessica, Joyce, and Joan sat on the other, and screaming and laughing, they tossed like a boat on a choppy sea, until Jessica, without any warning, jumped off her perch in mid-air and destroyed the balance, and down they all came helter-skelter, laughing and screaming more than ever. But Jane reproved Jessica for her trick, and said nobody would believe her another time, and that it was a bad thing to destroy people's confidence in you. And Jessica wiped her hot face on her sleeve, and said she was awfully sorry because she admired Jane more than anybody else in the world. Then Martin looked at the sun, and said, "You've barely time to get tidy for supper." So the milkmaids ran off to smooth their hair and their kerchiefs, and do up ribbons and buttons, or whatever else was necessary, and came fresh and rosy to their meal, of which not one of them could touch a morsel, she declared. "Dear, dear, dear," said Martin anxiously, "what's the matter with you all?" But they really didn't know. They just weren't hungry. So please, wouldn't he tell them a story? "This will never do," said Martin. "I shall have you ill on my hands. An apple apiece, or no story tonight." At this dreadful threat, Joan plucked the nearest apple she could find, which was luckily a Cox's Pippin. "Must I eat it all, Martin?" she asked. And Jocelyn looked at her quickly, with that doubtful expression which had been growing on her all the day. "All but the skin," said Martin kindly. And taking the apple from her, he peeled it cleverly from bud to stem, and handed her back nothing but the peel, and she twirled the peel 3 times round her head, and dropped it in the grass behind her. "What is it? What is it?" cried the milkmaids, crowding. "It's a C," said Martin, and he gave Joan her apple, and she ate it. Then Joyce came to Martin with the beauty of Bath, and he peeled it as he had Joan's, and withheld the fruit until she had performed her rite, and her letter was M. Jennifer brought a Worcester pearmain, and threw a T, and Jessica chose a curly tail and made a perfect O, and Jane, who preferred a russet, threw her own initial, And Martin said seriously, "You are to be an old maid, Jane." And Jocelyn looked at him. And Jane replied,
"I don't see that at all. There are lots and lots of J's, Martin."
And Jocelyn looked at her. Then Martin turned inquiringly to Jocelyn, and she said,
"I don't want one."
"No stories, then," said Martin, as firm as nurse at bedtime. And she shook her shoulders impatiently. But he himself picked her a king of pippins, the biggest and reddest in the orchard, and peeled it like the rest, and gave her the peel. And very crossly she jerked it thrice round her head, so that it broke into 3 bits, and they fell on the grass in the shape of an agitated H, and Martin gave her also her pippin.
"But what about your own supper?" said little Joan.
And Martin, glancing from one to another, gathered a cox, a beauty, a pearmain, a curly-tail, a russet, and a king of pippins. And he peeled and ate them one after another, and then one after another whirled the parings. And every one of the parings was a J. Then, while Martin stood looking down at the 6 J's among the clover grass, and the milkmaids looked anywhere else and said nothing, little Joan slipped away, and came back with the smallest, prettiest, and rosiest lady apple in Gilman's orchard, and said softly,
"This one's for you."
So Martin pared it slenderly, and the peel lay in his hand like a ribbon of rose-red silk shot with gold, and he coiled it lightly 3 times round his head, and dropped it over his left shoulder. And as suddenly as bubbles sucked into the heart of a little whirlpool, the milkmaids ran to get a look at the letter. But Martin looked first, and when the ring of girls stood round about him, he put his foot quickly on the apple peel, and rubbed it into the grass. And without even tasting it, he tossed his little lady apple right over the wicket, and beyond the duck pond, and for all the girls could see, to Odvasson. Then Jane and Jessica and Jennifer and Joyce and little Joan, as by a single instinct, each climbed to a bough of the center apple tree, and left the swing empty. And Martin sat on his own bough, and waited for Jocelyn. And very slowly she came and sat on the swing, and said without looking at him,
"We're all ready now."
"All?" said Martin, and he fixed his eyes on the well-house, where it made no difference.
"Most of us, anyhow," said Jocelyn, "and whoever isn't ready is nearly ready."
"Yet most is not all, and nearly is not quite," said Martin. "And would you be satisfied if I could only tell you most of my story, and was obliged to break off when it was nearly done? Alas, with me it must be the whole or nothing, and I cannot make a beginning unless I can see the end."
"All beginnings must have endings," said Jocelyn, "so begin at once, and the end will follow of itself."
"Yet suppose it were some other end than I set out for," said Martin. "There's no telling with these endings that go of themselves. We mean one thing, but they mistake our meaning, and show us another. Like the simple maid who was sent to fetch her lady's slippers and her lady's smock, and brought the wrong ones."
"She must have been some ignorant maid from a town," said Jane, "if she did not know ladies' smocks and ladies' slippers when she saw them."
"It was either her mistake or her lady's," said Martin carelessly. "You shall judge which." And he tuned his lute, and still looking at the well-house, sang. The lady sat in a flood of tears, all of her sweet eyes shedding.
"Tomorrow, tomorrow, the paths of sorrow are the paths that I'll be treading."
So she sent her lass for her slippers of black, but the careless lass came running back with slippers as bright as fairy gold, or noonday light that were heeled and soled, to dance in at a wedding. The lady sat in a storm of sighs, raised by her own heart searching.
"Tomorrow must I in the churchyard lie, because love is an urchin."
So she sent her lass for her sable frock, but the silly lass brought a silken smock, so fair to be seen with a rosy shade,
and lavender sheen that was only made for a bride to come from church in. Now as Martin sang, Gillian got first on her elbow, and then on her knees, and last upright on her 2 feet. And her face was turned full on the duck pond, and her eyes gazed as though she could see more and farther than any other woman in the world, and her 2 hands held her heart, as though but for this it must follow her eyes, and be lost to her forever. "So far as I can see," said Jocelyn, "there's nothing to choose between the foolishness of the maid and that of the mistress. But since Gillian appears to have risen to some sense in it, for goodness sake, before she sinks back on her own folly, tell us your tale and be done with it." "It is ready now," said Martin, "from start to finish. Glass is not clearer nor daylight plainer to me than the conclusion of the whole, and if you will listen for a very few instants, you shall see as certainly as I the ending of The Imprisoned Princess. End of 5th Interlude. Section 23 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. The Imprisoned Princess. There was once, dear maidens, a princess who was kept on an island. Jocelyn. There are no islands in Sussex. Martin. This didn't happen in Sussex. Jocelyn. But I thought it was a true story. Martin. It is the only true story of them all. She was kept on the island, locked up in a tower, for the best of all the reasons in the world. She had fallen in love. She had fallen in love with her father's squire. So the king banished him forever, and locked up his daughter in a tower on an island, and had it guarded by 6 gorgons. Jocelyn. It's not a true story. Martin. It is a true story. If you don't say so at the end, I'll give you... Jocelyn. What? I don't want you to give me anything. Martin. All right then. Jocelyn. What will you give me? Martin. A yellow shoestring. By 6 gorgons, repeated Martin, who had the sharpest claws and the snakiest hair of any gorgons there ever were. And their faces. Jocelyn. Leave their faces alone. Martin. You are being a perfect nuisance. Jocelyn. I simply hate this story. Martin. Tell it yourself, then. Jocelyn. What about their faces? Their faces, said Martin, were as beautiful as day and night and the 4 seasons of the year. They were so beautiful that I must stop talking about them, or I shall never talk about anything else. So I'd better talk about the young squire, who was a great deal less interesting, except for one thing, that he was in love, which is a big advantage to have over gorgons who never are. The only other noteworthy thing about him was that his voice was breaking, because he was merely 15 years old. He was just a sort of odd boy about the king's court. Martin. Mistress Jocelyn, if you keep on wiggling so much, you'll get a nasty tumble. Kindly sit still and let me get on. This isn't a very long story. One morning in April, this squire sat down at the end of the world, and he sobbed and he sighed like any poor soul. And a sort of wandering fellow who was going by had enough curiosity to stop and ask him what was the matter. And the squire told him, and added that his heart was breaking for longing of the flower that his lady wore in her hair. So this fellow said, "Is that all?" And he got into his boat, which had a painted prow,
and a light green pennon, and a gilded sail, and called itself the Golden Truant. And he sailed away 1,000 leagues over the water, till he came to the island where the princess was imprisoned. And the 6 Gorgons came hissing to the shore, and asked him what he wanted. And he said he wanted nothing but to play and sing to them. So they let him. And while he did so, they danced and forgot. And he ran to the tower, and found the princess with her beautiful head bowed on the window-sill behind the bars, weeping like January rain. And he climbed up the wall, and took from her hair the flower as she wept, in exchange for another which the squire had sent her. And she whispered a word of sorrow, and he another of comfort, and came away. And the Gorgons suspected nothing, except perhaps the littlest Gorgon, and she looked the other way. So in the summer the squire told the wanderer that he would surely die unless he had his lady's ring to kiss. And the fellow went again to the island. The Gorgons were not sorry to see him, and were willing to dance while he played and sang as before. And as before, he took advantage of their pleasure, and stole the gold ring from the princess's hand as she lay in tears behind her bars. But in place of the gold ring, he left a silver one which had belonged to the squire. And the voice of her despair spoke through her tears, and he answered it as best he could with the voice of hope, and went away as before, leaving the Gorgons dancing. Then in the autumn the squire said to the wanderer, "Who can live on flowers and rings? If you do not get me my lady herself, let me lie in my grave." So the wanderer set sail for the 3rd time, though he knew that the dangers and difficulties of this last adventure were supreme. And once more he landed on the island of the imprisoned princess. And this time the Gorgons even appeared a little pleased to see him, and let him stay with them 6 days and nights, telling them stories and singing them songs, and inventing games to keep them amused. For he was very sorry for them. Jocelyn.
Why?
Martin. Because he discovered that they were even unhappier than the princess in her tower. Jocelyn.
It isn't true! It isn't true!
Martin. Look out! You're losing your slipper. Of course the Gorgons were unhappier than the princess. She was only parted from her lover, but they were parted from love itself. But as the week wore on, miracles happened. For every night, one of the Gorgons turned into the beautiful girl she used to be, before the goddess of reason, infuriated with the irrational god who bestows on girls their quite unreasonable loveliness, had made her what she was. And night by night, the wanderer rubbed his eyes, and wondered if he had been dreaming. For the guardians of the tower no longer hissed, but sighed at love, and instead of claws for the destructions of lovers, had beautiful kind hands that longed to help them. Until on the 6th night, only one remained this fellow's enemy. But alas, she was the strongest and fiercest of them all. Jocelyn.
How dare you!
And her case, said Martin, was hopeless, because she alone of them all had never known what love was, and so had nothing to be restored to. Jocelyn.
How dare you!
And without her, said Martin, there was nothing to be done. She had always had the others under her thumb, and by this time she had the wanderer in exactly the same place, and so here is your shoestring, Mistress Jocelyn, and I am sorry the want of it has been such an inconvenience to you all day, so that you could not make merry with us. But I must forfeit it now, for the story is ended, and I think you must own it is true. Jocelyn.
I won't take it. The story is not true. The story is not ended. Finish it at once. None of the others ended like this.
Martin. The others weren't true. Jocelyn.
I don't care. You are to say what happened to the Gorgons.
Joyce.
And to the squire.
Jennifer.
And to the princess.
Jessica.
And what she looked like.
Jane.
And what happened to the king. Please, Martin,
said little Joan,
please don't let the story come to an end before we know what happened to the wanderer.
I'm tired of telling stories, said Martin, and I'll never tell another as long as I live. But I suppose I must add the trimmings to this one, or I shall get no peace. All these things, dear maidens, are very quickly told, except what the princess looked like, for that is impossible. No man ever knew. He never got farther than her eyes, and then he was drowned. But what does it matter how she looked? She died 1,000 years ago of a broken heart, and her squire, hearing of her death, died too, 1,000 leagues away. And the king, her father, expired of remorse, and his country went to rack and ruin. And the 5 kind Gorgons had to pay the penalty of their regained humanity, and wilted into their maiden graves. Only the 6th Gorgon lived on for ever and ever. I dare not think of her solitary eternity. But as for the wanderer, he is of no importance. A little while he still went wandering, singing these lovers' sorrows to the world, and what became of him I never knew. That's the end. And now, dear Mistress Jocelyn, let me lace up your shoe. Jocelyn buried her face in her hands and burst out crying. Postlude, Part 1. There was consternation in the apple orchard. All the milkmaids came tumbling from their perches to run and comfort their weeping comrade. And as they passed Martin, Joyce cried,
"It's a shame!"
And Jennifer murmured,
"How could you?"
And Jessica exclaimed, "You brute!" And Jane said,
"I'm surprised at you."
And even little Joan shook her head at him, and while all the others fondled Jocelyn, and petted and consoled her, took her hand and held it very tight. But with her other hand she took Martin's and held it just as tight, and looked a little anxious, with tears in her blue eyes. Yet she looked a little smiling too, and there were tears also in the eyes of all the milkmaids, because the story had ended so badly, and because they did not in the least know what was going to happen, and because a man had made one of them cry. And Martin suddenly realized that all these girls were against him as much as though it were 6 months ago. And he swung his feet and looked as though he didn't care, so that Joan knew he was feeling rather sheepish inside, and held his hand a little tighter. Then Jocelyn, who had the loveliest brown, as Joan had the loveliest blue, eyes in England, lifted her young head, and looked at Martin so defiantly through her tears, that he knew she had given up the game at last. And he pressed Joan's hand for all he was worth, and began to look ashamed of himself, so that Joan knew he had stopped feeling sheepish in the least. And Jocelyn, in a voice that shook like birch leaves, said,
"I don't want it to end like that."
Martin. Dear Mistress Jocelyn, is it my fault? I promised you the truth, and with your help I have told it. Jocelyn.
How dare you say it's with my help? If I had my way—
Martin. You shall have it. We will leave the end of the story in your hands. Jocelyn.
I won't have anything to do with it.
Martin. Then I'm afraid it's your fault. Jocelyn.
That's what a man always says.
Martin. Did he? Jocelyn.
Yes, he did. He said it was Eve's fault.
Martin. So it was. Jocelyn.
How dare you?
Martin. He said nothing but the truth. And what did you say? Jocelyn.
I said it was Adam's fault.
Martin: So it was. You said nothing but the truth. Jocelyn:
How could it be two people's fault?
Martin: How could it be anything else? Oh, Jocelyn, there are two things in this world that one person alone cannot bring to perfection, and one of them is a fault. It takes two people to make a perfect fault. Eve tempted Adam, and Adam was jolly glad to get tempted if he was half as sensible as he ought to have been. And Eve knew it, and Adam let her know it. And if after that she had not tempted him, he would never have forgiven her. And if he had not succumbed to her temptation after he had let her know it, she would never have forgiven him. When it came to fault-making, they understood each other perfectly, and between them they made the most perfect fault in the world. Jocelyn, after a long pause:
You said there were two things.
Martin: Two things? Jocelyn:
That one person alone can't bring to perfection.
Martin: Did I?
Jocelyn: What is the other thing?
Martin: Love, isn't it?
Jocelyn: How dare you ask me?
Martin: I dare ask more than that.
Jocelyn, how old are you?
Jocelyn:
I shan't tell you.
Martin:
Jocelyn, you are the tallest of the milkmaids, but you can't help that. How old are you?
Jocelyn:
Mind your own business.
Martin:
Jocelyn, the first 3 times I saw you, you had your hair down your back. But ever since I told you my first story, you have done it up, like beautiful dark flowers, on each side of your head. And it is my belief that you have no business to have it up at all.
Jocelyn, very angrily:
How dare you? Of course I have. Am I not nearly 16?
Martin: Nearly?
Jocelyn: Well, next June.
Martin:
Oh, Hebe, it's worse than I thought. How dare I, you whippersnapper, how dare you have us all under your thumb? How dare you play the Gorgon to Jillian? How dare you cry your eyes out because my lovers had an unhappy ending? Go back to your doll's house. What does 16 next June know about Adam? What does 16 next June know about love?
Jocelyn:
Everything! How dare you? Everything!
Martin:
Am I to believe you? Then by all you know, you baby, give me the 6th key of the well-house.
And he took from his pocket the 5 keys he already had, and held out his hand for the last one. Jocelyn's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and the doubt that had troubled her all day became a certainty as she looked from the keys to her comrades, who all got very red and hung their heads.
Why did you give them up?
Demanded Jocelyn. Because, Martin answered for them, they know everything about love. But then they are all more than 16 years of age, and capable of making the right sort of ending, which is so impossible to children like you and me. Then Jocelyn looked as old as she could, and said,
Not so impossible, Master Pippin, if...
But all of a sudden she began to laugh. It was the first time Martin had ever heard her laugh, or her comrades for 6 months. Their faces cleared like magic, and they all clapped their hands and ran away. And Martin got down from his bough, because when Jocelyn laughed, she didn't look more than 14. "If what, Jocelyn?" he said.
"If you'd stolen the right shoestring, Martin,"
said she. And she stuck out her right foot with its neatly laced yellow slipper. Then Martin knelt down, and instead of lacing the left shoe, unlaced the right one, and inside the yellow slipper found the 6th key just under the instep.
Is that the right ending? Said Jocelyn.
And Martin held the little foot in his hands, rubbing it gently, and said compassionately, "It must have been dreadfully uncomfortable."
It was sometimes,
said Jocelyn. "Didn't it hurt?" asked Martin, beginning to lace up her shoes for her.
Now and then,
said Jocelyn. "It was an awfully kiddish place to hide it in," said Martin, finishing. And as he looked up, Jocelyn laughed again, rubbing her tear-stained cheeks with the back of her hand, and for all the great growing girl that she was, looked no more than 12. So he slid under the swing, and stood up behind her, and kissed her on the back of the neck, where babies are kissed. Then all the milkmaids came back again. Part 2. To every girl Martin handed her key. "This is your business," said he. And first Joan, and next Joyce, and then Jennifer, and then Jessica, and then Jane, and last of all Jocelyn, put her key into its lock and turned. And not one of the keys would turn. They bit their lips and held their breath, and turned in vain. "This is dreadful," said Martin. "Are you sure the keys are in the right keyholes?"
"They all fit,"
said little Joan. "Let me try," said Martin. And he tried, one after another, and then tried each key singly in each lock, but without result. Jane said,
"I expect they've gone rusty."
And Jessica said,
"That must be it."
And Jennifer turned pale and said,
"Then Jillian can never get out of the well-house, or we out of the orchard."
And Martin sat down in the swing, and thought and thought. As he thought, he began to swing a little, and then a little more, and suddenly he cried, "Push me!" And the 6 girls came behind him, and pushed with all their strength. Up he went, with his legs pointed as straight as an arrow, and back he flew, and up again. The 3rd time, the swing flew clean over the well-house, and as true as a diving gannet, Martin dropped from mid-air into the little court, and stood face to face with Jillian. End of Postlude Part 2. Section 24 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Postlude, Part 3. She was not weeping. She was bathed in blushes and laughter. She held out her hands to him, and Martin took them. She had golden hair of lights and shadows like a wheat field that fell in 2 thick plaits over her white gown, and she had grey eyes where smiles met you like an invitation, but you had to learn later that they were really a little guard set between you and her inward tenderness, and that her gaiety, like a will-o'-the-wisp, led you into the flowery byways of her spirit where fairies played, but not to the heart of it where angels dwelled. Few succeeded in surprising her behind her bright shield, but sometimes when she wasn't thinking it fell aside, and what men saw then took their breath from them, for it was as though they were falling through endless wells of infinite sweetness. And afterwards they could have told you nothing further of her loveliness. When they got as far as her eyes, they were drowned. Her features, the curves of her cheeks and lips and chin and delicate nostrils, were as finely turned as the edge of a wild rose petal, and her skin had the freshness of dew. The sight of her brought the same sense of delight as the sight of a meadow of cowslips, a sweet and sunny scent breathed out from her beauty. But all this Martin only felt without seeing, for he was drowned. Jillian, I suppose, wasn't thinking. So they held each other's hands and looked at each other. Presently Martin said, "It's time now, Jillian, and you can go."
Yes, Martin, said Gillian. How shall I go?
As I came, said he.
Before I go, said she, I am going to ask you a question. You have asked my friends a lot of questions these 6 nights, which they have answered frankly, and you have twisted their answers round your little finger. Now you must answer my question as frankly.
And what will you do? Asked Martin.
I won't twist your answer, said Gillian gently. I'll take it for what it is worth. You have been laughing up your sleeve a little at my friends, because, having a quarrel with men, they were sworn to live single. But you live single too. Tell me, if you please, what is your quarrel with girls?
Martin dropped her hands until he held each by the little finger only, and then he answered, That they are so much too good for us, Gillian.
Thank you, Martin, said Gillian, taking her hands away. And now, please ask them to send over the swing, for it is time for me to go to Odvison.
And as she spoke, the light played over her eyes again, and floated him up to the surface of things, where he could swim without drowning. He saw now the flowers of her loveliness, but no longer the deeps of those grey pools, where the light shimmered between herself and him. So he turned, and climbed to the pent roof of the well-house, and looked towards the group of shadows clustered under the apple-tree around the swing. And they understood, and launched it through the air, and he caught it as it came. And Gillian in a moment was up beside him. "Are you ready?" said Martin.
"Yes," she answered, getting on the swing. "Thank you, and thank you for everything. Thank you for coming 3 times this year. Thank you for the stories. Thank you for giving their happiness again to my darling friends. Thank you for all the songs. Thank you for drying my tears."
"Are they all dried?" said Martin.
"All,"
said Gillian. "If they were not," said he, "you shall find Herb Robert growing along the roadside, and the herbman himself in Odvison." And holding the swing fast as he sat on the roof, Martin sang her his last song, not very loud, but so clearly that the shadows under the apple-tree heard every note and syllable. "Good morrow, dear herbman Robert. Good morrow, sweet sir, good morrow. O sell me a herb, good Robert, to cure a young maid of her sorrow." "And hath her sorrow a name, sweet sir?" "No lovelier name or purer. With its root in her heart, and its flower in her eyes, yet sell me a herb shall cure her. O touch with this rosy herb of spring both heart and eyes when she's sleeping, and joy will come out of her sorrowing, and laughter out of her weeping."
"Goodbye, Martin."
"Goodbye, Gillian."
"I want to ask you a lot more questions, Martin."
"Off you go," cried he, and let the swing fly. Back it came.
"Martin, why didn't—"
"Jump when you're clear," called Martin. But back it came.
"Why didn't the young squire in the story—"
"Jump this time." And back it came.
"Come to fetch her himself, Martin?"
"Jump!" shouted Martin, and shut his eyes and put his hands over his ears. But it was no use. Again and again he felt the rush of air, and questions falling through it like shooting stars about his head.
"Martin, what was the name on the 8th floret of grass?" "Martin, what was the letter you threw with the lady peel?" "Martin, why is my silver ring all chased with little apples?" "Martin, do you?
"Shall I never be rid of this swing?" cried Martin. "Jump, you nuisance! Jump when I tell you!" And she jumped, and was caught and kissed among the shadows.
"Gillian! Gillian! 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 Gillian!" Dear Gillian.
And then, like a golden wave, and she the foam, they bore her over the moonlit grass to the green wicket, and they threw it open, and she went like a skipping stone across the duck pond, and over the fields to Odvison. When she had vanished, Martin slid down the roof, walked across to the coping, put one leg over, and stepped out of the well-house. Part 4. The 6 milkmaids were waiting for him in the apple tree. No, Jocelyn was in the swing. And so, said Martin, sitting down on the bough, on the 6th night the 6th Gorgon also became a maiden, as lovely as her fellows, and gave the wanderer the 6th key to the tower. And they let out the princess, and set her in the golden truant, and she sailed away to her squire, 1,000 leagues over the water, and everybody lived happily ever after.
What a beautiful story,
said Jane. And they all thought so too.
I knew from the first, said Jocelyn, that it would have a happy ending. And so did I,
said Joyce.
And I, and I, and I, and I,
said Jennifer, Jessica, Jane, and little Joan. The verdict is passed, said Martin. And look, over our heads hangs the moon, as round and beautiful as a penny balloon, with an eye as wide awake as a child's at 6 in the morning. If she will not go to sleep in heaven tonight, why on earth should we? Let's have a party. The girls looked at one another in amazement and delight.
A party? Oh, cried they, but who will give it?
I will, said Martin.
And who will come to it?
Whoever luck sends us, said Martin, but we'll begin with ourselves. Joan and Joyce and Jennifer and Jessica and Jane and Jocelyn, will you come to my party in the apple orchard?
Yes, thank you, Martin,
cried they, and ran away to change. But the only change possible was to take the kerchiefs off their white necks, and the shoes and stockings off their little feet, and let down their pretty hair. So they did these things, and made wreaths for one another, and posies for their yellow dresses. And it is time for you to know that Jennifer's dress was primrose, and Jane's cowslip yellow, and that Joyce looked like buttercups, and Jessica like marigolds, and Jocelyn's was the glory of the kingcups that rise like magic golden isles above the amberly floods in May. But little Joan had not been able to decide between the 2 yellows that go to make wild daffodils, so she had them both. Under their flower-like skirts, their white ankles and rosy heels moved as lightly as windflowers swaying in the grass. And just when they were ready, they heard Martin Pippin's lute under the apple tree, so they came to the party dancing. Round and round the tree they danced in the moonlight till they were out of breath. But when they could dance no more, they stood stock still and stared without speaking. For spread under the trees was such a feast as they had not seen for months and months. In the middle was a great heap of apples, red and brown and green and gold. But besides these there was a dish of roasted apples, and another of apple dumplings, and between them a bowl of brown sugar and a full pitcher of cream. The cream had spilled, and you could see where Martin had run his finger up the round of the pitcher to its lip, where one drip lingered still. Near these there was a plum cake, of the sort our grannies make. It is of these cakes, we say, that 20 men could not put their arms round them. There were nuts in it, too, and spices. And there was a big basin of curds and whey, and a bigger one of fruit salad, and another of custard, and plates of jam tarts and lemon cheesecakes, and cheese straws and macaroons, and gingerbread in cakes, and also in figures of girls and boys, with caraway comfits for eyes, and a unicorn and a lion with gilded horn and crown.
and pots of honey and quince jelly and treacle, and mushrooms and pickled walnuts and green salads. Even Mr. Ringdaly did not provide a bigger feast when he married Mrs. Ringdaly. For there were also all the best sorts of sweets in the world, sugar candy on a string, and twisted barley sticks, and bullseyes and pear drops, and licorice shoestrings and Turkish delight, and pink and white sugar mice. Besides these, there was sherbet, not to drink, of course, but to dip your finger in. There were a good many other things, but these were what the milkmaids took in at a glance.
"Oh!"
cried 6 voices at once.
"Where did they come from?"
"Through the gap," said Martin.
"But who brought them?"
"Don't ask me," said Martin. At first the girls were rather shy. You can't help that at parties. But as they ate, and you know what each ate first, they got more and more at their ease, and by the time they were licking their sticky fingers, were in the mood for any game. So they played all the best games there are, such as Cobbler Cobbler, Jocelyn's Shoe, and Hunt the Thimble, Jane's Thimble, and Mulberry Bush, and Oranges and Lemons, and Nuts in May. And in Nuts in May, Martin insisted on being a side all by himself, and one after another he fetched each girl away from her side to his. And Joan came like a bird, and Joyce pretended to struggle, and Jennifer had no fight in her at all, and Jessica really tried, and Jane didn't like it because it was undignified and so rough. But when Jocelyn's turn came to be fetched, as she stood all alone on her side, deserted by her supporters, she put her hands behind her back, and jumped over the handkerchief of her own accord, and walked up to Martin and said, "All right, you've won." For when it comes to fetching away, it is a game that boys are better at than girls. "In that case," said Martin, "it's time for hide and seek." And he sat down on the swing and shut his eyes. At the same moment, the moon went behind a cloud. And as he waited, a light drop fell on Martin's cheek, and another, like the silent weeping of a girl, so that he couldn't help opening his eyes quickly and looking by instinct toward the empty well-house. It was still empty, for wherever the girls had hidden themselves, it was not there. Then through the shadowed raining orchard, a low voice called, "Cuckoo!" and "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" called another, and softly, clearly, laughingly, mockingly, defiantly, teasingly, sweetly, caressingly, "Cuckoo! Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" they called on every side. Martin stood up and stole among the trees. At first he went quietly, but soon he ran and darted. And never a girl could he find. For this, after all, is the game that girls are better at than boys, and when it comes to hiding, if they will not be found, they will not. And if they will, they will. But their will was not for Martin Pippin. Through the pattering, moonless orchard, he hunted them in vain, and the place was full of slipping shadows and whispers, and every now and then those cuckooing milkmaids called him, sometimes at a distance, sometimes at his very ear. But he could not catch a single one. And now it seemed to Martin that there were more of these elusive shadows than he could have believed, and whisperings that needed accounting for. For once he heard somebody whisper, "Oh, you were right. The world is flat. For 6 months it's been as flat as a pancake." And a second voice whispered, "Then I was wrong, for pancakes are round." And Martin said to himself, "That's Joyce." But the first voice he couldn't recognize. And then followed a sound that was not exactly a whisper, yet not exactly unlike one. And Martin darted towards it, but touched only air. And again he heard a mysterious voice whisper, "How could you keep yourself so secret all these months? I couldn't have. However can girls keep secret so long?"
And the answer was,
"They can't keep them a single instant if you come and ask them, but you didn't come."
"What a fool I was," whispered the first voice, but whose Martin could not for the life of him imagine. Yet he was sure that the other was Jennifer's. And again he heard that misleading sound, which seemed to be something, yet when he sought it was nothing. And now he heard another unknown whisperer say, "You should have seen my drills in the wheat field last April. How the drill did wobble! Why, I was that upset. Any girl could have thrown straighter than I drilled that wheat." And a second whisperer replied,
"It must have been a sight then, for girls throw crookeder than swallows fly."
This was surely Jessica. But who was the first speaker? He was as strange to Martin as another one who whispered, "It was the silence got on my nerves most. It was having nobody to listen to of an evening. Of course there were the lads, but they never talk to the point."
"I often fear," whispered a second voice, "that I talk too much at random."
"Good Lord! You couldn't if you talked forever." Each of these two cases ended as the first two had ended, and for Martin in as little result. He hastened to another part of the orchard, where the whispers were falling fast and fierce.
"It was Adam's fault after all." "No, I found out that it was Eve's fault."
"But I've been looking it up."
"And I've been thinking it over."
"Rubbish! It was Adam's fault."
"It was not Adam's fault. What can a stupid little boy know about it?"
"I'm a month older than you are."
"I don't care if you are. It was Eve's fault."
"Well, don't make a fuss if it was."
"Wasn't it?"
"Stuff!"
"Wasn't it?"
"Oh, all right, if you like. It was Eve's fault."
"Here's an apple for you,"
said Jocelyn quite distinctly. "Oh, ripping, but I'd rather have a—"
"Shh! Run!"
Martin was just too late.
"Rather have a what?"
said Martin to himself. He was beginning to feel lonely. His hair was wet with rain. He hadn't seen a milkmaid for an hour. He prowled low in the grass, hoping to catch one unawares. In the swing he saw a shadow, or was it two shadows? It looked like one, and yet— One half of the shadow whispered, "Do you like my new corduroys?"
"Ever so much,"
whispered the other half. "I'm rather bucked about them myself," whispered the first half. "Or ought I to say about it?"
"I think it's them,"
said the second half. The first half reflected. It might be either one thing or two, but arithmetic's a nuisance. I never was good at it. The second half confessed,
"I always have to guess at it myself. I'm only really sure of one bit."
"Which bit's that?" whispered the first half. And the second half whispered,
"That 1 and 1 make 2.
"Oh, you darling! Of course they don't, and never did and never will."
"Well, I don't really mind,"
said little Joan. And then there was a pause, in which the two shadows were certainly one, until the second half whispered,
Oh, you've shaved it off."
And this delighted the first half beyond all bounds, because even in the circumstances it was clever of the second half to have noticed it. But Martin could bear no more. He sprang forward, crying, "Joan!" and he grasped the empty swing. And round the orchard he flew, his hands before him, calling now Joyce, now Jane, now Jessica, Jennifer, Jocelyn, and again, Joan, Joan, Joan. And all his answer was rustlings and shadows and whispers, and faint laughter, like far-away echoes and empty air. All of a sudden the light rain stopped, and the moon came out of her cloud. And Martin found himself standing beside the well-house, and nobody near him. He gazed all around at the familiar things, the apple-trees, the swing, the green wicket,
the broken feast in the grass. And then, at the far end of the orchard, he saw an unfamiliar thing. It was a double ladder arched over the hawthorn, and up the ladder, like a golden shaft of the moon, went 6 quick girls, and ahead of each her lad. And on the topmost rung, each took his milkmaid by the hand, and vanished over the hedge. Martin Pippin was left alone in the apple orchard. Note: it is not important, but their names were Michael, Tom, Oliver, John, Henry, and Charles. And Michael had dark hair and light lashes, and Tom freckles and a snub nose, and Oliver a mole on his left cheek, and John fine red gold hair on his bronzed skin. And Henry was merely the odd job boy, whose voice was breaking, so he imagined that it was he alone who ran the farm. But Charles was a dear. He had a tuft of white hair at the back of his dark head, like the cottontail of a rabbit, and as well as corduroy breeches, he wore a rabbit-skin waistcoat, and he was a great nuisance to gamekeepers, who called him a poacher, whereas all he did was to let the rabbits out of the snares when it was kind to, and destroy the snares. And he used to bring bunny rabbits, which other people call snapdragons, of the loveliest colors, to plant in the little garden known as Joan's Corner. I should like to tell you more about Charles, but there isn't time, because I am fond of him. If I hadn't been, I shouldn't have let him have Joan. End of postlude. Section 25 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Epilogue. At cockscrow came the call, which in that orchard was now as familiar as the roosters. Maids! 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 Martin Pippin was leaning over the green wicket, throwing jam-tarts to the ducks, because in the well-house Gillian had not left so much as a crumb. But when he heard old Gilman's voice, he flicked a bull's-eye at the drake, getting it very accurately on the bill, and walked across to the gap. "Good morning, master," said Martin cheerfully. "Pray, how does Lemon, Jocelyn, Sussex fare?" Old Gilman put down his loaves with great deliberation, and spent a few minutes taking Martin in. Then he answered, "There's scant milk to a Sussex, and all as will be. And if there was not, there'd be none to Jocelyn's Lemon. And if there was, it would take more than Henry to draw it. And so that's you, is it?" "That's me," said Martin Pippin. "Well," said old Gilman, "I've spent the best of 6 mornings trying not to see ye. And has my daughter taken the right road yet?" "Yes, master," said Martin. "She has taken the road to Odvison." "Which she's spent the best of 6 months trying not to see," said old Gilman. "Woman's a nuisance. All is for taking the long cut round." "I've known many a short cut," said Martin, "to end in a blind alley." "Well, well, so long as they gets there," grunted Gilman. "And what's this here?" "A pair of steps," said Martin. "What for?" said Gilman. "Milkmaids and milkmen," said Martin. "So they maids have cut too, have they?" "It was a full moon, you see." "I dessay. But if they'd gone by the stile, they could have hopped it in the dark 6 months agone," said old Gilman. And he got over the stile, which was the other way into the orchard, and has not been mentioned till now, and came and clapped Martin on the shoulder. "Women's more trouble," said he, "than they're worth." "They're plenty of trouble," said Martin. "I've never discovered yet what they're worth." "We'll not talk of 'em more. Come up to the house for a drink, boy," said old Gilman. Martin said pleasantly, "You can drink milk now, master, to your heart's content, or even water." And he walked over to the well-house, and pointed invitingly to the bucket.
Old Gilman followed him with one eye open. "It's too late for that, boy. When you've turned toper for 6 months, after 60 years sober, it'll take you another 60 to drop the habit. That's what these daughters do for their dads. But we'll not talk of 'em." He stood beside Marden and stared down at the padlock. "How did the pretty go?"
"In the swing, like a swift."
"Why not through the gate, like a gal?"
"The keys wouldn't turn."
"Which way?"
"The right way."
"You should have tried 'em the wrong way, boy."
"That would have locked it," said Marden.
"Exactly," said old Gilman,
and slipped the padlock from the staple and put it in his pocket.
"Come along up now."
Marden followed him through the orchard and the paddock and the garden and the farmyard to the house. He noticed that everything was in the pink of condition. But as he passed the stables, he heard the cows lowing badly. The farm kitchen was a big one. It had all the things that go to make the best farm kitchens, such as red bricks and heavy smoke-blackened beams, and a deep hearth with a great fire on it and settles inside, from which one could look up at the chimney shaft to the sky, and clay pipes and spills alongside, and a muller for wine or beer, and hams and sides of bacon, and strings of onions and bunches of herbs. Much pewter, and a copper warming pan, and brass candlesticks, and a grandfather clock. A cherrywood dresser, and wheelback chairs polished with age. And a great scrubbed oaken table to seat a harvest supper, planed from a single mighty plank. It was as clean as everything else in that good room, but all the scrubbing would not efface the circular stains wherever men had sat and drunk, and that was all the way round and in the middle. There were mugs and a Toby jug upon it now. Old Gilman filled 2 of the mugs, and lifted one to Marden, and Marden echoed the action like a looking-glass, and they toasted each other in good audit ale.
"Well," said old Gilman, stuffing his pipe, "it's been a peaceful time, and now us must just see how things go."
"They look ship-shape enough at the moment," said Marden.
"Ah," said old Gilman, shaking his head, "that's the lads. They're good lads when you let 'em alone. But what it'll be now they maids get meddling again, us can't foretell. It were bad enough afore, with their quarrelsomeness and their shilly-shally. It sends all things to rack and ruin."
"What does?" said Marden.
"This here love."
Old Gilman refilled his mug.
"We'll not talk of it. She were a handy gal afore Robin began unmaking her mind along of his own. Lord, why can't these young things be plain and say what they want and get it? Wasn't I plain with her mother?"
"Were you?" said Marden.
Worse luck," said Gilman, "and me a happy bachelor as I was. What did I want wi' a minx about the place?"
He filled his mug again. "What do any of us?" said Marden. "These women are the deuce."
"They are," said Gilman. "We'll not talk of 'em."
"There are 1,000 better things to talk of," agreed Marden. "There is sloe gin." Old Gilman's eye brightened.
"Ah,"
said old Gilman, and puffed at his pipe.
"Her name," he said, "was Juniper, but as oft as not I'd call her June, for she was like that. A rose in the house, boy. Maybe you think my Jill has her share of looks? She has her mother's leavings, let me tell ye, so you may judge. But what's this Robin to dilly-dally with her daughter, till the gal can't sleep o' nights for wondering will he speak in the morning or will he be mum? And so she becomes worse than no use in kitchen and dairy, and since sickness is catching, the maids follow suit. It's all off and on with them and their lads. In the morning they will, in the evening they won't. 'Twas a terrible life, and all along o' Robin Roo. Young man, the farm, I tell you, was going to fair rack and ruin."
"You seem to have found a remedy," said Marden.
"If they silly maids couldn't make up their minds," said old Gilman. There was nothing for it but to turn 'em out, neck and crop, till they learned what they wanted, and Robin into the bargain. He's no better than a maid when it comes to taking the bull by the horns. Yet that's the man's part, mark ye. Don't I know? Smock Alley she come from, the Rose of Smock Alley they called her, for a rose in June she were. There weren't a lass to match her, south of Hagland and north of Roundabout, and the lads would ha' died for her, from Piccadilly to Childington. But 'twas a Billingshurst lad got her, d'ye see?" Old Gilman filled his mug.
"How did that come about?" asked Martin, filling his.
"All along of the Murray River."
"What's that?" said Martin Pippin. But old Gilman thought he said, "What's that?"
"'Tis the biggest river in Sussex, young man, and the littlest known, and the fullest of dangers, and the hardest to find, because nobody's ever found it yet but her and me, and she'd sworn to wed none but him as could find it with her. Don't I remember the day? 'Twas the day the carrier come, and that was the day of the week for us folk then. He had a blue wagon, had George, with scarlet wheels and a green awning, and his horse was a red and white skewbald, and jingled bells on its bridle. A small bandy-legged man was George, with a jolly face and a squint, and as he drives up he toots on a tin trumpet with red tassels on it. Didn't it bring the crowd running? And didn't the crowd bring him to a standstill, some holding old Scarlet Runner by the bridle, and others standing on the very axles? And the hubbub, young man, it was, 'Where's my 6 yards of dimity?' from one, and 'Have you my coral necklace?' from another. 'Where's my bag of comfits? Where's my hundreds and thousands?' from the children, and 'I can't wait for my ivory fan, my bandana hanky, my 2 ounces of snuff, my guitar, my clogs, my satin dancing shoes, my onion seed, my new spindle, my fiddle bow, my powder puff.' And some little un would lisp, 'I'm sure you've forgotten my blue balloon.' And then they'd cry, one and all, in a breath, 'George, what's the news?' And he'd say, 'Give a body elbow room,' and, handing the packages right and left, would allus have something to tell. But on this day, he says, 'News? There be no news, excepting the news.' 'And what's the news?' cries one and all. 'Why,' says George, 'that the Rose of Smock Alley consents to be wed at last.' 'The Rose!' they cries, and me the loudest. 'To whom?' 'To him,' says George, 'as can find her the Murray River. For a sailor come by last Tuesday wi' a tale of the Murray River, where he'd been wrecked and seen wonders. And a woman tormented by curiosity will go as far as a man tormented by love. And so she's willing to be wed at last, but she's liker to die a maid.' Then I ups and asks why, and George he says, 'For that the sailor breathed such perils that the lasses was taken with the trembles, and the lads with the shudders. For, he says, the river's haunted by spirits, and a mystery at the end of it which none has ever come back from. And no man dares hazard so dark and dangerous an adventure, even for love of the Rose.' That pricks a man's pride to hear, boy, and 'Shame,' says I, 'on all West Sussex if that be so. Here be one man as is ready, and here be 50 others. What d'ye say, lads?' But Lord, as I looks from one to another, they trickles away like sand through an hourglass, and before we knows it, me and George has the road to ourselves. So he says, 'I must be getting on to Wisborough, but first I'll deliver ye your baggage.' 'You've no baggage of mine,' says I. 'Yes, if you'll excuse me,' says he, and with that he parts the green awning, and says, 'There she be.' And there she were, sitting on a barrel of cider."
"What was she like to look at?" asked Martin.
"Yaller hair and grey eyes," said Gilman, "and me a bachelor."
"It was hopeless," said Martin.
"It were," said old Gilman, and it were the end o' my peace of life. She looks me straight in the eye, and she says, Juniper's my name, but I'm June to them as loves me, and June I'll be to you, for I have travelled his rounds with his carrier for a week, and sat behind his curtain while he told men my wishes, and you be the only one of them all as is willing to do a difficult thing for an idle whim, if what is the heart's desire can ever be idle. So I will sit behind the curtain no longer, and if you will let me, I will follow you to the ends of Sussex till the Murray River be found, or we be dead. And I says, Jump, lass, and down she jumps and puts up her mouth. Gilman filled his mug. Martin filled his. Well, said he, a man must take his bull by the horns. And did you ever succeed in finding the Murray River? Wi' a child's help. It can only be found by a child's help. 'Tis the child's river of all Sussex. Any child can help you to it. Yes, said Martin, and all children know it. Old Gilman put down his mug. Do you know it, boy? I live by it, said Martin Pippin, when I live anywhere. Do children play in it still? Asked Gilman. None but children, said Martin Pippin, and above all, the child which boys and girls are always rediscovering in each other's hearts, even when they've turned grey in other folks' sight. And at the end of it is a mystery. She were a child to the end, said old Gilman. A fair nuisance, so she were, and Jill takes after her. Well, she's off your hands anyhow, said Martin, getting up. She's to be some other body's nuisance now, and your maids have come back to their milking. Ah, have they? Grunted Gilman. The lads did it better, and they cooked better, and they cleaned better. There is nothing men cannot do better than women. I know it, said Martin Pippin, but it would be unkind to let on. Then we'll wash our hands of 'em. But don't go, boy, said old Gilman, talking of sloe gin. Martin sat down again. They talked of sloe gin for a very long time. They did not agree about it. They got out some bottles to see if they could not manage to agree. Martin thought one bottle hadn't enough sugar candy in it, so they put in some more. And old Gilman thought another bottle hadn't enough gin in it, so they also put in some more. But they couldn't get it right, though they tried and tried. Old Gilman thought it should be filtered drop by drop 70 times through 700 sheets of blotting paper, but Martin thought 700 times through 70 sheets was better. And Martin thought it should then be kept for 7,000 years, but old Gilman thought 7 years sufficient. But neither of these points had ever been really proved, and was not that day. After this, as they couldn't reach an agreement, they changed the subject to rum punch, and argued a good deal as to the right quantities of lemon and sugar and nutmeg, and whether it was or was not improved by the addition of brandy, and how much, and an orange or so, and how many, and a tangerine if you had it, and a tot of gin if you had it left. Yet, in this case too, the most repeated practice proved as inadequate as the most confirmed theory. So after a bit, old Gilman said, "This is child's play, boy. After all, there's but one drink for kings and men. Give us a song over our cup, and I'll sing along o' ye." "Right," said Martin, "if you can fetch me the only cup worthy to sing over." "What cup's that, boy?" "What but a king cup?" said Martin. "A king once drank from this," said Gilman, fetching down a goblet as golden as ale. "He looked like a shepherd and had a fold just across the road, but he was a king for all that, so strike up." "After me, then," said Martin, and they pushed the cup between them.
and the song too. Martin. What shall we drink of when we sup? Gilman. What do ye say to the king's own cup? Martin. What's the drink? Gilman. What do ye think? Martin. Farmers, say. Water? Gilman. Nay. Martin. Wine? Gilman. Aye. Martin. Red wine? Gilman. Fie. Martin. White wine? Gilman. No. Martin. Yellow wine? Gilman. Oh. Martin. What, in fine? What wine, then? Gilman. The only wine that's fit for men who drink of the king's cup when they dine, and that is the old brown barley wine. From this point I don't know which of them was singing. No more did they. I'll drink ye high, I'll drink ye low, till the stars run dry of their juices, oh! I'll drink ye up, I'll drink ye down, till the old moon's cup is cracked all round, and the pickled sun jumps out of his brine, and you cry, Done! To the barley wine. Come, boys, sup! Come, fill up! Here's king's own drink for the king's own cup. What happened after this, I really don't know, for I was not there, though I should like to have been. I only know that when Martin Pippin stepped out of Gilman's farm with his lute on his back, old Gilman was fast asleep on the settle. But Martin had never been wider awake. It was late in the afternoon. There was no sign of human life anywhere. In their stables the cows were lowing very badly. "Oh, maids, maids, maids," sighed Martin Pippin. "Rack and ruin, my dears, rack and ruin." And he fetched the milk pails and went into the stalls, and did the milkmaid's business for them. And Joyce's Blossom, and Jennifer's Daisy, and Jessica's Clover stood as still for him as they stand in the shade of the willows on Midsummer Day. And Jane's Nellie whisked her tail over his mouth, but seemed sorry afterwards. And Jocelyn's Lemon kicked the bucket, and would not let down her milk till he sang to her, and then she gave in. But little Joan's little Jersey Nancy, with her soft dark eyes, and soft dun sides, and slender legs like a deer's, licked his cheek. And this was Martin's milking song. You milkmaids in the hedgerows, get up and milk your kine. The saddened lords and ladies are all dressed up so fine. But if you do not skim and churn, how can they dine? Get up, you idle milkmaids, and call in your kine. You milkmaids in the hedgerows, you lazy, lovely crew, get up and churn the buttercups, and skim the milkweed, do. But the milkmaids in their country prints, and faces washed with dew, they laughed at lords and ladies, and sang cuckoo, cuckoo. And if you know their reason, I'm not so wise as you. When he had done, Martin carried the pails to the dairy, and turned his back on Gilman's, for his business there was ended. So he went out at the gate, and lifted his face to the downs. It was a lovely evening. Half the sky was clear and blue, and the other half full of sulky gold clouds. They wanted to be heavy and wet, but the sun was having such fun on the edge of the downs, somewhere about Duncton, that they had to be gold in spite of themselves. End of epilogue. Section 26 of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Conclusion. One evening, at the end of the first week in September, Martin Pippin walked along the Roman road to Odvison. And as he approached, he said to himself, "There are many sweet corners in Sussex, but few sweeter than this, and I thank my stars that I have been led to see it once in my life." While he was thanking his stars, which were already in the sky, waiting for the light to go out and give them a chance, he heard the sound of weeping. It came from the Malthouse, which is the most beautiful building in Sussex. So persistent was it, that after he had listened to it for 6 minutes, it seemed to Martin that he had been listening to it for 6 months, and for one moment he believed himself to be sitting in an orchard, with his eyes shut and warm tears from heaven falling on his face. But knowing himself to be too much given to fancies, he decided to lay those ghosts by investigation, and he went up to the Malthouse and looked inside. There he found a young man flooring the barley. As he turned and returned it with his spade, he wept so copiously above it that he was frequently obliged to pause and wipe away his tears with his arm, for he could no longer see the barley he was spreading. When the maltster had interrupted himself thus for the 3rd occasion, Martin Pippin concluded that it was time to address him. "Young master," said Martin, "the bitters that are brewed from your barley will need no adulterating behind the bar, and that's flat." The maltster leaned on his spade to reply. "There are no waters in all the world," said he, "plentiful enough to adulterate the bitterness of my despair." "Then I would preserve these rivers for better sport," said Martin, "and if memory plays me no tricks, your name was once Robin Rue." "And Rue it will be to my last hour," said Robin, "for a man can no more escape from his name than from his nature." "Men," observed Martin, "have been in this respect worse served than women. And when will Gillian Gilman change her name?" "No sooner than I," sighed Robin Rue. "A maid she must die, as I a bachelor. And if she do not outlive me, we shall both be buried before Christmas." "Heaven forbid!" exclaimed Martin. And stepping into the Malthouse, he offered Robin 6 keys. "How will these help us?" said Robin Rue. "They are the keys of your lady's well-house," said Martin Pippin, "and how I have outpaced her I cannot imagine, for she was on the road to you 20 hours ago." "This is no news," said Robin. "There she is." And he turned his face to the dark of the Malthouse, and there, sitting on a barrel, with a slice of the sunset falling through a slit on her corn-colored hair, was Gillian. "In love's name," cried Martin Pippin, putting his hands to his head, "what more do you want?" "A husband worthy of her," moaned Robin Rue. "And how can I suppose that I am he? Oh, that I were only good enough for her! Oh, that she could be happily mated, as after all her sorrows she deserves to be!" Then Martin looked down at the patch on his shoe, saying, "And tell me now, if you knew Gillian happily wed, would you ask nothing more of life?" "Oh, sir," cried Robin Rue, "if I knew any man who could give her all I cannot, I would contrive at least to live long enough to drown my sorrows in the beer brewed from this barley." "It is a solace," said Martin, "that must be denied to no man. It seems that I must help you out to the last, and if you will take one glance out of doors, you will see that the working day is over." Robin Rue looked out of doors, saw by the sun that it was so, put down his spade, and went home to supper. "Gillian," said Martin Pippin, "the squire did not come himself to fetch her away, because he was a young fool." There was no 8th floret on the grass-blade, so the rhyme stayed at the 7th. The letter I threw with the lady peel was a G. There are apples all round your silver ring, because it was once my ring. I do, you dear, I do, I do. And now I have answered your many questions, answer me one.
Why did you sit 6 months in the well-house weeping for love?" "Oh, Martin," said Gillian softly, "could you tell my friends so much they did not know, and not know this? Girls do not weep for love. They weep for want of it."
And she lifted her heavenly eyes, and out of the last of the sunlight looked at him without thinking. And Martin, like a drowning man catching at straws, caught her corn-colored plaits one in either hand, and drawing himself to her by them, whispered,
"Do girls do that? But they are so much too good for us, Gillian." "I know they are," whispered Gillian. "But if all men were like Robin Roo, what would become of us? Must we be punished for what we can't help?"
And she put her little finger to his mouth, and he kissed it. Then Martin himself sat down on the barrel, where there was only room for one. But it was Martin who sat on it. And after a while he said, "You mightn't think it, but I have got a cottage, and there is nothing whatever in it but a table which I made myself, and I think that is enough to begin with. On the way to it we shall pass Hardham, where in the priory ruins lives a hermit, who is sometimes in the mood. Beyond Hardham is the sunken bed of the old canal, that is a secret not known to everybody. All flowering reeds and plants that love water grow there, and you have to push your way between water-loving trees, under which grass and nettles in their season grow taller than children. But at other times, when the pussy willows bloom with grey and golden bees, the way is clear. Beyond this presently is a little glade, the loveliest in Sussex. In spring it is patterned with primroses, and windflowers shake their fragile bells and show their silver stars above them. Some are pure and colourless, like maidens who know nothing of love, and others are faintly stained with streaks of purple rose. So exquisite is the beauty of these earthly flowers that it is like a heavenly dream, but it is a dream come true, and you will never pass it in April without longing to turn aside, and kneeling among all that pallid gold and silver, offer up a prayer to the fairies. And I shall always kneel there with you. But beyond this is a land of bracken and undiscovered forests that hides a special secret, and you may run round it on all sides within 50 yards, yet never find it, unless you happen to light upon a lane, where grass springs under your feet among deep cart ruts, and blackberry branches scramble on the ground from the flowery sides. The lane is called Shelley's Lane, for a reason too beautiful to be told, since all the most beautiful reasons in the world are kept secrets. And this is why, dear Gillian, the world never knows, and cannot for the life of it imagine, what this man sees in that maid, and that maid in this man. The world cannot think why they fell in love with each other. But they have their reason, their beautiful secret, that never gets told to more than one person. And what they see in each other is what they show to each other, and it is the truth. Only they kept it hidden in their hearts until the time came. And though you and I may never know why this lane is called Shelley's, to us both it will always be the greenest lane in Sussex, because it leads to the special secret I spoke of. At the end of it is an old gate, clambered with blue periwinkle, and the gate opens into a garden in the midst of the forest, a garden so gay and so scented, so full of butterflies and bees and flower borders and grass plots with fruit trees on them, that it might be Eden grown tiny. The garden runs down a slope, and is divided from a wild meadow by a brook crossed by a plank, fringed with young hazel and alder, and at the right time thick set with primroses. Behind the meadow, In a glimpse of the distance full of soft blue shadows and pale yellow lights, lie the lovely sides of the downs, rounded and dimpled like human beings, dimpled like babies, rounded like women. The flow of their lines is like the breathing of a sleeper. You can almost see the tranquil heaving of a bosom. All about and around the garden are the trees of the forest. Crouched in one of the hollows is my cottage with the table in it, and the brook at the bottom of the garden is the Murray River. Gillian looked up from his shoulder.
"I always meant to find that some day," she said, "with someone to help me."
"I'll help you," said Marden.
"Do children play there now?"
"Children with names as lovely as Sylvia, who are even lovelier than their names. They are the only spirits who haunt it. And at the source of it is a mystery so beautiful that one day, when you and I have discovered it together, we shall never come back again. But this will be after long years of gladness, and a life kept always young, not only by our children, but by the child which each will continually rediscover in the other's heart."
"What is this you are telling me?"
whispered Gillian, hiding her face again. "The 7th story."
"I'm glad it ends happily," said Gillian, "but somehow, all the time, I thought it would."
"I rather thought so too," said Martin Pippin, "for what does furniture matter, as long as Sussex grows bedstraw for ladies to sleep on?" And tuning his lute, he sang her his very last song. My lady shan't lie between linen, my lady shan't lie upon down. She shall not have blankets to cover her feet, or a pillow put under her crown. But my lady shall lie on the sweetest of beds that ever a lady saw. For my lady, my beautiful lady, my lady shall lie upon straw. Strew the sweet white straw, he said, strew the straw for my lady's bed, 2 ells wide from foot to head, strew my lady's bed straw. My lady shan't sleep in a castle, my lady shan't sleep in a hall. She shall not be sheltered away from the stars by curtain or casement or wall. But my lady shall sleep in the grassiest mead that ever a lady saw, where my lady, my beautiful lady, my lady shall lie upon straw. Strew the warm white straw, said he, my arms shall all her shelter be, her castle walls and her own roof tree. Strew my lady's bed straw. When he had done, Marden said, "Will you go travelling, Gillian?" And Gillian answered, "With joy, Marden, but before I go travelling, I will sing to you." And taking the lute from him, she sang him her very first song. I saw an old man by the wayside sit down with his crutch to rest. Like the smoke of an angry kettle was the beard puffed over his breast. But when I tugged at the old man's beard, he turned to a beardless boy. And the boy and myself went travelling, travelling wild with joy. With eyes that twinkled and hearts that danced and feet that skipped as they ran. Now welcome, you blithe young traveller, and fare you well, old man. When she had done, Marden caught her in his arms, and kissed her on the mouth, and on the eyes, and on both cheeks, and on her 2 hands, and on the back of the neck where babies are kissed. And standing her up on the barrel, and himself on the ground, he kissed her feet, one after the other. Then he cried, "Jump, lass, jump when I tell you!" And Gillian jumped. And as happy as children, they ran hand in hand out of the malt-house, and down the road to Hardham. Overhead, the sun was running away from the clouds with all his might,
and they were trying to catch hold of him one by one. In vain, for he rolled through their soft grasp, leaving their hands bright with gold dust. End of conclusion. End of Martin Pippin in the Apple Orchard by Eleanor Farjeon. Recorded by Peter Eastman. May 2011. Thank you for listening.